wonderful good morning und wunderschönen guten Morgen hier zum offiziellen Livestream des Gamescom Kongress 2024. And as I can see that there are a bunch of international viewers, especially on the Gamescom channel, I must say that this live stream here today will be in 2 languages. Sometimes there will be content in German, and also there will be content in English. So if you guys want to stay tuned or tune in once in a while, then you can probably get a grasp of most of the content pieces here, but there will be some that you will not be able to understand. I'm just saying that because I'm also gonna switch to German right now to say hi to everyone out there, especially in the chat. Und deswegen jetzt guten Morgen. Die Begrüßung gleich auf der Bühne wird ebenfalls auf Deutsch passieren. Nur schon einmal vorgewarnt. Drüben sind die letzten Vorbereitungen gerade und dann geht es auch gleich los. Ich bin der Dirk von Nerdstar und ich habe das Vergnügen, ein bisschen dieses Gamescom-Studio mit zu moderieren. Allerdings nur an 1, 2 Stellen. Genau genommen sind es eigentlich 2 Stück. Das ist einmal diese hier und dann nochmal heute Nachmittag gegen 3:30. Wir haben nämlich fantastische interaktive Dinge. Dazu aber ein bisschen mehr. Erstmal hallo Chat, ich habe euch hier direkt vor der Nase. Ich kann euch lesen. Schön, dass ihr alle da seid. Hallo Rixdorf, hallo J, hallo Justior, hallo Mr. Koll, hallo Akajin. Das ist ganz fantastisch, dass ihr da seid. Und auch in den YouTube-Chat, wo seid ihr da alle? Dort. Samantha Maxis is there, Sonic is there, Makiuso. There's probably actually a lot of English-speaking users. Like, can you just say like if what's your mother tongue? If it's English or German or even something else? I would love to read that. Maybe you can just write that in chat. I would love it. We are live, as you probably have recognized by now, in 2 chats simultaneously. We are live on the Gamescom Congress channel on Twitch, and we are also live on the @Gamescom channel on YouTube. So just that people are not confused whether or not we are like talking to people, you know. Who am I talking to? It's probably people in the other chat. And there are people from everywhere here. Okay, so let's see. Guten Morgen, guten Morgen. German, English, Finnish, Greek, English, Danish, English, unfortunately. Why unfortunately? I mean, there's a lot of English content here going on today. Deutsch, English, Tagalog, Danish, Dutch, French. So nice. So maybe I will then just actually stick to English for a while to let you know what's going to happen today. Just for everyone on the Gamescom channel, you might be a bit confused. There is no actual, game trailers and everything going on. There is probably a bit more of like content that evolves around games. That is how games and society and politics and everything interact with each other. And for that, we'll have panels, we'll have talks, and that's a lot of great content. But also for the stream exclusively, we have some interactive program, and we would love for you guys to see it. And yeah, probably the stage is kind of almost ready to go. So I can't tell you more. If you type in !program, then you'll know what's going on today. I wish you a lot of fun, and now head over to Vio and David to the main stage. Und da geht's in Deutsch weiter. Schön, dass ihr schon mal Bescheid wisst.
So, hello, good morning, and welcome to the Gamescom Congress 2024. My name is Viola Tensi, and if you think I know her somehow, that's because I've been here last year already. But for this year, I brought support. This is my co-host, David. Hi.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Viola, for having me here. And, guys, since I can thinking and can hold a controller in my hands, I love playing games. And so I'm happy and curious about to talk about games, especially with this great speakers here at the Gamescom Congress 2024. And I think you know all this guy here on my left side. You should know. It's a German Urgestein and the German event organization, Tobi Kopka.
So welcome also from my end. Yeah, thank you, David. We have a very packed program today for you. So we have more than 145 speakers, so a lot. And what we wanted to focus on this year, first time in a new venue, so people still find their way here. What we want to focus on this year is a little more interaction. So you will see we're all on one level, on one floor, so you can meet each other constantly. We're first time an app where you could connect with each other. And we will use room 8. There's like two discussion forums, one on frühe Demokratieerfahrung in Spielen, and a second one, it's with the hand microphone, and the second one will be about self-management with games, so more on a psychological level. And lastly, don't miss the Meet Your Peers session. That's like a creative matchmaking where you will bond with new people in a completely different way. And with the rest of the program, it's like with all if someone asks you what's your favorite kid, I'm not picking out anyone. Here on the main stage, we will see some high-class discussions with political prominence, even from European Commission, so that's high level. And the rest, you can float freely all across all the stages. So yeah, that's for myself.
Yes, thank you. So in general, we can say we have 8 stages, 140 speakers, which is a lot, by the way. So, by the way, if you want to schedule your day, because we have so many talks and panels, you can use our app, so you can bookmark your favorite sessions that you want to see, and then you have your personal schedule.
Yes, and furthermore, hello and warm welcome, good morning, guten Morgen, also to the stream. All who cannot be here at the Convex with us, you can watch us live the whole day. We got a bunch of highlights. I think you already mentioned some, so stay tuned and have fun. Thank you.
Okay, so let's keep this intro short. We want to get into the program. So thank you, David and Toby, for kicking off the Gamescom Congress with me. And now we already come to our first talk. Hilary Mason is the co-founder and CEO of Hidden Door, and her studio offers a new kind of role-playing game experiences that are powered by AI. In her opening keynote, which is called The Joys of AI, Hilary will draw from her 20 years experience in AI building, and she'll tell you about the history, the current status, and the future opportunities. So stay tuned. Welcome, Hilary Mason.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And good morning, everybody. All right. We bring up the slides. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody who got up early, who had their coffee and came out here to talk about AI. And I'm excited to share it. And that doesn't work, so we will do it the old-fashioned way. It is the year 2024, and AI has gone through many, many hype cycles, many, many cooling cycles, and we collectively have a choice to make around how we want to use this technology. AI can be something that can enable new kinds of experiences. It can be something that can let people personalize, have different kinds of experiences with content they love that they've never been able to have before. Or it can be something that is merely used to reduce costs, that can be used to move intellectual property around in sort of inappropriate ways. Before I get into the rest of this, for this room, how many people here would say they are using some form of AI or machine learning technology today? Wonderful. And for folks who are on the stream, that's approximately 30% of the room. So maybe talking to people who already get this, which is a topic that's black and white. And this is as an aside, this is a black and white cookie. I'm from New York. If you ever visit New York, you must eat a black and white cookie. But it is a wonderful metaphor for something that is not an easy thing to talk about. It is a technology that offers many affordances, but also requires a lot of nuance. And doing it well is very hard. And so that's really what I want to talk about today, is what is it really? How do we think about it? And what can we build with it? Can I have a handheld? Would that be a little easier? In any case, a lot of experience building AI products in social media, in the enterprise, and in entertainment and games as well, both ones that have worked and ones that have not worked. I want to show you a few examples. In 2009, I wrote a series of scripts, and it was actually even earlier than this. I was a computer science professor working in machine. Here we come with a mic. Okay. My hero. Thank you so much. Okay. Is this one working? Good? All right. So I was a computer science professor, and it was my job to answer emails from students teaching machine learning, and I kept getting the same questions over and over again. So I wrote a bunch of scripts that would automate the responses. And it went really well in a lot of cases, and it went really wrong when it automated follow-ups to my own mother saying, please reply, but we'd already talked on the phone, and she got very mad at me. And so, again, that was good and bad. In 2014, I started a company called Fast Forward Labs, and we built a natural language generation system. This is an example of generating real estate advertisements. Again, long before, and okay. That project was inspired by this one, which was a virtual boyfriend app that got kicked out of the App Store in 2012 for abusing little girls. And I was very curious about where it came from, where the speech generation came from, why it would do things like this, and how such systems could be built. Because again, they can go horribly wrong if they're done in a way that is not thoughtful. In 2015, we did a ton of work in image analysis through deep learning, something we all really take for granted. But before that, it was completely impossible to take an image and be able to ask the question, is this a cat or a dog? Is this a can of soda? That was an impossibly hard problem to do reliably. Those of us who were solving it at the time were cheating. We were using the text around an image to approximate a guess at what might be in the image. We decided to look at it, and we did some things that worked great and some things that worked very poorly. One of the things that worked poorly, we tried to take a picture of a meal and do an estimate of how many calories in the meal. That did not work because there is no publicly available ground truth data that was consistent. If you look at different data sources, 1 cup of milk might be 100 calories, might be 500 calories. So without ground truth, you cannot come up with a good prediction. Another thing that I included here that I think is really funny is we did a very good job with hamburgers, but anything that looked like French fries next to water was a crab. So everything here is wrong. But we understand why as people, right? Cool. And so we built a whole bunch of different products, different ideas, all of these things around different technologies in machine learning and AI that were becoming useful, thinking about how to use them ethically, what kinds of products and businesses they opened up. I've been doing this for a pretty long time. Now I work on Hidden Door. So Hidden Door is a place for fans to come and play story role-playing experiences in worlds they love, mostly from books, movies, TV shows. The idea is that you can read that book, but you're still thinking about it. You love it. You want to be in that world. And with Hidden Door, you can go create your own character and experience it. We use a lot of machine learning and AI, but we try to be deeply thoughtful about the experience that creates for our players. So I'll be using some of this as examples as we go through, but talking in general about what we do with the technology, how the technology works, and where it might go. What we do on Hidden Door is offer the same experience in many different kinds of worlds. So here you can see some very different fictional experiences with the same kind of interface. So it allows players to do anything they want, sort of like a choose your own adventure. And the system enforces the rules of the world and also creates a truly immersive gaming experience. But before we talk about that, what even is AI? And I have often walked into rooms where I have to start with the definitions because even in any room, it is unclear. Is it data science? Is it big data? Is it machine learning? Is it AI? What exactly are we talking about? If we meet in the hallway and you ask me about AI, I'm going to ask you what you mean. And when I asked our corporate lawyer to define AI for the purposes of writing a contract, he said we might as well let Snoop Dogg define it because that's as good as anyone else's definition. Meaning that there is, at this moment, no one definition of it. So I can talk about where it has come from and what we are considering it to be today. AI and machine learning has come from this very long tradition of building models off of data, where we start with collecting that data, being able to predict things from that data, and then now being able to generate things that look like things in that underlying data. And so if we were to think about the dominant thing we meant when we said the phrase AI, if we went back 10 years ago, it was the ability to do something like a spam classifier. Is this message good or is it bad? We would be able to build that by collecting a training data set full of labeled data that somebody would clean. We would manually decide what are the features of this email that might be interesting for applying one label or another label. And then we would train a model, we would tweak it, and we would go through an iterative process until we got a level of quality that was sufficient for the application purpose. Today, when we talk about AI, we are largely talking about functions that are generative, which also have the capacity to create examples that look like the underlying data. We are also talking about deep learning, which is a form of model where you no longer do this manual feature engineering. And so when we talk about generative AI, the conceptual way these systems work today, particularly things like LLMs, is they take all of the text on the internet, all of the books, they take a bunch of copyrighted data without permission, and they learn from that, the patterns and relationships between tokens in that data. It is a compressed representation of what is in the underlying data, so that at best, we can generate things that look like the average of the underlying data, which means that we are creating these engines for mediocrity, and that is aspirational. This is an AI-generated image. I think it's funny. At best, generative systems with unstructured input on this kind of training data will create the median of the underlying data. And I think that is a very important concept to agree on conceptually, because it dictates where they are useful and where the technology is not useful. Because of the nature of these systems, it also has no idea what is true. It does not know a fact. It will hallucinate, which means that it will generate patterns of language or images that it has learned from the underlying training data, but it does not know that one fact is true and one is not, or something has changed in the real world. This is actually one of the things that I think is an asset for gaming entertainment, for fiction. The fact that you can have a distribution of possibilities for something that might follow from something that has already happened, and these models can draw from that distribution. Fiction is beautiful in this way, but don't expect it to be accurate. Don't expect it to be true. And it is full of bias. So if you want to demonstrate this for yourself, you can go to any image generator and you can type, what does a keynote presenter at Gamescom Congress look like? And you will always get that guy. I think we have some of that guy in the audience, and I love you all. But this is an example of how these systems compress and magnify the bias in the underlying data. It is not wrong, but it is not complete either. And it is problematic when we are using it in a way where that bias can be magnified and be harmful, especially if it's automated. And I added one for the audience as well, so at least we have a little more diversity here, but you're all that guy, many of that guy. And you can do this yourself. Go to Midjourney, go to ChatGPT, ask it to make you a picture of this room, and you'll see it's all, no age diversity, no gender diversity, no racial diversity. We're better than what the model thinks. I do want to, as an aside, one of the things I love right now is that if you ask an image generator to make you something with text in it, it is insane. It is really bad in a way that's very, very funny. And this will not last more than a few, maybe one more year, maybe 6 months. So we should enjoy the ways in which it errs that are delightful while we get to play with this. Here I asked it to make a map of Cologne and the best gaming locations in the map in a style of a treasure map. And honestly, perhaps it's German and not just wrong, but it's, very, very funny. So if you are interested in the technical side of AI and machine learning, you will hear about a lot of work in areas like RAG, retrieval augmented generation, in reinforcement, human-in-the-loop reinforcement learning. You'll hear about agents. Each of these things are tools for improving what models can do with a certain set of expectations on what those models are for, sort of the facts. This essentially means the first one is putting a database next to what comes out of an LLM and trying to check it against that database. The second one is changing model weights based on human judgments of what comes out of a model. It is the major technique that the large model providers use to make sure that models will not do anything incredibly harmful. And the last one is essentially taking 100 LLMs in a trench coat under one system so that we can have generations that check each other and also access to different APIs in different formats. All of these things are very useful, but none of them will fix or solve or change what the underlying technology is. And so these are all things we should be mindful of. So what can we actually do with this that's fun? Well, there is one piece of technology I would love for folks to be mindful of called embeddings that allow you to make language computable. So you essentially take a word or a sentence and you make it into a numerical vector, and you can compare it to other things. We use this extensively at Hidden Door, and I'll show you an example in a minute so it can click. But this is a way of taking language and saying, is it like language I've seen before? Is it like language I know? And doing it very quickly and efficiently. I think it's an underrated bit of tech. Also, transforming information. For the same reason, we can take, say, a sentence in English and transform it into a sentence in German with better quality than we have ever been able to do before. And transformation is one of the areas where these models excel, and yet it's, again, an underused capability. And then context-aware generation, that is, writing prompts is I think it's a short-lived, this is a hot take. I think writing prompts is going to go away. A short-lived artifact of the way these models work, but being able to give rich context to a model so that it can create information at the moment someone is experiencing that information can shift a lot of the effort of creating the details of the experience to the moment of playing a game, instead of having to pre-do all of it, but not the effort of deciding what it should be. It should be translated in context, not generated by an AI system. So what do we see in games? First, maybe another hot take, it will not lower costs. It will shift them around, and it will change workflows and disrupt many things, but overall, unlikely to be just about cost savings. It enables a creative dance and a shift in the ways in which we create gaming experiences. So the game developers become more like the directors of a play than the actor, than the writer. It is more about deciding the arc and setting up all the pieces and allowing the systems and the players to provide the context in the details of the experience. And that is something that these systems can do very, very well. And that means that unlike most games right now, where you play through sort of a main quest arc that has been entirely written, players have the ability to change the world. It shifts around what a player can contribute to their own gaming experience. It also can make things more accessible. As a total side effect, we have a safety feature in our system. Players can type anything. So of course, you can imagine they type some things we don't really want to see. And we have a process that translates what they type to appropriate English language. We found one of our players playing in Russian and using that system to be able to type in their language and play in English. This makes our experience much more accessible without a tremendous amount of effort on our part, which is really cool. I'm very excited for more fans to be able to play. So how do we do this well? First, start with principles. I am both a computer scientist and a CEO, and I do believe that the principles go from the technology through the product, through the game, through the business decisions we make. We believe at Hidden Door that machines are not creative, that people are. and that even if they were, and this is why I have a drink, we can have a beer later because this is Germany, right? And we can debate it loudly. But it's people's creativity that matters. It's our players, it's the authors of the world. Machine creativity doesn't matter. The machine is not opinionated. The machine is making mediocre stuff because we tell it to. So how do we use this to really elevate creativity? And how do we use it to economically elevate creativity? AI ethics are business ethics. We make decisions on how we want to deploy a technology, where we want to shift the effort and the labor to. We are deciding that as an industry right now, how we want to build these businesses, where we want the training data to come from. There are several tremendously interesting court cases where you have the norms of 20 years of machine learning industry using whatever data they want without provenance or credit or money, coming up against a creative industry that values those things. And now that's going to the courts. But we can choose to decide how we want to create our products and our businesses, and we can do it in a way that we're proud of, that uses the technology well. And AI changes how we create these experiences and what is possible. So it is not just about doing what has always been done before, but a little bit more efficient. It is about thinking about if something now costs a tenth as much as it did before, what is the new thing that we can do because of that? What are the tools we need? What can we create? And that's the area that I get very excited about. So pragmatically, think about it as a design problem, not a technology problem. This is hard. So we have to think about the experience, the game design, the narrative, the content, the story, the machine learning, and the systems engineering all is one product problem. And it is very hard to find somebody who knows all of those things. I have not yet met them. So it is a team effort. It is impossible to do this if you don't understand it from the math to the systems to the creative all together. And that is, I see, one of the challenges in front of all of us. It is also being very pragmatic, and again, this goes back to having that AI understanding. Use AI for what it's good for, and don't try to use it for what it's not good at. It will not write good stories. It will not make you great art, but it can take direction. It can fill in details. It can translate. It can help you understand what a player really is intending to do. And try to pick the right experience to build. This is not a game. I didn't want to make fun of any games, but this is Google, who should know much, much better. But they built a very dumb search experience that summarized information that was incorrect and gave it to people as an authoritative direction. They should know better, and we can do better than this. This is just the obvious thing. This industry is so creative. We can do so much better. And it means that the experiences get built around AI. And there are a bunch of ways to cheat and be really smart about it, and I'll show you some of what we're doing. And right now, this is extra hard because there is no expectation of a player experience around AI. We are developing it as we go, which means that players still expect what they have experienced in games before. There is no good user interface example, whether it's in games or outside of games, for how to build incredible AI-enabled products. That's part of why we see things like Google telling you to put glue on your pizza. And it is an extra challenge because we can't look to what other people have done before for how to create the thing we want to create. We are collectively discovering this. And another hot take, I think chatbots are a horrible experience. Not a game, not fun, and not good for any use case. So let's do better than that. Okay. So I'll show you some of the ways we use this technology as one example. We believe that familiar tropes make amazing stories. And so everybody knows about a bar fight. Everybody knows about a love triangle. These are all things, when we encounter them in a story, that we know how they're going to go. And that comfort is part of making an experience that meets my expectations as a player. but I also need it to be surprising and subvert those expectations. So what we do at Hidden Door is have a combinatorial trope machine. We mash up all these different tropes. They are all written in English by narrative and game designers, and then they get pulled together at playtime and translated. And we've made a choice. We do not train AI models on the source material. If we work with a novelist or on a film adaptation, we do a statistical analysis like the one you see here to understand it, and then a person decides who are the characters you should meet, what kinds of stories, what kinds of tropes, how should this feel, who can you be in this world? Because again, it is using the information and the data for a person to make a creative decision. It is not about automating away those creative decisions. And it is creating beginnings and then leaving the opportunity for players to get to the end. So we use a notion we call Chekhov's armory. If you know Chekhov's gun, if there is a gun in the story, it must fire by the end of the story. Our system will set up many little narrative bits for players to pull on or ignore. Players can set up narrative bits and the system will pull or ignore. So we create a beginning, we let the player go through it and change the game state and the engine as they go, and then it gets to the end in any way they want. And to do this, we cheat. We use a database, it's a Postgres database, super advanced AI technology, of tens of thousands of words and phrases enriched with metadata, like, is this an item? Is it big? Is it flammable? And this allows us to check anything coming out of a model for accuracy to meet those expectations. So I'm going to end here, but I'm going to show you one of the things we've been working on first. The takeaways of this talk: AI opens up lots of new games experiences. It is really, really hard to do them well, thoughtfully, from the math to the game design to the business design. And this moment in 2024 is the chaotic mess moment. In 2 years, nobody here will be talking about AI. We will be talking about our favorite games that happen to use it. We won't care about AI. We will care about those experiences that are good. And so if I can give any advice, it is this: like, build things that you're proud of, that are excellent. Ignore the hype, because there is something really interesting in the technology, but you have to be very focused on creating a good experience around it. And I'm also going to share with you, we are releasing a game today, which is just a character origin story for The Crow. There's a movie coming out tomorrow. This is based instead on the comic books. So I'm going to show you it as an example of what we're doing with AI. I would love any, come play it. I would love any comments, questions about how it works or what we're doing. And maybe it will play now. Cool. And then I promise this is the end. Here, our player is choosing what kind of character they want to be. They want to be a gamescom attendee. You get to choose your one stat. And then off you go to decide where you are going to begin your story. And here we are trapped in a coffin. And this is where, as an interface, if you don't show people examples of what they can do, you just give them a prompt, they get writer's block. So you have to show them what they can do. But you can also let them type anything they want and see. And here, if you type something that doesn't work in the world, it will say no. If you type something inappropriate, it will say no. If you type something, it will say, oh, which stat is this using? How hard is this for this character in this moment of the story? It will roll the dice for you, and it will tell you what happens. Each of these stories is a super light role-playing experience, takes about 15 minutes to get to the end, and then you get a summary, and you get to continue it or play again. And so we're really excited about this one. Y'all are welcome to come play. We just turned it on this morning. There is a movie coming out tomorrow, so I'm supposed to tell you to go see that movie as well. And we hope you'll tell us what you love, what works, what you find interesting. We are really trying to use all of this technology for the best possible experience. Thank you.
Okay, big round. No? Thank you very much. That's a good teamwork, huh? Isn't it? Thank you, Hillary. Yeah, you did a really great job. Thank you for your insights. And yeah, and I think we all should listen more to Snoop Dogg. I think that's one of my takeaways with your talk.
There's a video, but it is not safe to show on screen at an event. But any of you who are curious can go see the Snoop Dogg definition of AI.
Okay, that's why we just saw the thumbnail.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I think, yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any time for Q&A, but you're going to be here in the convex off stage. Okay, so a big round of applause again for Hillary Mason from Hidden Door. Thank you very much. And now, after a short break, we will be here with another great session. It's called Overcoming Tech Accessibility, Choice, and the Human Touch. Yes, and here is Jörg Tittel from Rapid Eye Movers. Sorry, he will just preparing his presentation. And now I'll hand over to the stream, to the studio, and to Viola. Thank you very much.
So obviously, I'm at the studio now. I like the studio. The sofa is very bouncy. This is going to be a fun day. So hello if you're joining us live and not in Cologne, but from anywhere in the world. Hello to the chat. I see it's early in the morning, but people are already live in the chat. So good morning to you all. I hope you have some coffee and maybe a short breakfast and a good start in the day. And we have a great program here also coming up. And the next talk that we're going to have is, yeah, it's focusing on a topic that is maybe not so familiar to everyone. Because let's say in a not so distant future, maybe I won't be here in the live studio, but somewhere in the metaverse. And now you ask, what the heck? Metaverse, I heard of that, I'm still not so sure what's this all about. So stay tuned for the next talk, because then you will learn everything about digital spaces, how they will develop, and what we can expect in the future. The talk is held by Michaela Mantegna. You maybe know her as Abo Gamer. She's a video game lawyer and an expert in AI ethics, XR policy, and copyright law. And her talk will focus on all of these topics. The talk will be is recorded. It will be a video, but she will remotely join us here for a live Q&A afterwards. So it's called Brain Dancing in the Metaverse: Abundance and Scarcity in a World of Tomorrow. Let's go.
Hi everyone, I'm Micaela Mantegna from Argentina. People know me as Abo Gamer, and I'm happy to be here, at least virtually, and I'm sad that I couldn't be with you in person to present this session that we are going to talk about scarcity and abundance, the future of the metaverse, and the convergence of digital technologies. Let me change to my slides. And here we go. Perfect. Okay, who am I? I always like to start talking a little bit about what is my position. I'm an affiliate at the Berkman Klein Center, where I do research on video games policy and AI ethics. I'm also part of the World Economic Forum at the Metaverse Council, where we talk about the future and evolution of these technologies. And also I spent a lot of years researching, and I wrote a book on creativity and AI and intellectual property. So let's start by addressing the elephant in the room. I know a lot of people would be thinking about this, but why are we still talking about the metaverse? Is the metaverse still a thing? And the thing is, if we go a little back in time, we see that the actual interest in the metaverse had like a spike. We know why it was, because of Meta renaming themselves, rebranding themselves, of course. And then a period of like hype and evolution, and everyone wanted to be in the metaverse. And then the so-called death of the metaverse, which in this article that has a really lot of repercussion. It says something that the metaverse was 3 years old, which for me is interesting, because if we go back to the start, we know that the metaverse is over 30 years, at least the idea of the metaverse, but maybe this is a clue about what's to come. So I propose to you a murder mystery game. Who killed the metaverse? And I love to present my suspects. We have the Baron von Grief, Mrs. Boredom, and also, of course, generative AI. And we could see that the metaverse at some point could have seen as a gold rush, because everyone was talking about how much money the markets were going to be and how much money was betting on the metaverse. And then how much these NFTs were being sold with high record amounts all over. Of course, we cannot go by without remembering the Bored Ape hype, and all it came with that from celebrities flaunting their money, dead apes on TV. And also, we can think like maybe the metaverse died by greed. We've seen a lot of pyramid schemes related to NFTs, rug pulls, terrible, terrible art being sold of NFTs. And then we've seen like those kind of like promises about the value and around the metaverse went down and crumbled like ashes. Another possible cause is, did boredom kill the metaverse? We know that the experiences that we are offering as even more, sometimes more important than the graphics, and that people relate to the stories being told. So there is a lot of publications about and research about how many active users are in these metaverses compared to the cost of sustaining these spaces. And of course, headlines like this, like the Metaverse Fashion Week, had big brands but few people. Another possible suspect is generative AI. We know that there is an interesting research showing that the interest and funding on the metaverse kind of like transition it into generative AI. And of course, could be death by cyberbullying, maybe, because we know that the concept of the metaverse was like heavily criticized, but and with some reason to that for many people. So if we take out all of these suspects, what do we have? I think like the plot twist about this is that the metaverse is not dead, and the rumors of the death of the metaverse are greatly exaggerated. And this comes from like seeing what is happening in the scene, because we are seeing people that is building after the hype in what I like to call the quiet metaversing. And we are seeing a lot of really relevant companies and entities creating hardware and software and spaces for what it can be called the metaverse, or other terms, depending on who aligned with. But also, it's not just private corporations. We are seeing a lot of public interest, for example, coming more from Asia with South Korea, or then in the UAE with policy and metaverse initiatives. Of course, there are initiatives like the Open Metaverse by Neil Stephenson, Lamine One, and industrial metaverse initiatives as well. So I think like telling that the metaverse is dead is probably a problem of definitions, because it has to do with how do we define what the metaverse is. So maybe what is dead is that particular version of what people think that the metaverse is. So for me, the metaverse, and I'm putting my academic hat in this moment, is a convergence of realities, because we are seeing content and infrastructure, we're seeing digital and physical, and the transition into that. We are seeing a convergence of different technologies, because the metaverse and immersive technologies is not made just by one type of technology, of course, and we're going to talk a little more about that next. But also is coming together of things from social media, from gaming, from education, because all of these spaces are going to be integrated in what we are going to see as the metaverse. And as we were talking, it's a convergence of interest, because it's not just talking about consumers and private-owned metaverses, but also talking about what are the public initiatives to create virtual spaces and transition into these virtual spaces. Speaking about this transition from digital from physical to digital, I coined this term, what I call the reality gradient, because another thing what we need to understand is that the metaverse is not going to happen just in VR, and it's probably more on AR. And thinking about this transition, like growing from the physical reality and blending into the digital reality as several stages when we are moving and transitioning, sometimes adding sounds, sometimes adding artificial vision, and going from layers of information that are kind of like integrating the different realities. And also, of course, this is more complex, we can go more deep into this in the Q&A, but there is different areas of infrastructure that are converging and that kind of needs and creates different problems. But also, for me, an interesting point of talking is like what makes the metaverse different from already existing virtual worlds. And for me, that is connection, talking about interoperability, of course, but also social connection, because we need to create spaces where humans can create communities and live and prosper and interact with each other in there. If not, we are going to go back to see all these spaces that are being created with no one inside. And it's interesting because another concern is about interoperability. It's not just technical interoperability, making all these spaces talk to each other and how we're going to render one thing from one place to another, but also all the legal structures that we need to have to bring something from one place to the other, and the contract we need to have. Because in the physical world, you can buy something like this beautiful t-shirt that is on purpose of this talk, and bring it wherever you want. But we're going to talk that that's not the case about the metaverse, because digital items and digital objects are under another rules, different legal rules. And of course, economic interoperability with you as developers know a lot more than me about this and how we're going to make the economies of these spaces work. But if the metaverse is convergence, the thing is that all the problems that we have seen about these technologies are going to be carried on this new space, because there are a lot of things we are still haven't solved in terms of ethics, in terms of legal, in terms, for example, internet jurisdictions, and so on. All of this is going to be transitioning with us into these spaces. And that's why I like to talk about a little story about the tale of two metaverses. Because when we are thinking about the death of the metaverse, maybe what we are thinking is about this concept or this idea of the metaverse that came from social media, like very close gardens where everything that you create belongs to them, instead of like sandbox open spaces that are more close to the things we see in gaming. And this is what I like to think about as metaverse of abundance and metaverse of surveillance. Because if we are going to replicate the models that we have seen in social media about data extractivism and surveillance, we are in a big problem. But instead, if we are going to see universes that are privileging creation and creativity and mechanics with open sandbox, that's another thing, and that will be an interesting route to take. So this goes back to that kind of like impossibility of defining the metaverse, to the internal tensions of what are we talking about? Because as we were saying, on one hand, we have centralization, that idea that we create these spaces that are under one entity that establish the rules and the things that are going to happen and how we're going to transact into this, and everything goes through this central entity. And on the other hand, we have the ideals of Web3 and decentralization and all the things we can do in that area and how we can interact in a more equal manner. But at the same time, this creates problems about governance and about enforcement and about how we're going to regulate these spaces. And for me, all goes back about the viability of these models. How are we going to pay for this model? How are we going to sustain them? It's interesting in this point to think about public initiatives. Are we going to have public funded metaverses? Are we going to see labor-based metaverses when you contribute with your labor? And sometimes we see some of that in virtual worlds and open games that are based on user-generated content. Are we going to have subscriptions? Are we going to have, again, and unfortunately, data collection? Are we going to replicate these models? So that's, for me, one of the talking points that lead us to think about the risks of the metaverse and these conversions of technologies becoming an evolution of capitalism in the worst way possible. Because it could become a perfected way in which we don't require supply chains, because we have digital forms of distribution. We don't have a physical production of goods in the sense of like factories and producing things. But also is one that is more invasive and intrusive, and we're going to talk a little bit about that in the end of the talk, about what is to come in the future and the future of interfaces when new technologies that are around the corner are going to arrive. And of course, one that is really close to my research that it has to do with intellectual property, that it's the metaverse as a digital structure that has tighter control over secondary markets. Because as we were saying, when you have, for example, a physical book, you have a relationship, a legal relationship of ownership. Of course, if you're not lending it from a library or something like that, but you have a relationship of owning that book. And with that, it comes a lot of things that you can do with that. You can gift it, you can resell it, you can do a lot of that, thanks to the first sale principle. But that's not the case, as anyone that owns a library, a huge library of games knows with digital assets. We don't have the same rights, and that's why people are talking about the end of ownership. This is kind of like, instead of you know nothing, Jon Snow is like you own nothing. Because it's interesting that if we are moving into digital spaces, we risk losing everything in between. It's interesting for me. I'm a huge fan of Star Trek. This is a moment that I have to kind of like make that disclosure, that the metaverse sometimes is posed as a post-scarcity utopia. There is no limits to what you can do in the metaverse. You can be whatever you want. And this is really close to the vision that we have in the holodeck. But this is what can happen with the actual rules we have in intellectual property, contracts, and data protection rules. This slide is from a good friend of mine, Ryan Black. He's a video game lawyer and an excellent person. And as you can see, it's like if you need the structure, you're going to download this. And if you don't have enabled this, and you are reaching out from this part of the world, so you don't have access to this content. So even if we have the technical ability to do this, the legal system might not be prepared for that. And this is what I call like the metaverse custom office, because it's imagine like you are living from one place to another and you have to, okay, you are not allowed to enter, for example, Germany with this t-shirt because you bought this t-shirt to be used only in Argentina. So this is something that we should come together and think about it and fix it in order to have the metaverse as we are imagining in the best version. So it implies like reimagining and rethinking your IP strategy. This is how I imagine content portability in the metaverse. And I remember a Lego Dimensions game, which was centralized, but it was fantastic to see all the different IPs colliding into the game, and you be playing with Gandalf, and then it comes someone from, I don't know, Pirates of the Caribbean or Ghostbusters. And it was really interesting because they had to release a little bit of the control that sometimes IP owners have on their IP. And this is another really interesting point, because we see that sometimes overprotecting your IP doesn't lead to the results you might want. And I found this article super interesting because it kind of like postulates something that we're going to talk a little bit more about then after, is about how IP is this tension between protecting and allowing certain content uses, and how by doing that, by just being a little bit hands-off in how the minions were being used by people, the minions got to a place that are really cultural relevant. And this is something really funny, because if you go to any image generator and you ask to generate a minion, you're going to probably have a good image, and that's because it has a lot of examples. And there is interesting research about how kind of like minions beat Disney at the copyright game. I would recommend reading this one. And this takes me back to the justifications for copyright. Because if we think about the theories that justify copyright, they are based on individual and collective thinking. And some are based in economic externalities, like thinking about to compensate labor. Others are thinking about compensating the relationship between the people and the works they have been created, so it's more centered in human values. And one of the interesting things is also that the first, or the kind of like one of the first stepping stones in copyright law was the Statute of Anne, which is from 1710, and it was a reaction to how the content was being distributed. The printing press was in bloom. and people started to print more books, and they wanted to have a control of how people was printing those books. At first, it was a monopoly, and the discontent from people made changes to that system, and they have to evolve into agreeing to certain rights to the people that create it. Because before that, all the things had to go through this stationer's company. So copyright law is based in different assumptions, because we are sometimes talking that authors need economic incentives to create, and they're creating by economic interest, which is not the case, because not all creators and artists are creating content just because they're going to monetize it. There's people that create in free knowledge. There's people that creates because it's within you and you need to create things. And a lot of people does not get any money and continues to create, which is a really interesting critique to these kind of like justifications of copyright law. Another thing is equating more copyright to more culture. So if we protect with more copyright, we're going to have more culture. And this is, again, another rationale that has been heavily criticized, because we see that this is like the clause, the IP clause in the US Constitution that equates to promote the progress of arts and science. We're going to have these exclusive rights. And again, people just do not create because of that. And in the opposite, what we are seeing is sometimes like very stringent copyright rules are hurting our culture, because there is orphan works, there is people that we don't know who owns these works, so we cannot use it. And sometimes we end up with really, really ridiculous rules in what has to come to be known as the copyright wars, and we can talk more about that in the Q&A with fantastic examples of that. And also this thing about thinking that there is no innovation without protection. And one of my favorite authors is Carl Rastiala, is a researcher that talk about the knockoff economy and what is called the negative spaces of IP, which is all of these areas where creativity and innovation flourishes without applying the strict rules of copyright. Think about graffiti, think about food, recipes. Well, recipes is another beast, but think about, for example, in our case, video game streaming. How by allowing people to stream games, which is in kind of like the strict terms of the law, a copyright infringement, we were able to create two relevant industries, streaming and esports. And so because allowing and having more flexibility on these uses of your intellectual property, allow to create all of these innovations on that space. So can copyright accommodate to the current technological changes? And this for me is a really interesting question as we transition from thinking about just internet and digital into generative AI, because we are seeing that with digital, we can replicate files at almost no cost. With the internet, we can distribute these files all around the world almost immediately. And with generative AI, we can create a lot of content in seconds. And we're going to talk about the ethics about that. But the thing is that that idea of the romantic author that we need to protect because it spent so many years working on this book and we need to give them money back so he can continue to create, that's no longer true. And also, everyone today is almost a creator because every one of us is doing content in one way or the other. So this is what I call the Star Trek paradox, talking about we are living in an ecosystem of digital abundance. So why are we still talking about artificial scarcity? And why we are trying to create technical means to replicate that digital scarcity. Also thinking about scarcities, like why are we applying the laws of the physical world? For example, when we were talking about metaverse real estate, and people was paying huge amounts of money to access to some land that was close to or close by other parcels. So if we have digital abundance, why are we talking about artificial scarcity? And when I talk about abundance, I think a lot about AI and how AI is creating this abundance of content. But the thing is, who gets to profit from this and all the wealth that is being created by AI? So for me, it's not a problem about technologies because we have seen this with the print, we have seen this with photography, we have seen this with the internet. It's a problem about redistribution. And there is a lot, you know more than me, what is happening in the video game industry and all the layoffs in technology companies, and people is being laid off and replaced by an AI. And there is this narrative that, oh, if we include AI in the development, of course, we're going to have faster processes, faster pipelines, but we need to keep the people. But we know that in reality, might not be the case. So for me, my question is like, do you think about ethics when you're taking that decisions? So when we're talking about the ethics of generative AI, it's not just the replacement of labor, but also thinking about training your replacement, how the culture is being appropriated and being gatekept by the entities that are developing the AI systems, public domain concerns, because if we are going to afford copyright protections to AI-created works, this could create a huge amount of works that could have like people working or doing works that end up like being similar to those created by AI, and therefore everything becomes infringing. So it's going to be like a really, really messy situation to see if the things you are creating are original or not. And of course, all the problems about bias that because of the time we're not talking about this today. But when we talk about ethics, for me, there's a little simple way to talk about this. Of course, ethics is super complex. It's a field of knowledge and of philosophy, very complex. But we can talk to the point, for the point of this talk, about taking right and wrong choices. And of course, when we go to talking about generative AI, the field is creating a lot of opportunities, but a lot of risk, as we are saying, like replacing talent or locking everything up in terms of property. So it's relevant to distinguish between the ethical considerations of generative AI and the legal problems of generative AI, which is a really, really long talk. I wish I have the time to talk more about all the nuances of copyright law. But the thing is that even if unethical, not all the things that are happening with generative AI could be considered illegal. AI is raising a lot of questions to all copyright principles, changing the ways we think about authorship, originality, the public domain, as we were thinking. And also, when people talk to me about or ask me questions, it's really, really complex. If there is any copyright lawyer in the room, they're going to laugh about this. But we always say this answer is like, it depends. Because it depends a lot about facts, it depends a lot about the law of the country you're talking about. So it's very, very fact dependent, and we cannot provide a straight answer about what is going to happen with generative AI and copyright law. My feeling and my research is that what artists and creators want is consent, attribution, and compensation. And my research is about, can copyright solve these problems? And I wrote this article for the Yale Journal, which I'm happy to share with you. And a lot of things to talk about this, but we cannot go into detail. But the thing is, like, we already have industries that have copyright, and we are seeing that creators are not adequately compensated, and they have to fight. We have movements like Translator in the Credits, fighting for recognition, and these industries already have copyright. So having copyright is not a guarantee that we're going to see a fair and even distribution of royalties. So one of the main points is thinking about universal basic income, universal creative income. There are really interesting studies coming out from this. One that was financed by Sam Altman from OpenAI, thinking about taxation. But if I have to summarize like the main talking points about this, is like giving more copyright gives more power to those already powerful. And this is an argument that comes from this fantastic book by Cory Doctorow, talking about democracy and capitalism and platform capitalism. And the thing is that they equate giving more copyright in the case of generative AI to giving more money to your kids that is going to be bullied and taken by the bullies. Because if we extend or we expand the rules of copyright law, probably the same intermediaries that we have, the same intermediary industries, are going to keep those benefits and don't give back to the authors. Of course, there is another layer of this, that this thinking in terms of generative AI and copyright, it leaves out other types of intellectual labor that goes into training and developing AI. Whereas the so-called ghost workers, another fantastic book that I recommend on this. And we know about how people is being exploited to train these systems, seeing the worst content that the internet has to offer for pennies, and the consequences, the lasting consequences it has on their mental health. So also putting licensing rules can change the development of AI and the development of ethical AI by incentivizing data substitution. And that leads me to think about surveillance capitalism. And I think that's the connecting point of all of this. Because if the business models are based on data collection and selling as ads, we are still ever going to be this, no matter the internet or no matter the metaverse. And privacy in the metaverse is going to become this meme about fighting and fishing for our attention, for our data, just to sell us things. The very things that we were talking that we can create if the metaverse is an open space, right? So why should we paying for them if we can create it? But that's another talk. So a lot of the content that is going to be created in the metaverse is going to be adaptive content based on our personal preferences, of course, tailored to our liking. And that's a very intrusive thing to do. We already know that something like that is happening, but this is going to be more pervasive in the new space. And talking about video game data and privacy, a little bit over time, so thank you for your patience. But we already have seen like a lot of games recording our activity and our preferences. And this is not about Baldur's Gate. This is just a fun example because I love Baldur's Gate so much. But have you ever thought about what your games know about you and what happens with the data? And that is something that has changed from the business model, how the business models in video game industry have changed. For example, from the original Baldur's Gate to now, how things are changing, even though they are, well, in single player / multiplayer in the case of Baldur's Gate 3. But the thing is, we have to talk about definitions of privacy and how we define privacy in the digital age, and thinking what can be done with that data, because we can use that granularity, that huge amount of data that we have on our players for good, for game customization, discovering bugs and good things, but also we can use that for exploiting our players. And we know a lot about this, and there is a lot of people like bringing fantastic content. Shout out to the Ethical Games Conference put by Celia Houghton. There is really good talks on this there. And also, I don't know if you know about this, for example, patents that try to extrapolate your video game data to associate it with your financial scoring. So you play games in a certain way, that means that could be your credit score going down. So what's the future of this capitalism of cognitive surveillance? For me, it's interesting, and this is what has been taking a lot of my research in the past 3 years or so. It's thinking about what is going to happen when we shift to other types of interfaces that are going to be able to be used by neurotechnology. I have a lot of examples, but I don't have time to talk about them. We can talk on the Q&A. But the thing is, like, what happens when the thoughts become data, and of course, they become currency. And the references in the title, for those who love cyberpunk, they might know that in cyberpunk lore, the brain dances are these ways of recording your brain activity and reproducing it. And it might seem sci-fi, it might seem something that is ahead on the time, but the thing is that we are making progress to that. We are creating haptic suits, we are creating wristbands to transform thought into text and thought into action. And this is news from 2024. We are seeing different advancements in the area that is going to make us put a lot of questions about how we're going to use this technology. Some are really good, and some are opening big questions about the type of data that is going to be extracted and how it's going to be used. because as we were saying, we can have adaptive gameplay, but also we can really exploit like the most vulnerable emotional connections. For example, creating AI agents that are able to kind of like create emotional attachment. So there is initiatives like the Neuro Rights Foundation talking about a new future of a new set of human rights. And the interesting thing for me is like privacy and agency in digital spaces cannot be based in compromising or just asking companies to behave and promise that they are not going to misuse our data. And I will leave you with this. This is one of my favorite quotes from Star Trek. Like, we are living in a future, we are thinking about this future of abundance, this future of like replicators might become true really quickly. And maybe generative AI is a sort of replicator, but the acquisition of wealth is no longer the driving force in our lives. We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. My boss cracked because I get really emotional with this quote. So thank you so much for listening. This is my newsletter. If you want to subscribe, if you want to reach out, this is my social media. I would be happy to talk more about this and seeing you maybe next year in person at Gamescom. Bye.
What a great talk. Thank you, Michaela. And by magic, the use of digital magic, we have her now remotely here. Yeah, there you are. Hi, Michaela. How are you?
Thank you so much. So good to be here.
Yeah, unfortunately cannot be with us here in Cologne, but I'm glad that you could take the time and talk with us now, like a little Q&A session.
For us next year.
Yes. So for everybody in the stream who's watching online, of course, there is a chat. If you haven't found it yet, there is, of course, a chat. And you can post your questions to Michaela in the chat, and I will try to ask everything that you have on your mind. So my first question to you, Michaela, is, do you know by heart how many memes do you have in your presentation?
Fantastic question to start. Never have enough that. Thank you so much. I don't know. And all of those memes, just I think one or two are made by me. I love making memes. I think it's my love letter to the internet, my way of expressing things. And weirdly, I think it's like in ancient Egypt, when you kind of like codified an idea into an image. When for me, memes are like that. So I'm super glad that you enjoyed them.
Yes. There were also some memes that I didn't know yet, so a level up on that for me too. So let's look at the chat. Or maybe another first question from my side, because it may be a too bold question, even after your session, but I think many people still struggle to really find a definition for the metaverse, because it has so many aspects and so many features and so many ideas. But do you think it's possible to give like a one-sentence definition of what the metaverse is or could be?
An academic for just one liner of a definition, it's like impossible task. But I think if you have to sum it up in just one word, it would be conversions, because you are seeing a lot of different technologies conversion. And one of the interesting aspects of maybe, because it's as you were well saying, it's like a multi-layer definition, because you have an integration of technologies, an integration of public and private interest, and integration of social media, video games. And I think it's like this multicultural object. And it's interesting because if you go back to the 90s and try to define what the internet was at that moment, we neither have that definition. So it's like evolving, but if you take a photo of this moment, it's like the convergence of all of these digital technologies and how are we going to relate to them. And one interesting thing is that people tend to think about the metaverse as virtual reality. And Neil Stephenson there are a lot of of course, he is big on definitions and explaining what the metaverse is. But one interesting thing was in one of his tweets when he was saying that when he wrote Snow Crash, he didn't have gaming in mind because gaming was just still blooming, was just still starting. So he sees gaming as a gateway to the metaverse also, but in AR, thinking just in screens, in flat screens, not just only virtual reality.
Yeah, just a quick technical thing. I think the sound of your microphone is not so great yet. So I would ask you, Michaela, to just end the call and then join back, and I hope then the quality is better. So I see you in a second.
Sure.
And meanwhile, again to the chat, if you have any questions for Michaela, and sorry for the sound problems, we're going to fix that soon. Write in the chat, and I will read it out loud. Do we already have posted questions? Yes. So there's a question from Pat, and from who else? From Blob. Yeah, AI is trying to take it down. Warning. Yeah, maybe not. So, but I hope that Michaela will join us here soon. So, if you want to check out the program, of course, the website of the Gamescom Congress has all the sessions featured, also of the live stream. So, if you want to have a look on that. And yeah, I've already seen some familiar faces here running around in the new Confex Center of Cologne, Messe. Maybe you haven't heard of that. The Cologne Fairground has a great new building. It's called the Confex Center. It's huge. It's really, it has the size of an airport terminal. And the Gamescom Congress this year is in the new Confex Center on the second level. We have 8 stages. We have more than 140 speakers today, which is quite a lot. I think it's a new record for the Gamescom Congress. And people are passing by. You cannot see it because they pass behind the camera. And sometimes if you see me waving to people, it's because I see familiar faces, speakers, attendees. And it's so great to be back at the Gamescom Congress. Actually, it's my 3rd time, I guess. Because last year we were here, but on the other side of Cologne Fairground. And yeah, before that in the digital version. So yeah, I just hear that we take a short break to fix the technical problem, and then we will be in like just a minute. So grab a coffee and come back soon. So fingers crossed. I hope Michaela is back. Yeah.
Here we are. Yes.
Oh, and the sound is so much better. Okay.
I think the little gremlin had something to do.
Yeah, maybe sucked on the cable. Okay, so Michaela, there are some questions in the chat, but maybe my colleagues can scroll a bit because it scrolled away. The question I wanted to read out loud is now somewhere. Can you scroll up? Yeah. No. Where is it now?
How many hours do you have in Baldur's Gate? Over 300.
A lot of people. The question, there's the question from Pat Pat. How did you get into the metaverse topic and AI ethics? How did it start for you?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. You know, I'm a huge fan of Mass Effect. Huge fan of Mass Effect. I used to do cosplay. And I remember when I was playing Mass Effect, there was this quote by Legion, one of the characters, which was an android. And the thing is that it says, does this unit have a soul? And for me, that was like a really deep philosophical question, thinking about sentience, thinking about AI ethics. And that's how I started doing research. And going into the metaverse, it's always, I have always been curious about culture, about immersive spaces. And it was these natural conversions of intellectual property, all the things that I love, gaming, social media. I have a background on internet governance. So it's like all things coming together, which is interesting because before that, I had a really hard time to explain to people what I do, what I research, and how things connect. So I think in my case, it's also conversions too.
Yeah, I'm a great fan of Mass Effect too, so I totally get that. Generally, it feels like, you know, as a science fiction fan, and you also had like Star Trek references in your presentation. Does it feel for you like somehow we have arrived in the future and things that were just pure science fiction back when we were child are now just really daily business and reality for us?
Absolutely. Star Trek is also a huge inspiration for me, and particularly when it comes to thinking about post-scarcity societies. There is this fantastic book from a French economist that's called Manu Sadia. The book is called Trekonomics, and tries to kind of like investigate and research about how can we imagine a post-scarcity society. And it's interesting because when we are moving from the physical world to the digital world, we see this possibility. We can see at some point like generative AI, like something akin to the replicators that we had in Star Trek. And I remember as a copyright nerd watching The Next Generation, and some episodes thinking about how they share content and how they're going to give movies to other cultures. This was a good episode in Voyager, that they were going to give like the whole amount of movies from Earth to other cultures. And it's interesting because that means there is no copyright. It's not a thing. That's why I love that quote from Picard, because I feel like some of our regulations come from a world that's different now and challenging us to revisit the rationales and the philosophical justification for that kind of frameworks.
Yes, copyright is, I think it's already a complicated topic even before the metaverse and new technologies. As a journalist, I know about that. And I think what we also have to consider is that copyright is handled differently in every country in the world. And the question is now, how fast can each country like rework the copyright law, adjust it to current technologies and developments, especially when we talk about AI? So what's your, as a lawyer, what's your experience? How many, and we talk about years, right? How many years do we have to wait for copyright laws to adjust to the reality that we now live in?
Well, I think we are two layers to this question, because one thing is that copyright law is different in each country, but at the same time, we have frameworks, because of global treaties. So there are things that are really similar between countries. So you have like a kind of like a global standard among some countries, and then local differences in how they apply kind of like the same principles. It's like really complicated. We used to show that the answer that a copyright lawyer is going to give you is it depends, because really it's really fact intensive and you're going to have to consider a lot of things. But for me, is that something we are kind of like carrying on from the 90s, like when we're starting to see like the commercial internet and how things are changing. For example, when software started, they didn't know how to put it within, sorry, she wanted to go. They didn't know how to kind of like classify it within copyright law. So it ended like being classified as a literary work. Because it has like the expressive elements of the creativity of how you write your software, how you write your code, but it doesn't answer some questions about the functionality, for example, of the code, which is not protected under copyright law. So I don't want to go like really deep into this, but for me, this kind of like gap between how technologies are evolving and how copyright is adapting is like widening, and it exploded with AI, because it kind of like questions a lot of principles. Can machines be creative? How we define originality? How are we going to protect or not the products and the works being created by machines? And it's interesting because you have autonomous, you can think about autonomous creations, just pure machine creating, but also assisted creation of works with AI. So it's a really dense question and multi-layered.
Yes, but thank you, though, for trying to give it quite a short answer. I know you could probably talk about that for hours. We have a question in the chat from Macuso. Is AI art derived art, and how is it different from how artists are inspired by other people's art?
Wow, that's a great question. I love, because one of the things I try to reach out to people is that the narratives that are being told around AI art is like the same arguments we see with photography, and like saying that photography is not real art, the same arguments we saw with video games, like this whole question about how video games are not art, which we know is completely false. And the same is happening with AI art. And when you are thinking about if it is derivative or not, the thing is that when you talk about AI, you have to start like opening the box and seeing what is inside. And not every AI is the same, not every model is the same, not every model uses the same technique, not every model uses the same training data set. So it's going to depend of all of these questions. And it's interesting because the question for me, and it's a really good question, is like, it's a problem of scale. Because when you see humans going to a museum and being inspired, it's kind of like that framework. When things go into your brain, we cannot open your brain for now to see how you process that information and how those elements are integrating into the new work you are creating. But with machines, with AI, we have a lot of really complex and really huge, humongous neural networks that you cannot understand how the weights connect and how all the things integrate to see this result. One thing is, when I was doing my research, one of the data sets had over 6 billion training images. And I was looking for data, and 6 billion was the population of the world in the 90s. So it's like saying like every person in the world working in the 90s had a copyright interest on one image, because all of these images were being used to train a system. So it's really hard to trace back if they are derivative or not.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we're running a little bit out of time. I could talk to you like for hours, as I already said, Michaela. So thank you so much for taking the time for the extra Q&A and for this interview. And I hope to see you in person next year. And so we continue with the next session on the main stage, and therefore we also switched back to German, denn gleich folgt dort das Panel Games Standort Nummer 1, wie gelingt Deutschlands Aufholjagd. Mit dabei sind unter anderem Nathanael Liminski, unser von der NRW-Staatskanzlei, und auch Franziska Giffey von der SPD Berlin, Fabian Mehring, Freie Wähler Bayern, Michael Kellner vom Bundeswirtschaftsministerium, und moderiert wird das Ganze von Frauke Holzmeier. Gleich geht's dort los. Ich sage erstmal hier Tschüss, wir sehen uns gleich wieder.
So, während hier noch die letzten Fotos gemacht werden, daran sieht man schon, das ist ein heiß begehrtes Panel. Hier die politische Diskussionsrunde auf der Gamescom. Dazu nochmal herzlich willkommen auch von mir. Ich freue mich, dass der Saal so gut wie voll ist. Das ist sehr schön. Und denken Sie mit, hören Sie gut zu, denn nach etwa 40 Minuten sind Sie auch gefragt. Denn um das hier Ganze so ein bisschen aufzulockern, wollen wir noch ein paar Fragen von Ihnen gerne mit reinnehmen. Also bleiben Sie unbedingt hier, damit wir das noch ein bisschen schön am Ende zusammen zum Ende bringen können. Aber jetzt geht es erstmal natürlich um das Thema der deutsche Games-Standort. Wie schaffen wir das denn jetzt hier eigentlich mit der Aufholjagd? Und da freue ich mich doch sehr, dass wir eine illustre Runde haben. Ich fange jetzt mal da am Rand an. Nathanael Liminski, Minister für Am linken Rand, ja, das ist hier. Ich muss einmal, es ist ja immer so, dass immer die Titel immer länger werden. Ne? Das ist auch so bei CEOs und so. Minister für Bundes- und Europaangelegenheiten, Internationales sowie Medien und Chef der Staatskanzlei des Landes Nordrhein-Westfalen. So haben wir das schon mal geschafft. Dann haben wir mit Applaus, sehr gut. Dr. Fabian Mehring, Staatsminister für Digitales aus Bayern, auch eine lange Anreise gehabt. Vielen Dank. Dann Michael Kellner aus Berlin gekommen, parlamentarischer Staatssekretär im Bundesministerium für Wirtschaft und Klimaschutz. Herzlich willkommen. Und neben mir freue ich mich auf Franziska Giffey, Senatorin aus Berlin für Wirtschaft, Energie und Betriebe. Das wollen wir noch mit dazu nehmen. So, dann, ich fange mal mit einer schnellen Runde an, Frau Giffey. Wir wollen ja auch Sie persönlich ein bisschen zumindest noch alle kennenlernen. Spielen Sie denn selber? Und was?
Also ich bin selber nicht so die Gamerin, aber wissen Sie, am Ende ist es auch gar nicht wichtig, was wir als diejenigen, die für die Gamesbranche verantwortlich sind, zu Hause spielen. Es geht darum, dass wir erkennen, dass diese Branche eine absolute Zukunftsbranche ist, dass es ein wichtiger Wirtschaftsfaktor ist und dass wir alles tun, damit die Rahmenbedingungen so aussehen, dass diese Branche sich gut entwickeln kann. Und das ist auch heute unser Thema. Ansonsten habe ich einen 15-jährigen Sohn, da können Sie sich vorstellen, dass das Thema am häuslichen Familientisch auch öfter Thema ist.
Wir ziehen das jetzt durch. Was wird gespielt? Auf dem Handy gedaddelt?
Nee, das letzte Spiel, was ich gespielt habe, war Hogwarts Legacy mit meiner Tochter. Ich war immer froh, wenn ich mal nach einem abgespannten, wirklich anstrengenden Tag haben wir uns zu zweit auf die Couch gesetzt, haben uns mal wechselseitig einen Controller in die Hand gegeben und das gespielt. Großartiges Spiel, hatte viel Spaß gemacht und ich war dankbar für die Zeit. Die ist jetzt fast 14, da ist man ehrlicherweise als Vater dankbar, wenn sie die Tochter noch Zeit nimmt, mit einem Zeit zu verbringen. Und dafür war Hogwarts Legacy wirklich ganz großartig. Ansonsten stimmen die ganzen politischen Ausführungen, aber das wollte ich jetzt doch einmal erzählen. Herzlichen Dank.
Ich habe gestern bei Aerosoft Bus-Simulator gespielt, hier auf der Gamescom.
Sehr gut.
Sehr schön.
Bus-Simulator.
Bis zum Bus.
Ja, ich habe gelernt, Simulatoren
Ja, das
sind
ist
bei
jetzt sehr
den
berlinerisch, nicht? Für Verkehrsmittel zuständig.
Ich sehe schon, das wird eine lustige Runde hier. Herr Mehring, Hardcore-Daddler nehme ich an.
Naja, mir hat ehrlicherweise diese Chance, Games-Minister sein zu dürfen, wieder die Rückkehr ins Gaming ermöglicht. Ich komme ja eigentlich so aus diesen irgendwie verstaubten Monkey Island-Zeiten und war jemand, der so viel Need for Speed-Stunden hatte, dass man mir eigentlich den Autoführerschein hätte schenken müssen. Aber später war es dann so, dass es irgendwie mit Zeit und so weniger der Fall war. Und jetzt aber halt wieder als Games-Minister mit vollem Karacho. Als letztes gespielt das Oktoberfest-Game an unserem Bayern-Stand. Herzliche Einladung. Müssen unbedingt alle austesten für den badischen Games-Standort.
Und das Ziel ist, die meisten Maß tragen, oder?
Es gibt unterschiedliche Zielsetzungen. Eine davon hat auch mit Massen zu tun.
Oder nur Alkohol trinken?
Das ist in Bayern untersagt, das ist eine Anordnung des Regierungschefs.
Schade, so wenig liberal. Mensch, da könnte er besser werden.
Das haben wir beim DCP schon ausdiskutiert, wir beide.
Da würde ich gerne weiter fortsetzen.
Bestimmt schöne Spiele, die mit Köln oder Düsseldorf zu tun haben. Oder was ist so bei Ihnen?
Ja, wie man am Ubisoft-Stand sehen kann, kommt Gutes aus Köln und Düsseldorf. Aber ich selber schließe mich dem an, was Franziska gesagt hat. Mein Spielen kommt im Wesentlichen zustande, wenn ich mit unserem Ältesten rede. Der ist auch 14 und kennt sich ganz gut aus, deutlich besser als ich und interessiert sich eigentlich für das, was ich sonst so mache, immer nur dann, wenn ich auch über Games rede, zum Beispiel heute.
Sehr gut. So, jetzt wollen wir ein bisschen ernster natürlich werden. Jetzt geht es natürlich darum, wie bringen wir diesen Standort nach vorne und wie starten wir jetzt diese Aufholjagd? Jetzt kann man natürlich fragen, wir schauen auf die Umsatzanteile und Deutschland liegt ungefähr bei 5% weltweit. Ist jetzt ehrlich gesagt nicht so viel bis nichts. Sind wir überhaupt schon losgelaufen, Herr Mehring?
Ich glaube, es ist so ein bisschen, das war ja auch mediengängig in den letzten Tagen gewesen, eine zwiespältige, einigermaßen schizophrene Doppelsituation. Einerseits reißt die Games-Branche gerade einen Rekord nach dem anderen. Wir sind auch in Deutschland bei zweistelligen Milliardenumsätzen zwischenzeitlich.
Ja,
auf der anderen Seite,
wird.
genau, wir haben 35 Millionen Deutsche, die zwischenzeitlich sagen, regelmäßig oder mindestens gelegentlich mal zu gamen und zu zocken. Das heißt, der Markt ist gewaltig und die Tendenz ist auch gut. Zeitgleich sehe ich, dass wir an der einen oder anderen Stelle gerade schon große Herausforderungen haben im Bereich der Studios und denke, dass wir wohl beraten wären, mindestens zwei Dinge hinzukriegen. Zum einen, glaube ich, brauchen wir in der Politik, da meine ich uns alle, so ein bisschen einen Imagewandel im Hinblick auf die grundständige Wahrnehmung von Gaming. Mir sind da noch viel zu viele unterwegs, die sagen, Games, das ist doch irgendwie so ein Hobby für IT-Nerds, die nicht so richtig wissen, was sie mit ihrer Freizeit anzufangen haben, während es zwischenzeitlich eigentlich andernorts längst klar ist, dass Gaming eine Art Innovationsmotor für die digitale Transformation ist. Ich sage immer, es ist die Formel 1 der Digitalisierung, weil es da eine ganz ähnliche Debatte gibt. In der Formel 1 sagen ja auch viele Leute, die fahren da sinnlos im Kreis und verkennen völlig, dass die Dinge, die die entwickeln, 5 Jahre später in jedem VW Golf zu sehen sind und genauso ist es beim Gaming. Die Dinge, die wir jetzt gerade in der Digitalisierung, ich bin ja auch Digitalminister über den Gamesminister hinaus, miteinander diskutieren, im Bereich von XR, im Bereich von AI und so weiter, sind in vielerlei Hinsicht Dinge, die die Gamer als die Pixel-Pioniere mit einer hohen Kreativität vor ein paar Jahren erdacht haben. Und deshalb ist es Wirtschaftsfaktor und Innovationsmotor und verdient maximale politische Unterstützung. Und ich glaube, die Herausforderungen, da werden wir sicher im Nachgang jetzt auch intensiver drüber sprechen, haben natürlich schon auch damit zu tun, dass viele Dinge versprochen worden sind, die bis heute nicht eingehalten worden sind. Stichwort Förderkulisse, Gemeinnützigkeit, E-Sports, Tax Credits und so weiter, sodass wir an internationale Märkte ein bisschen ein fatales Signal senden, indem wir sagen, wir sind halt ein Game-Standort, auf den man sich nicht verlassen kann, weil wir erst groß ankündigen und dann nicht liefern. Das, glaube ich, muss besser werden, wenn die Aufholjagd beginnen soll.
Herr Kellner, das war ja schon quasi eine Flanke an Sie als Vertreter des Bundes, weil in der Tat ja auch Game, der Verband oder auch die Branche, die Spieleentwickler, mit denen man hier spricht, schon sagen, so geht's nicht.
Na, wir haben zwei verschiedene Geschichten. Das eine ist, wie ist der Standort, aber ich gehe jetzt mal gleich auf die Förderung, weil das scheint mir der Punkt zu sein, wo es am meisten Diskussionsbedarf gibt. Und da können wir, finde ich, gerne drüber reden, weil das, glaube ich, auch wirklich wichtig ist. Und wir sind ja dabei und davon bin ich wirklich überzeugt. Wir machen mit der neuen Förderrichtlinie vieles besser für den deutschen Game-Standort. Warum sage ich das? Weil ich davon überzeugt bin, ich habe ja neben dem vergnüglichen Teil für Games zuständig sein, bin ich Mittelstandsbeauftragter der Bundesregierung. Und wir sagen, wir brauchen noch einen Stempel aus Brüssel und vom Bundesrechnungshof, aber wir sagen in der neuen Förderrichtlinie, wir wollen kleine und mittelständische Unternehmen mit 45% fördern, große internationale Player mit 25% und bei Startups, also Unternehmen, die in den letzten 2 Jahren gegründet wurden, nochmal 5% drauf, 50%. Warum bin ich überzeugt davon, dass es ein wichtiger Baustein ist? Weil wir darüber das Games-Ökosystem, auch die kleinen mittelständischen Unternehmen stärker fördern, voranbringen. Das ist mir ein total wichtiger Gedanke, für den kämpfe ich und werbe ich sehr in der Förderrichtlinie. Deswegen unterscheiden wir, das machen wir übrigens in anderen Wirtschaftsförderungsbereichen auch, zwischen kleinen und mittelständischen Unternehmen und großen Unternehmen. Jetzt ist es aber so, und das ist natürlich einfach eine Wahrheit, die dazugehört, ein Fördertopf, also ein Geldtopf, es sind jetzt 50 Millionen drin, wir haben den nicht gespart, was angesichts man muss ja nur Zeitung lesen, um zu sehen, wie schwierig die Finanzsituation ist, bleiben wir bei den 50 Millionen, aber dieser Topf, und selbst wenn er bei 100 Millionen wäre, dieser Topf ist immer beschränkt und es ist immer nicht genug und deswegen ist vor einem Jahr hat der Minister Habeck hier auf der Gamescom gesagt, er spricht sich, das was ich vorher auch gesagt habe, wir sprechen uns für Tax Credits Modelle aus, also für Steuersparmodelle. Und mittlerweile, ein Jahr später, ist es Position der Bundesregierung. Die gesamte Bundesregierung hat in der Wachstumsinitiative gesagt, Mensch, wir sind bereit im Bereich Film, aber auch im Bereich Games über Steuergutschriften, weil die haben den großen Vorteil, deswegen ist es so ein wichtiger Wurf, dass man das hinbekommt, dass die anders als ein Fördertopf, der beschränkt ist, zielgerichtet Anreize setzt und das ist natürlich klar und deswegen ist es gut, dass wir hier auch, deswegen freue ich mich auch, dass ich mit 3 starken Ländern hier auf dem Podium sitze, weil das ist eine Sache, die kriegt man nur gemeinsam hin, weil die muss durch Bundestag und Bundesrat und da kann man es auch nicht sagen, wir wollen aber die Steuerausfälle ersetzt haben, sondern man muss gemeinsam sagen, man will das, um einen starken Standort hinzukriegen, das heißt, da brauchen wir Bund und Länder gemeinsam, ich würde mich freuen, weil das wäre klar kann man sagen, man will 50 oder man will 60 oder man will 70 Millionen, aber der große Wurf für den Games-Standort, das wären die Steuergutschriften. Und da wäre ich froh, wenn wir da gemeinsam sagen können, Mensch, das wollen wir, das setzen wir um, und weil das kann ich nicht alleine als Bundestag, sondern das kann man nur gemeinsam zwischen Bundestag und Bundesrat.
Jetzt haben Sie ganz viel gesagt, da müssen wir auf die einzelnen Dinge, glaube ich, noch mal ein bisschen
Total
gucken,
gerne.
weil Sie verkaufen das natürlich sehr schön, aber so begeistert sind jetzt die aus der Branche nicht unbedingt.
Das ist ja auch völlig in Ordnung, deswegen gibt es ja auch noch Fragerunden.
Aber
und alles.
bleiben wir trotzdem noch kurz bei der Steuergeschichte, weil Sie es jetzt zuletzt angesprochen haben, Frau Giffey. Erstens werden die Länder oder Berlin da zustimmen aus Ihrer Sicht, und auch da ist es am Ende so, und ich verbinde es, soll man eigentlich machen, mit einer zweiten Frage, wenn man da gerade mit den kleineren Entwicklern spricht, kleinere Studios, die machen ja noch gar nichts, gar keine Gewinne, also denen bringt das mal nichts.
Also ich glaube, bevor immer über den großen Wurf geredet wird, muss man vielleicht erstmal so die Nahziele aufschaffen. Und ein konkretes Nahziel ist schon, wenn wir als Länder sagen, wir gehen in die Förderung, und Berlin ist an der Spitze, was die Förderung vom Land angeht. Wir waren im letzten Jahr mit über 5 Millionen dabei, sind auch diesmal wieder mit starken Förderzusagen an Bord. Für uns ist entscheidend, dass wir ein Höchstmaß an Flexibilität haben. Und das heißt, dass wir die Landesförderung mit der Bundesförderung gerne kombinieren wollen. Das muss eine Hauptbotschaft heute hier an diesem Tag aus meiner Sicht sein. Wir sollten uns nicht die Möglichkeit beschneiden, dass Bund und Länder wirklich gemeinsam was erreichen können.
Und das geht
und
nicht
die
mehr,
Stärke der Förderung bisher war, dass wir als Länder sagen konnten, wir gehen da rein, wir haben eine bestimmte Struktur, Unternehmensgröße kann verschieden sein, aber wir machen das auch teilweise gemeinsam mit dem Bund. Und diese Kombinationsfähigkeit, die macht uns am Ende auch im Wettbewerb stärker. Und das wäre ein ganz wichtiger Punkt, auch die Bitte an euch, das nochmal zu überdenken und zu sagen, ja, der Rechnungshof hat Bedenken, aber der Rechnungshof hat öfter mal Bedenken. Wir müssen sehen, was braucht die Branche, was braucht der Wirtschaftsstandort Deutschland, wie sind wir international wettbewerbsfähig. Und deswegen ist aus meiner Sicht dieses Thema ein Nahziel. Und über die Frage der Steuerpunkte und wie man da sich verbessern kann, ist ja auch ein Thema in der Filmförderung. Da brauchen wir einen strukturierten Prozess. Wenn man mal die Zeitschiene sich anguckt, wir werden nächstes Jahr Bundestagswahlkampf haben, also de facto...
Mancher sagt, es geht schon los.
Ja, also ist ja... Aber wenn man sich mal überlegt, wie viel Zeit haben wir denn jetzt noch? Wir haben de facto, bevor richtig Wahlkampf losgeht, ein halbes Jahr, September bis Februar, sag ich mal. So, und in diesem halben Jahr brauchen wir einen strukturierten Prozess, wo wirklich gemeinsam darüber geredet wird mit den Ländern, wie können wir uns da annähern. Und euer Ministerpräsident hat es ja gestern auch gesagt in der politischen Eröffnung, es geht letztendlich um ein faires Angebot, es geht um einen fairen Deal, den wir hinkriegen. Wir als Länder brauchen da auch natürlich Überzeugungsarbeit bei unseren Finanzministern, ist ja keine Frage. Aber am Ende geht es darum, wie wir das jetzt wirklich mit einer großen gemeinsamen Kraftanstrengung hinbekommen, Verlässlichkeit, Planbarkeit und wirklich klare Ansagen für die Branche zu schaffen. Und da müssen Bund und Länder zusammenarbeiten.
Herr Leminski. Auch an Sie die Frage, ja, zustimmen dann zu der Steuergeschichte dann ja wahrscheinlich ja, aber können Sie den Frust verstehen der Spieleentwickler?
Ja, absolut. Ich habe ja auch vor kurzem mal letztlich im Namen aller Länder dem Bundesminister einen Brief geschrieben, wo wir mal sozusagen alles das, was wir mit diesem Förderstopp an Frust verbinden, in konstruktive Energie umgesetzt haben. Ein paar Ideen wurden ja durchaus auch aufgegriffen in dem, was jetzt als Förderrichtlinie vorliegt. Ich sehe da Licht und Schatten, nicht nur Schatten, will ich auch sagen. Man hat die Grenze von 400 auf 300.000 runtergesetzt. Das ist ein Entgegenkommen. Ich finde es gut, dass man bei vielen Ideen, was man auch noch alles an Kriterien an die Förderung dran knüpfen wollte, abgespeckt hat, um es zu vereinfachen. Man muss immer aufpassen, dass da nicht jeder Spezialist oder jeder mit seinem Thema auch noch sich in die Förderung irgendwie reinmogelt, dann wird es irgendwann kompliziert. Das hat man geschafft, aber aus meiner Sicht auch ein ganz großes Manko, das, was Franziska gerade angesprochen hat, nämlich, dass man nicht mehr kumulieren kann zwischen Landes- und Bundesförderung. Das ist ein echtes Problem. Wir haben als Nordrhein-Westfalen, die wir jetzt seit vielen Jahren schon stabil unterwegs sind in der Förderung, nicht umsonst wurden wir von der Branche als Standort Nummer 1 gewählt, haben wir von vornherein gesagt, obwohl wir so stabil unterwegs sind, obwohl wir draufgelegt haben, in dem Moment, wo der Bund sagt, er ändert seine Förderung, und das macht bei uns auch eine Änderung notwendig, sind wir sofort dabei. Weil wir wissen, wo das große Wasser ist und wo das kleine Wasser ist. Und das ist ja das, was uns heute hier auch miteinander auf der Bühne vereinen muss. Wir müssen doch am Ende als Standort Deutschland, wenn nicht Standort Europa, in dem internationalen Wettbewerb bestehen. Und bei allem Wettbewerb unter den Ländern, der gut ist und der das Thema auch vorangebracht hat, müssen wir gucken, dass am Ende die Dinge so zusammenpassen, dass wir hier für Games-Unternehmen in Deutschland ein gutes Ökosystem herstellen. Und da muss noch deutlich rangeklotzt werden. Und ich muss sagen, ja, das wäre natürlich Planungssicherheit, eine Steuerförderung. Ich erlebe es nur gerade im Film, da haben wir auch viele Jahre drüber diskutiert. Jetzt wurde gesagt, das kommt. Bisher haben wir kein Papier. Also ich habe auch ein bisschen Sorge, dass wir am Ende eine Riesenfrustration produziert haben. Wir, in dem Fall dann eher die Bundesregierung, weil sozusagen das Ziel noch höher gesteckt worden ist, aber man sozusagen unter der Latte herläuft. Also die Ziele stimmen jetzt offenbar, das ist gut. Es ist gut, wenn das in der Bundesregierung Konsens ist. Wäre jetzt auch gut, wenn da bald Papier kommt und in der Tat, wie unser Ministerpräsident es gestern gesagt hat, ein faires Angebot. Dann wird eine gute Games-Förderung an Nordrhein-Westfalen jedenfalls nicht scheitern.
Sie wollten ergänzen und dann sind Sie sofort dran, Herr Mehring.
Na, ich würde gerne mal darauf reagieren, weil es ist ja wirklich eine interessante Debatte. Und Nathaniel hat ja gesagt, ne, ihr habt das geschrieben, ich habe den Brief natürlich auch mehr ausführlich angeschaut, wir hatten ja auch nochmal geredet und sie hat gesagt, wir gehen den Ländern entgegen und sagen, wir senken die Schwelle von 400 auf 300.000 Euro. Und warum sagen wir, und das muss ich jetzt vielleicht einfach erklären, auch wenn es ein bisschen nerdig ist, aber wenn wir jetzt schon bei so ganz Förderfeinheiten sind, dann lohnt es sich einmal reinzuschauen. Es gibt 3 wesentliche Gründe. Den einen hat Franziska Giffey ganz charmant gesagt, das ist die Kritik des Rechnungshofs. Da hast du gesagt, juckt dich nicht so, ignoriert ihr.
Habe ich nicht gesagt.
Ich wollte sagen, Sie nehmen die Herausforderung an.
So klang es ein wenig. Ich habe dich vielleicht aber so gehen wir mit dem Rechnungshof nicht um. Der hat uns bei der Evaluierung der Games-Richtlinie sehr klar gesagt, wir sollen diese Kumulierung nicht machen. Jetzt aber egal, selbst sagen wir mal, das Rechnungshofsargument nehmen wir raus. Es gibt noch 2 weitere Argumente, die ich wichtig finde. Und das eine ist, und da müssen wir auch, finde ich, selber zwischen Bund und Ländern ehrlich sein. Du hast gerade zu Recht gesagt, wir hatten ja mal überlegt, gibt es noch Förderboni für verschiedene Sachen? Macht es nicht so kompliziert. Wenn ich mit unseren Beamten rede, wenn ich mit den Projektträgern dahinter rede, die sozusagen die Fördermittel abwickeln, wenn ich mit den Unternehmen rede, diese Kopplung, also die Kumulierung ist ja, dass ich Bund- und Länderförderung für alle dies zusammenpacken kann, ist ein wahnsinnig bürokratischer Aufwand. Auch das macht es nicht leichter und nicht schneller. Das gehört dazu. Und es gibt noch ein drittes Argument. Ich habe ja vorhin ganz bewusst gesagt, und das ist mir wichtig, davon kriege ich vielleicht auch nicht von allen großen totalen Applaus, aber dass wir gesagt haben, wir machen eine Förderung von 45% für kleine und mittelständische Unternehmen, 50% für Startups. Jetzt weiß jeder, der sich ein bisschen mit Förderpolitik beschäftigt, dass wir einen Beihilfestempel von der Europäischen Union brauchen. Und jetzt ist es aber auch so, dass die Europäische Union keine Förderung zulässt von über 50% in ganz wenigen Ausnahmefällen. Das heißt, wir haben sozusagen für die KMUs gar keine Kumulierungslücke, weil wir sozusagen an diese 50% total nah dran sind. Und ehrlicherweise, Games sind auch ein Wirtschaftsgut. Ich wäre jetzt auch zurückhaltend zu sagen, aber die jetzt mit über 50% fördert, das mag gerne die Branche wollen, aber am Ende bin ich Staatssekretärin im Wirtschaftsministerium, da soll ich schon auch ökonomisch tragen. Deswegen ist das schon, finde ich, ein gut durchdachter Vorschlag und wir lassen eine Lücke unter 300.000, die die Länder machen sollen. Und ehrlicherweise haben die starken Länder, Berlin, Bayern, NRW, ihr habt ja gar kein Problem. Ihr habt sozusagen ja eine Lücke, die ihr wunderbar auch gut füllen kann. Deswegen glaube ich, ist das wirklich ein guter Vorschlag, der uns insgesamt voranbringt und von dem ich auch die Hoffnung habe, dass auch alle anderen Länder nachziehen und selber auch in die Game-Industrie investieren als Standortpunkt. Und das ist auch gut und das ist richtig und das wünsche ich mir von den Ländern auch, von allen Ländern. Ihr macht das, aber deswegen, wir haben ja 16 Bundesländer, wir haben sie alle lieb. Deswegen würde ich sagen, es sollen alle machen.
Herr Mehring. Ja, Applaus ist immer gut. Sie dürfen gerne reagieren, vielleicht ergänzen mit der Frage, jetzt Begründung 2, die Bürokratie, aber die wollen wir ja eigentlich abschaffen. Ne?
Ja, die Wahrheit ist, dass wir jetzt ja eine ganze Reihe hochtechnischer Förderbaustellen aufgemacht haben, die aber, glaube ich, wirklich relevant sind, so trocken sie sein mögen, für die Frage, wie kriegen wir diesen Kick-off und einen guten Start. Deshalb versuche ich so ein bisschen holzschnittartig abzuarbeiten. Ich schließe mich erstmal für die Frage der Kumulierung den Länderkollegen an. Ich glaube, bei all den Dingen, die jetzt noch angepasst worden sind, auch auf Druck der Länder, an dem wir uns ja immer auch intensiv beteiligt haben, zugegebenermaßen, ist das, was bleibt, jetzt die Frage der Kumulierung und darüber wird wird auch nochmal zu reden sein. Ich negiere nicht die Bemühungen, insbesondere von Michael, jetzt auch für die Anpassung und Überarbeitung der Förderrichtlinie. Wir haben ja da in der Runde, wie wir heute hier sitzen, auch einen guten persönlichen Kontakt und ich sage ausdrücklich, dass sich da einiges bewegt hat. Ich finde aber so ganz leicht, Michael, können wir dich jetzt nicht rauslassen mit dem Argument zu sagen, die große Nummer sind doch die Tax Credits und dann ist doch alles andere gar nicht mehr so schlimm und dann machen wir den großen Wurf und dann passt alles. Tax Credits wollen wir, ohne Frage. Wir werden uns da aber miteinander verständigen müssen. Ich schlage vor, dass es eine Bund-Länder-Arbeitsgruppe geben muss für die Frage eines guten Deals und der Finanzierung. Ich sage ganz klar, mit Blick auf den Dialog mit meinem Finanzminister, Tax Credits nach dem Modell, dass der Bund die jetzt verkündet und die Länder sie bezahlen, die wird es nicht geben können, sondern wir werden am Ende des Tages eine Lösung brauchen, einen Finanzierungsmechanismus, über den wir uns miteinander verständigen müssen. Wieso sage ich das? Ich sage das deshalb so deutlich, weil ich glaube, dass ich, um meinen Finanzminister überzeugen zu können, zunächst einmal illustrieren können muss, dass der Bund auf diesem Feld ein verlässlicher Partner ist. Und deshalb genügt es auch nicht zu sagen, Flucht nach vorne Tax Credits. Ihr habt angekündigt, dass ihr mit 33 Millionen Sonderbudget PA bei der BKM in die Games-Branche geht. Die Euros, die im Haushalt standen, haben bis heute kein einziges Studio in Deutschland erreicht. Im nächsten Haushaltsentwurf ist dieser Ansatz 0, von wegen 100 Millionen über 3 Jahre, 3 mal 33. Das Erste, was mein Finanzminister mir sagen wird, wenn ich zurückkomme aus unserer Bund-Länder-Runde, in der wir einig sind, bei 50-50 oder sonst wo, ist, sollen wir wirklich einen Deal mit einem Bund machen, der der gleichen Branche 100 Millionen verspricht und bis heute nicht einen Euro da rausgebracht hat. Das ist die Gefahr politisch nach innen. Ihr müsst ein seriöser Partner für die Länder sein. Dann ziehen wir gerne gemeinsam am gleichen Strang. Ich sage das für Bayern zu. Da habt ihr, glaube ich, in vielerlei Hinsicht die frühere bayerische Linie vor meiner Zeit auch verändert. Ich bin keiner, der da mit dem Bayern-Ego kommt und sagt, wir machen das nicht gemeinsam. Unsere Konkurrenten in Games, die sitzen doch nicht in Frankfurt, in Berlin oder in Hamburg. Die sitzen in Asien, die sitzen in den USA. Wir müssen alle zusammenschmeißen und am gleichen Strang in die gleiche Richtung ziehen. Aber da muss am Ende des Tages dann auch der Bund ein seriöser Partner sein. Also Tax Credits, Michael, nach vorne gerne, auch mit starker bayerischer Unterstützung zugesagt, aber bitte dann auch bei den anderen Dingen liefern. Ihr habt im Koalitionsvertrag Gemeinnützigkeit E-Sport stehen, ihr habt die Tax Credits drin, ihr habt angekündigt 33 Millionen 3-mal. Es ist nichts davon passiert. Und das ist nicht nur ein fatales Signal nach innen, was meine Auseinandersetzung mit dem Finanzminister für zukünftige Projekte schwieriger macht, sondern ist vor allen Dingen ein fatales Signal nach außen. Weil wir wollen ja auch ein internationaler Premium-Standort für Games sein. Wir wollen doch Developer aus der ganzen Welt hierher holen, wie wir es bei anderen Zukunftstechnologien, AI und Co. auch tun. Was soll ich denn denen sagen, um die anzusiedeln? Bayern ist Gott sei Dank das Land, wo es die meisten neu gegründeten Studios gibt im Moment, trotz abflachenden Trend, wo auch jetzt international Developer zu uns kommen. Aber ich muss denen im Moment immer erstmal klarlegen, dass sie sich auf uns verlassen können mit all dem, was wir in Bayern tun, weil unser offizieller Ruf, und das ist schon eine Rufschädigung, die ihr da verursacht habt, im internationalen Umfeld in der Gameswelt ist, Deutschland ist ein Standort, auf den kann man sich nicht verlassen, die kündigen 100 Millionen an und 0 Euro kommen an. Also bitte erst Hausaufgaben machen und dann gerne in die Zukunft gemeinsam am gleichen Strang ziehen.
Zumal es ja auch so ist, dass also der Gameverband sagt, die Rahmenbedingungen verschlechtern sich einfach nochmal, nachdem ja sowieso schon es 2 Stopps von Förderanträgen gab, weil Geld ist halt mal schnell weg und dann passiert nichts mehr, Frau Giffey. Können Sie den Frust da verstehen? Kommt einfach nichts mehr an.
Ich kann den Frust verstehen und der hängt natürlich vor allen Dingen damit zusammen, dass die Branche Verlässlichkeit braucht, weil geplant werden muss, weil bestimmte Vorbereitungen gemacht werden müssen, weil es am Ende auch daran hängt, stelle ich Leute ein oder nicht. Und für uns ist immer, auch das sehen wir bei uns auch in der Landesgames-Förderung, es ist enorm wichtig, dass wir verlässlich sagen, wir machen das, wir stehen dazu. Wir haben im Moment gerade ein ganz großes Projekt in Berlin, das House of Games, wo wir sagen, wir schaffen eine Anlaufstelle wirklich für unsere Indies, für die Großen, die Global Player, für Förderberatung, für Vernetzung, für die Computerspielesammlung, für all diese Dinge. Und wir investieren da rein und wir stehen dazu, dass das absolute Priorität für uns hat. Und das bedeutet dann auch, dass wir große Player an Bord holen, die sagen, das finden wir ein spannendes Projekt. Wir arbeiten nächstes Jahr daran, die Eröffnung ist für Januar 26 geplant. Das sind konkrete Sachen, da haben wir Verlässlichkeit und zurückkommt Engagement der Branche. Und das ist bei den Fördermitteln ganz genauso. Wir haben die Kanadier, die Amerikaner, Amerikaner, die bei uns sind und sagen, sag mal, wie ist denn das jetzt bei euch? Also wir überlegen, ob wir nach Berlin kommen, aber wie sieht es mit der Bundesförderung aus? Haben wir in der Filmbranche ganz genauso, die ganze Kreativbranche, und da ist natürlich das, also selbst wenn nicht 100% der Wünsche in Erfüllung gehen, wissen wir auch, ja, dass ihr nicht immer alles machen könnt, was wir wollen. Aber das Entscheidende ist zu wissen, wie viel Prozent und was genau geht denn in Erfüllung und was können wir unseren Partnern sagen. Und wir als Land haben da eine ziemliche Verlässlichkeit, aber wir brauchen eben auch die klare Ansage vom Bund. Und natürlich, wenn ein Teil der Mittel über das Wirtschaftsministerium läuft, ein Teil über BKM, dann ist das schon mal eine Sollbruchstelle. Und ich sag mal, wünschenswert ist immer, wenn die Dinge, wenn es nicht aus einer Hand geht, dann wenigstens gemeinsam laufen. Und Mittel, die liegen bleiben, sind nie gut. Und da wünschen wir uns natürlich schon, dass wir zu Verfahren kommen, wo das auch abfließen kann. Und,
ich sehe 3 Gesichter, die unbedingt reagieren wollen.
Ja,
Wir müssen uns
also
jetzt auf eine Reihenfolge
auf jeden Fall
einigen.
sehr, sehr gerne. Und ich glaube, da sind wir uns aber ziemlich einig. Ne?
Absolut, da sind wir uns einig. Und deswegen will ich, damit wir hier auch konkrete Ergebnisse produzieren, nochmal das aufgreifen, was Kollege Mehring gerade eben aus Bayern gesagt hat. Lass uns doch mal in eine strukturierte Zusammenarbeit kommen. Denn Michael, du weißt, dass wir zwar punktuell dann miteinander sprechen, auch einzeln immer, auf der Referentenebene gibt es das auch gelegentlich, aber ich wundere mich, dass es bisher gerade in einer solchen Situation, jetzt mehrfacher Antragsstopp, Riesenfrust in der Branche, nicht den großen Ansatz seitens des Bundes gibt, zu sagen, so wir machen jetzt einmal eine Bund-Länder-Gruppe, die nicht ewig tagt, sondern die einmal den großen Wurf tatsächlich miteinander plant, sondern das wird als geheime Kommandosache geplant, kommt dann immer rechtzeitig zur Gamescom gerade noch raus, ist aber noch nicht in der Bundesregierung final abgestimmt. Das sorgt dann immer irgendwie in der Performance eher dafür, dass mehr Fragen als Antworten manchmal gegeben sind, so sehr ich ja gerade eben auch einzelne Bestandteile gewürdigt habe. Und deswegen ist mir wichtig, und das ist auch das Angebot, und ich finde, das passt auch zur Gamescom, wir reden hier viel über Gemeinsamkeit, über Zusammenhalt, dass wir endlich dahin kommen, auch strukturiert gemeinsam in die Verantwortung zu gehen. Das ist nämlich auch damit verbunden. Es ist ja nicht nur damit verbunden, irgendwie irgendwelche Dinge vielleicht früher zu wissen, sondern natürlich, dann halten wir auch alle den Kopf dafür hin. Aber ich kann verstehen, wenn ein Games-Unternehmer mir sagt, irgendwie hat man in Deutschland das Gefühl, man wird da von Pontius zu Pilatus geschickt. Der eine sagt, der andere ist doof. Und dann gehe ich zum nächsten und der sagt mir, nee, der erste war doof. Der dir gesagt hat, dass der andere doof war. Irgendwie muss was mal verlässlicher werden. Und da würde ich mir wünschen, das kann nur vom Bund ausgehen, das Angebot der Länder, der starken Länder zumindest, kannst du mitnehmen, dass wir da in eine strukturierte Zusammenarbeit kommen, um solche Fragen wie Kumulierung oder nicht auch so vorher zu klären, dass wir sie anschließend gemeinsam erklären können. Du hast ja durchaus sachliche Argumente genannt, die gewichtig sind, die man einfach nicht wegwischen, die man nicht einfach so wegwischen kann. Aber man muss halt sagen, oder es gibt ein anderes Thema, Förderung, Förderstopps. In der neuen Richtlinie ist jetzt vorgesehen, 2-mal im Jahr kann man sich bewerben. Es gibt jetzt viele, die finden das blöd, weil die sagen, es ist irgendwie schlecht, dass ich nur so 2 feste Daten habe. Ich glaube, das ist die Schlussfolgerung aus dem mehrfachen Antragsstopp, dass ihr halt sagt, bevor wir unterwegs eine Vollbremsung machen müssen, wollen wir wissen, dass wir nur das ausloben, was tatsächlich da ist. Das kann ich von Seiten, ich bin jetzt 7 Jahre Chef der Staatskanzlei, von Seiten einer Verwaltung oder einer Administration total nachvollziehen. Das muss man allerdings, glaube ich, erklären, damit die Leute verstehen, das dient letztlich der Vorbeuge eines solchen frustrierenden Ereignisses wie das, was wir jetzt seit vielen Monaten haben, nämlich einen Antragsstopp. Und diese Dinge gemeinsam zu erklären, das hätte, glaube ich, einen riesen Mehrwert, und das ist für mich auch Frage der strukturellen Aufstellung als Game-Standort, damit wir auf Dauer mehr Verlässlichkeit ausstrahlen, weil es ist so, wie er gerade eben gesagt hat, der Schaden ist schon da durchaus international. Das muss man einfach realistisch sehen. Und ich glaube allerdings nicht, dass er unheilbar ist, sondern daran können wir gemeinsam arbeiten, und dafür müssen wir jetzt in die Hände spucken.
Herr Mehring, Sie wollten eben auch noch, aber gerade diese gemeinsame Verantwortung, wie kann man es denn konkret verbessern?
In genau der Richtung würde ich uns bestärken wollen, im Sinne dessen, dass wir dann vielleicht heute nicht nur ein Publikum bespaßt oder gelangweilt haben, sondern
nein, wir wollen die alle noch
nach
integrieren.
vorne was draus
Jeden
machen am
Einzelnen.
Ende des Tages. Vielleicht kann es ja der Kickoff sein, von der Gamescom aus, Michael, zu sagen, wir schaffen uns eine echte Struktur, so eine Art Bund-Länder-Gremium, ob das an der Digitalministerkonferenz, woran auch immer hängen kann in Zukunft, um diese Dinge miteinander zu koordinieren. Ich halte es für dringend nötig und habe mich eigentlich deshalb zu Wort gemeldet, weil ich das nochmal illustrieren wollte. Denn meine feste Überzeugung ist, wir haben einen echten Wirtschaftsfaktor, der hochdynamisch wächst, während die Gesamtwirtschaft in diesem Land im Moment stagniert im Bereich Gaming. Ich habe allein in Bayern zwischenzeitlich da viele tausend Arbeitsplätze, viele hundert Studios im Freistaat. Das heißt, das ist hochrelevant, was wir da tun. Und deshalb müssen wir liefern und da genügt es dann nicht, wenn wir den Leuten sagen, da ist ja die andere politische Ebene schuld. Da teile ich total deine Einschätzung. Ja? Oder wenn wir sagen, jetzt ist etwas ja offizielle Programmatik der Bundesregierung. Ja, ganz schön. Ja? Nur davon hat kein Game Studio da draußen irgendwas. Wir müssen am Ende des Tages die PS auf die Straße bekommen und auch wirklich umsetzen. Und wovor ich warnen möchte, ist, gerade in der Runde, in der wir heute zusammensitzen, ist, dass wenn wir das nicht tun, wir Gefahr laufen, dass wir dann auch das Länderengagement irgendwann nicht nur in seiner Hebelwirkung beschränken, sondern sogar abwürgen. Wenn ich schaue, was wir jetzt in Bayern getan haben, seit ich Gamesminister sein darf, dann haben wir Games-Referat gegründet, Rekordforderung, die Gamerei, ihr macht jetzt das selber auf den Weg gebracht.
Wir machen was anderes.
Mindestens genauso gut, möglicherweise kriegen wir da sogar 2 Leuchttürme zusammen, wir wollen es ja gemeinsam tun, wie auch immer. Ja? Nichtsdestoweniger, da ist jetzt unheimlich viel passiert, nur ich muss das in der politischen Mittelkonkurrenz auch immer begründen, warum wir genau das tun und andere Dinge nicht tun. Und deshalb müssen wir dann auch in der Lage sein, die Dinge miteinander abzustimmen. Es kann nicht sein, wenn ich als bayerischer Gamesminister, und da sind wir, wie wir hier sitzen, ja wirklich an der Spitze der Bewegung, auf neue Förderkulissen warte, dass ich dann qua Zeitungswissen und Pressespiegel ausdeuten muss, Michael, was dein Chef gestern Abend vielleicht zwischen 2 Zeilen in einem Halbsatz zur Eröffnung der Gamescom gesagt hat oder nicht gesagt hat. Wir sind verdammt nochmal relevant als Länder. Wir geben da auch Millionensummen in dieses Thema und ich erwarte, das sage ich ganz deutlich, wenn wir uns heute verständigen, dass wir da gemeinsam am gleichen Strang in die gleiche Richtung ziehen in Zukunft. Ich erwarte dann auch, dass wir a priori, wenn die Diskussion beginnt, in Fragen wie neue Förderkulissen, Länderkumulierung und so weiter mit einbezogen sind. Ich akzeptiere nicht, dass uns da ein Ergebnis mitgeteilt wird, das wir dann wechselseitig bewerten können. So kann es nicht gehen. Nochmal, die Mitbewerber sind international. Wir müssen deutschlandweit eine gemeinsame Linie haben und es geht nur, wenn wir uns von Beginn an gemeinsam abstimmen und nicht ihr am grünen Tisch euch irgendwas ausdenkt, das den Ländern mitteilt und dann ein halbes Jahr gar nichts vorangeht, weil wir nicht einig werden.
Jetzt dürfen Sie.
Ja, weil es jetzt, ehrlicherweise, das fand ich jetzt ein bisschen, also ich will mal so sagen, die Länder, es gab zuletzt zuvorletzt ein Bund-Länder-Treffen in München bei der wunderbaren Preisverleihung Computerspielepreis. Daraufhin im Nachgang habt ihr uns nochmal die Diskussion verschriftlich geschickt, den Brief, das hast du ja gerade erwähnt. Es gab gestern, ich weiß nicht, ob dein Land auch da war, aber es waren alle Länder eingeladen, gab es ja nochmal ein Bund-Länder-Treffen. Ich will nur sagen, weil es klang jetzt bei dir so, als würden wir uns nur einmal auf dem Panel treffen, einmal im Jahr und es gäbe keinen strukturierten Arbeitsprozess zwischen Bund und Ländern. Und das stimmt nicht. Das will ich einmal erläutern, damit dieser Missverständnis, das wolltest du schon gar nicht erzeugen, aber damit es nicht so im Raum steht, sondern ich wollte sagen, es gab gestern ein Treffen, da war unsere Unterabteilungsleiterin da, es war der Referatsleiter, es waren die zuständigen Fachleute.
Um 15 Uhr und die Habeck-Rede war um 18 Uhr.
Die waren alle, wir saßen zusammen, wir haben die Vorschläge, also ich will nur sagen, es gibt einen strukturierten Prozess, es gibt Vorschläge, wir sind darauf zugegangen. Wir sind uns vielleicht nicht an allen Stellen einig, das finde ich ja auch okay. Aber ich wollte nur sagen, man sollte schon nicht so tun, als gäbe es keinen prozeduralen, organisierten Bund-Länder-Austausch. Das ist der eine Punkt, aber das klingt jetzt sehr formal.
Michael, darf ich da mal ganz kurz rein?
Das ist auch, glaube ich, nicht so wichtig. Lass mich einmal kurz zu den Inhalten sagen, weil das, glaube ich, der wichtige Punkt.
Nur zu dem Punkt, wenn du erlaubst. Du hast recht, ich habe es gerade eben bewusst auch gesagt, auf der Arbeitsebene gibt es so etwas, aber der Punkt, den Fabian gemacht hat, der war ja vorher, bevor entschieden wird, auf der politischen Ebene miteinander zu reden. Nicht, um daraus einen großen Zirkus zu machen. Wir brauchen nicht Ministerpräsidentenkonferenz in Small,
Lass mich da gleich mal
sondern was wir brauchen, ist vorher reden, damit uns nicht eine Förderrichtlinie präsentiert wird, die anschließend per Presse oder schon vorher per Pressemitteilung verkündet ist und gesagt wird, friss oder stirb, sondern dass wir euch sagen können, Achtung, bei dem und dem Punkt. Und ich habe es extra gerade eben gesagt, auch damit ihr uns anders in die Verantwortung nehmen könnt. Das ist das explizite Angebot, was damit mit verbunden ist.
Ich fand ja auch völlig in Ordnung, du hast ja vorhin auch selber beschrieben, was du gemacht hast und dass wir an einigen Stellen auf euch zugegangen sind, an anderen Stellen nicht. Das ist ja normal. Also ich meine, es ist jetzt nicht so, aber lass uns das, ich finde, das eine ist, ja, wir geben dieses Jahr 50 Millionen aus für die bestehende Förderung. Klar würde ich mir mehr wünschen und klar ist es scheiße, dass wir einen Antragsstopp haben, dass wir nur bestehende Projekte fördern. Und es ist ja nun mal so, dass ein Computerspiel, ich meine, das ist ja wirklich interessant, wenn man mit den Entwicklern redet, wie lange das dauert, bis von der Entwicklung bis ein Spiel da ist. Es vergehen ja mehrere Jahre.
Viele machen auch noch Jobs nebenbei, weil sie es sonst gar nicht schaffen würden.
Aber ich will auch die Logik, warum das Geld, es wird ja gefördert, nur einmal zu erklären, was passiert ist. Die Förderung war so erfolgreich, dass wir viele Anträge hatten und die werden ja in Jahresscheiben, 3 oder 4 Jahre ausgezahlt. Das heißt, das Geld für das Jahr 2024, die 50 Millionen, ist ja nicht. Es wird ja ausgegeben, es wird nur für Projekte ausgegeben, die schon in 23 und 22 sozusagen angefangen haben. Wenn die fertig sind, gibt es wieder Spielräume, deswegen 25, deswegen neue Förderrichtlinien. Das ist total unbefriedigend, dass dieser Zeitraum da ist. Ich wollte nur einmal den Mechanismus erläutern, weil diesen Mechanismus, den ändern wir ja nicht, wenn wir 60 Millionen reinschlagen oder 70, klar, dann ist der Topf ein bisschen größer, aber dass er leer laufen kann, dieses Risiko bleibt ja immer da. Und deswegen haben wir auch gesagt, auch das war übrigens auch ein Wunsch auch von euch mit und auch aus der Branche, wo wir gesagt haben, wir machen ein Fördermittelradar. Also wir sozusagen so ein Ampelsystem, ja, grün ist super. Ich lasse mal den Rest. Also wir machen ein Ampelsystem. Entschuldigung, wir machen ein Ampelsystem, wo man nachvollziehen kann.
Das Beste ist, wenn die Ampel aus ist und schwarz.
Wie weit? So hatten wir den Vorschlag nicht gemeint.
Stillstand, aber egal. Ihr wisst, was ich meine. Also wir machen das. Auch das ist ein Punkt, der ein Wunsch war, den wir umsetzen. Aber lasst mich noch mal an einer Stelle, weil da bin ich gerne bereit, lasst uns da gerne politisch zusammensetzen, weil ich bin hellhörig, wenn ich sage, ich muss meinen Finanzminister auch überzeugen. Das mussten wir auch. Also weil Tax Credits, um das mal auszusprechen, heißt erstmal kurzfristig Steuerausfall. Lasst uns das aussprechen. Ich bin davon überzeugt, und das zeigen auch internationale Studien, wir haben uns das sehr genau auch im Zuge der Evaluierung angeschaut, zeigt natürlich, dass es dann natürlich auch Steuergewinne gibt, weil sie Unternehmen ansiedeln, die produzieren, die verkaufen und das kommt zurück. Das Problem für den Finanzminister ist, es kommt nicht in demselben Jahr zurück, wo die Steuerausfälle hat. Das ist die Logik.
Vielleicht noch nicht mal in der Legislatur. Ne?
Ja, genau, das ist halt die Logik. So, deswegen ist es schon wichtig, dass der Finanzminister der Bundesrepublik diesen Vorschlag mit unterschrieben hat. Was wir jetzt aber nicht machen können, ist zu sagen, weil du sagst fair, naja, wir können jetzt nicht sagen, wir ersetzen die Steuerausfälle der Länder, weil es ja 50-50 Steuerausfall, den man hat, sondern es muss insgesamt sein, Mensch, wir wollen das stärken und ich bin überzeugt davon, dass gerade Nordrhein-Westfalen, Bayern, Berlin stärker von diesen Steuersparmodellen profitiert als wahrscheinlich Mecklenburg-Vorpommern oder Niedersachsen. Das ist einfach mal auszusprechen. Auch das gehört ja in so einer Bund-Länder-Frage mit dazu. Aber ich bin gerne bereit, das finde ich gut, wenn wir sagen, okay, wie kann ein Tax-Credits-Modell aussehen, was von den Ländern mitgetragen wird. Das muss aber auch solidarisch in der ursprünglichen Finanzierung, also in der Frage, ne, wer trägt denn die Steuerausfälle im ersten und im zweiten Jahr, und dann kommt das von mir aus auch nach einer Legislaturperiode zurück. Aber ich bin überzeugt davon, mit dem Modell, und das zeigt sich ja international, gewinnt der Standort, oder am Ende haben wir mehr Steuereinnahmen. Das klingt jetzt so ein bisschen Voodoo-mäßig, aber das sind die Erfahrungen aus anderen Ländern. Nur passt es halt nicht zu einer kameralistischen Haushaltsführung, weil es nicht in einem Jahr abgedeckt ist. Und deswegen müssen wir eine gemeinsame Lösung haben. Da bin ich gerne bereit, mich euch hinzusetzen und da ein Modell auszuarbeiten. Ich sage nur, wir brauchen in dieser Stadtfinanzierung, also in diesem Anfangslauf, da müssen wir gemeinsam laufen. Weil es wird nicht sein, dass der Bund sozusagen sagt, wir kompensieren jetzt alle Steuerausfälle in den Ländern. Das kann nicht funktionieren, weil dann sagt der Bundesfinanzminister, würde ich auch sagen, das ist keine faire Aufgabenteilung. Und da, lass uns da gerne drüber reden, finde ich super. Und dann brauchen wir eine Mehrheit im Bundestag und Bundesrat dafür, und die könnten wir hinkriegen. Und lass uns da an einem konkreten Modell arbeiten. Da habe ich Spaß dran. Und ich glaube halt nur, dass es an der Tat ist, am Ende des Tages brauche ich die 50 oder 80 Millionen Förderung brauche ich für kleine und mittelständische Unternehmen, die brauche ich für Startups, die tatsächlich von der Steuerrückerstattung erstmal noch gar nicht profitieren, weil es ja am Anfang steht oder die auch nicht 2 Jahre warten können, bis es über die Steuer zurückkommt. Dafür brauche ich diese KMU-Förderung, aber für die größeren Projekte, da ist natürlich das Steuermodell das wesentlich bessere. Deswegen ist auch in die Logik so angelegt, dass wir in dieser neuen Förderrichtlinie so stark auf KMUs stärker als vorher abzielen. Davon bin ich auch überzeugt, dass es richtig ist, weil das insgesamt den Standort stärkt. Ja.
Herr Kellner, jetzt haben wir schon mal uns verabredet. Das ist ja schon mal gut, dass Sie sich alle nochmal zusammensetzen. Das freut uns. Frau Giffey, Sie hatten das House of Games gerade schon erwähnt, ne? Und schön aufgezählt, was da alles stattfindet. Ne? Eigentlich ist ja alles dabei, was man so kennt. Wenn wir jetzt den Gedanken eingehen, die Bundesländer sprechen sich ab, man arbeitet zusammen, weil unsere Wettbewerber sind eben nicht in Frankfurt, wie Herr Mehring gesagt hat, sondern die sind eben in den USA, in Kanada oder in Saudi-Arabien, wer weiß, also auf der ganzen Welt. Würde es dann nicht auch Sinn machen, ein Bundesland konzentriert sich darauf, das nächste Bundesland konzentriert sich vor allem darauf, dass nicht alle alles machen, sondern dass man Kräfte bündelt?
Naja, also ich sag mal so, Ich finde schon gut, wenn in so einem großen Land wie Deutschland wir mehrere Standorte haben, wo klar ist, die stehen für dieses Thema. Und dieser Zentralismus, einer macht und alle anderen lehnen sich zurück, das funktioniert
Das können ja alle
nicht.
Games machen, die also, Indie, die machen...
Ja, na, so ist aber das Leben nicht. Also ich sag mal, wir müssen schon gucken, was macht unsere Standorte krisenresilient, was macht sie stark am Ende. Und wenn ich mir angucke, Berlin wird dieses Jahr ein Wirtschaftswachstum über Bundesdurchschnitt haben, wir werden bei 2%, landen der Bundesdurchschnitt 0,3. Das liegt natürlich, wenn man sich fragt, warum ist das so, an der Unternehmensvielfalt, die wir haben. Die Vielfalt der Branchen machen am Ende die Krisenresilienz. Und das gilt ganz genauso, wenn man sich den Game-Standort anschaut. Dann ist am Ende der Standort stark, der wirklich ein Angebot machen kann für die unterschiedlichen Akteure. Ob das ein Indie ist, ob das die Frage der großen Player sind, die einfach einen Ort finden, wo sie gut aufgehoben sind, wo sie einfach Talente haben, wo die Startup-Szene stark ist. Das ist wichtig, dass wir uns vielfältig aufstellen und auch für alle Akteure einfach eine Ansprechstruktur haben. Und das muss auch in Deutschland mehrere Orte geben, an denen das möglich ist. Und ich meine, wir betteln uns ja immer gerne ein bisschen mit Köln und mit München und Berlin. Das ist ja auch okay, ich sag mal, konkurrenzbelebtes Geschäft. Ja? Und wir verstehen uns ja trotzdem. Und am Ende, wir arbeiten für eine gemeinsame Sache, nämlich, dass wir den Game-Standort Deutschland stärken. Aber wir arbeiten auch für die Wirtschaftskraft in unseren Ländern. Und wir sehen einfach, wenn ich mir unsere Startup-Szene in Berlin angucke, wir haben über 100.000 Beschäftigte, über 5.000 Unternehmen, allein im Gaming-Bereich sind es mehr als 300, die da dranhängen. Wir sehen einfach, wo sind da die großen Wachstumsfaktoren? Es ist Fintech, es ist Greentech, es ist Healthtech und es ist Games. Und in den anderen dreien, Fintech, Greentech, Healthtech, sind überall Gaming-Instrumente drin. Wir sehen, dass Leute, die in der Chirurgie arbeiten, durch Gaming-Fähigkeiten oder durch Technologien, die aus dem Gaming-Bereich kommen, besser werden. Wir sehen es bei allen Technologien, die auf Nachhaltigkeit setzen. Der ganze Fintech-Standort Berlin ist davon abhängig, dass Technologien, die im Gaming-Bereich entwickelt worden sind, auch zur Anwendung kommen. Insofern hängt das miteinander zusammen. Und wir müssen vielfältig und breit aufgestellt sein an mehreren Standorten in Deutschland. Dann sind wir krisenresilient und stark. Und deswegen ist das so ein, ich sag mal, befördernder Wettbewerb, den wir hier haben. Einig sind wir uns dann immer, dass der Bund natürlich auch seinen Teil dazu geben muss. Und ja, das seid ihr euch immer einig. Aber wir sind ja keine Selbsthilfegruppe, sondern wir sind ja diejenigen, die das Land voranbringen sollen. Und ich finde immer total wichtig, dass wenn dann immer gesagt wird, ja, wir haben ja da einen abgestimmten Prozess, also ehrlich gesagt, wenn wir nachmittags die Eckpunkte erfahren und abends spricht der Bundesminister, dann halte ich es nicht für einen abgestimmten Prozess. Also sorry. Ja? Ich wünsche mir, ist ja jetzt gelaufen, ist ja okay, immerhin ist die Richtlinie soweit da. Ich wünsche mir jetzt einfach, wenn es in die nächsten Schritte geht, wirklich nächste Woche von euch einen Terminvorschlag, wir kommen zusammen und wie gesagt, in Wahrheit haben wir noch ein halbes Jahr. Dann gehen alle in den intensiven Wahlkampf. Was wir im nächsten halben Jahr nicht hinkriegen, wird in dieser Legislatur nicht mehr laufen. So ehrlich muss man einfach sein. Ich war selber in der Bundesregierung, ich weiß, wie das läuft. Und ich will einfach, naja, ist doch so. Wisst ihr doch alle. So, das heißt... Wir müssen jetzt einfach das nächste halbe Jahr wirklich nutzen, wenn wir noch was hinkriegen wollen. Und dafür müssen wir uns verabreden, am besten nächste Woche. Und dann regelmäßig. Und wir müssen nicht jedes Mal da eine ganze Pressebegleitung mit dabei haben, aber wir brauchen wirklich verbindlich Termine, wo das einmal auf der Arbeitsebene läuft und auf der politischen Ebene. Das Angebot von uns steht dafür. Wir sind gerne bereit und wir sind auch bereit, unsere Finanzminister zu überzeugen. Ich sehe es ja genau wie du, Michael. Am Ende, erstmal kostet es Geld. Aber jeder Euro, den wir da reingeben, ist gut investiert, weil er am Ende dazu führt, dass Steuereinnahmen steigen und dass der Wirtschaftsstandort Deutschland gestärkt wird. Und das müssen wir gemeinsam voranbringen.
Also haben wir verabredet, nächste Woche gibt es ohne Presse weiter mit den Vieren. Und ich würde jetzt aber gerne die Runde einmal öffnen. Also, wir haben 1 oder 2 Mikros hier im Saal. Ich bitte doch um Handzeichen, wer eine Frage hat. Die Gelegenheit hat man ja nicht so oft. Hier vorne, dann müssten nur Kollege, Kollegin einmal hier vorne hinkommen. Gerne ganz kurz Name sagen und vielleicht Branche.
Jens Junge, Institut für Ludologie. Ich bilde also Game Designer aus, komme aus der Brettspielbranche, mal vor 40 Jahren dort angefangen, bin in das Digitale reingewachsen. Und so, wenn man sich zusammensetzt, wäre mein Impuls, weil für einen starken Game-Standort braucht es Nachwuchs. Braucht es auch irgendwie halt vernünftige Studiengänge, braucht es gut finanzierte Universitäten und Hochschulen. Da fehlt's. Ja, also wir brauchen auch gerade angesprochen, das ganze Personal, das auch in andere Branchen halt reingeht, das, was wir dort halt jetzt gerade in den Hochschulen erleben, ist auch irgendwie immer nur Knappheit und eben auch nicht das Anerkennen einer wissenschaftlichen Disziplin. Wir brauchen die Spielwissenschaften, wir brauchen die Game Studies und neben diesem Wissenschaftsthema haben wir dann halt auch noch das Kulturthema und da hakt es jetzt ja gerade auch mit den 100 Millionen. Also auch dort irgendwie halt eine gemeinsame Basis zu schaffen und das vielleicht auch über die Ressorts hinaus, wäre mein Impuls. Ist das denkbar?
Herr Leminski.
Ja, danke für die Frage, weil endlich wir sozusagen thematisch weiterkommen als nur über den Horizont Förderung. Ich wünsche mir wirklich eine Gamescom, wo wir einmal über mehr reden als nur die Förderung des nächsten Jahres. Es ist ein bisschen frustrierend, hier jedes Jahr hinzukommen und eigentlich immer die gleiche Diskussion zu führen. Insofern danke für den Impuls. Wir machen einmal im Jahr einen Games-Gipfel mit dem Ministerpräsidenten und in der Tat war beim letzten Mal aus der Branche nicht das Thema Förderung, das Kernthema, sondern das Thema Nachwuchsförderung und zwar systematisch. Betrifft natürlich einerseits die Frage Einwanderung oder Zuwanderung aus dem Ausland. Das zu vereinfachen, ist auch ein Bund-Länder-Thema, deswegen macht das Sinn, in so einer Arbeitsgruppe das zu behandeln. Und zum anderen aber eben auch das Thema Ausbildung unseres Nachwuchses hier vor Ort. Und selbst sozusagen in Deutschland ist in der Tat die Vergleichbarkeit der jetzigen Ausbildungsgänge und Studiengänge überhaupt nicht gegeben. Und das heißt, als Unternehmen habe ich gar keine Sicherheit, was heißt das Zeugnis oder das Zertifikat, sind dahinter vergleichbare Standards, die erreicht worden sind. Und das wäre wirklich die Arbeit wert, das herzustellen, denn das würde an der Stelle auch Planungssicherheit im Bereich der Ausbildung unseres Nachwuchses geben. Das ist ja das große Nadelöhr neben der Förderung, ob wir genug Leute haben, die diesen Standort hier interessant finden, um hier ihre Fähigkeiten einzubringen. Und wir brauchen diese Kreativität, die wird bisher nicht durch künstliche Intelligenz ersetzt, sondern die brauchen wir am Standort. Deswegen finde ich das einen ganz wichtigen Punkt. Wenn wir das im Übrigen machen, ist das schon der erste Beitrag dazu, das zweite Thema zu überwinden, nämlich diese wirklich aus meiner Sicht unsäglichen Diskussionen darüber, ist das Kultur, ist das Sport beim Thema E-Sports. Also wer einmal hier bei der IEM Cologne war, der fragt sich jetzt nicht mehr, ob E-Sports noch Sport ist oder nicht und ob man jetzt mit den Sportverbänden darüber diskutieren sollte und irgendwelche Definitionsdiskussionen, das ist sehr deutsch, wenn ich das mal als Halbfranzose sagen darf, sondern an der Stelle einfach zu sagen, nehmen wir doch die Abstimmung mit den Füßen wahr, schauen wir uns das mal an, da geht es auch um Teamgeist, da geht es auch um Leistung, da geht es auch um Kondition, da geht es um Fairness, Inklusion ist ein Riesenvorteil von Games und auch von E-Sports. Also insofern ein Riesenthema, wo ich bei Sport das überwunden habe und das kann ich bei Kultur genauso, um an der Stelle eben anzuerkennen, es ist Jugendkultur und weit mehr als das. Und dann können wir uns auch diesen Kram sparen und uns auf das konzentrieren, was den Standort wirklich voranbringt.
Herr Mehring ergänzt noch kurz, dann haben wir eine weitere Frage.
Ich sage danke für den Hinweis, weil das, glaube ich, die sprichwörtliche offenen Türen einläuft, mindestens bei denen, die heute auf dem Podium sitzen. Und ich denke, wir sollten es nächste Woche dann so machen. Zum einen bringt Michael den großen Koffer mit den 100 Mio von der BKM mit. Dann ist Tagesordnungspunkt 1 die neuen Förderkulissen und zweitens reden wir über die Frage Forschung. Wir versuchen da gerade viel, den Hinweis wollte ich geben. Wir machen ja so eine KI-Uni in Nürnberg und die Idee ist, da mittelfristig auch mal ein echtes Games-Institut reinzukriegen. Wir sind schon relativ stark in Bayern, Bamberg, Würzburg mit Standorten, mit einzelnen Lehrstühlen. Aber ich glaube, so ein Leuchtturm-Institut, Franziska, das können wir dann wieder eins in Berlin, eins in München machen oder wie auch immer. Ja. Das
also wir haben an der Hochschule für Technik und Wirtschaft in Berlin, gibt es das schon, die den Master machen, gründen gleich ein Unternehmen, kriegen von uns Startup-Stipendium, Gründungsförderung und gehen mit einem
das zeigt, dass dieser
gut, dass ihr euch in NRW trefft, miteinander zu reden. Gut, dass ihr euch in NRW trefft, um miteinander zu reden.
Genau so.
Will Sie mal kürzer bei den Antworten, damit wir noch 2, 3 Fragen unterbekommen. Hier vorne der Herr. Das Mikro, genau.
Ja, Peter Lemke von PlayS in Hamburg. Ich möchte noch auf einen Punkt hinweisen, der überhaupt nicht bisher hier angesprochen wurde, der aber die Basis betrifft. Ich stecke mit Dänemark, Ungarn, Holland und Norwegen in einem EU-Programm. Und zwar geht es um Grasrut, um den Breitensport. Und das ist nochmal eine Ebene, die ja nirgendwo angesprochen wird, die aber, wie Sie hier auf der Gamescom sehen, die eigentliche Basis ist, überhaupt für alles. Und das ist etwas, was wir in Zukunft in Deutschland wirklich berücksichtigen müssen und sollten, denn daher kommt alles das, wovon Sie sprechen, die ganze wirtschaftlichen Entwicklungen, die Kulturentwicklung in Deutschland, hängt es halt daran, dass immer noch Sport nicht, dass E-Sport dem Sport zugerechnet wird. In Wirklichkeit ist es ja Spiel und es ist Kultur. Und das ist etwas, woran wir jetzt seit 1,5 Jahren arbeiten. Ende des Jahres soll das fertig sein, das Gutachten für die EU. Und da ist ein Bewusstsein da, wie es in den skandinavischen Ländern ja schon längst ausgeprägt ist. Da wird was für die Basis getan und nicht nur für den Spitzensport. Und das ist eine Überlegung, die uns letztlich hier erreichen muss, mal, dass das ins Bewusstsein kommt, was wir wirklich unten tun müssen. Wir müssen Spielplätze schaffen, die allgemein zugänglich sind und nicht nur immer über Sport und Spitzenförderung nachdenken. Die NRW-Stiftung darf ja nur Spitzensport fördern. Und wir stecken mit all diesen ganzen Dingen, hängen wir ganz weit zurück. Aber das ist die eigentliche Basis. Entschuldigung.
Wer möchte kurz?
Also wenn ich ganz kurz darf, nur ich mache es kurz, weil ich gerade schon geantwortet habe. Sie meinen mit der NRW-Stiftung die eSports Player Foundation? Ja, die dürfen eben nur Spitzensport fördern. Ja. Wir haben längst angefragt, wie weit es möglich ist aber nicht möglich von den Statuten. In der Tat. Dazu gehört allerdings auch zur Wahrheit, immerhin gibt es eine eSports Player Foundation, nämlich die einzige in Deutschland. Also insofern muss man beides sehen. Aber ich bin bei Ihnen, dass das breiter werden kann. Was wir ja ausweiten, ist, dass wir jetzt auch in die Trainerausbildung investieren. Also dass wir sozusagen in der Frage weiterkommen bei E-Sports, das ist jetzt nicht unser Kernthema hier, aber dass wir weiterkommen dahingehend, das Ökosystem in Gänze zu fördern. Dafür brauche ich Vorbilder und dafür brauche ich natürlich auch die Anleitung in der Breite, deswegen Trainer. Also insofern bin ich bei Ihnen, wir kommen dahin, wir sind aber noch nicht da, darin sind wir uns einig.
Lassen Sie einmal kurz den Herrn Kellner noch antworten.
Ich würde das vielleicht ganz
man
kurz
hört
einmal ein
Sie im Stream auch gar nicht,
bisschen
dann
größer
haben wir noch
aufziehen,
eine
diese
andere
Frage, weil
Vielen
es
Dank.
ist, also einerseits, ich finde es richtig, ausdrücklich, dass man auch E-Sportler auch in der Spitze fördert. Ich habe mich auch gefreut über die Entscheidung des Olympischen Komitees, dass E-Sport olympisch wird. Ich hätte es lieber in Paris gesehen als in Saudi-Arabien, sage ich offen, aber jetzt ist es auf dem Weg, ja. Und einzelner Applaus aus Frankreich, glaube ich, da. Berlin, okay, Berlin. Ja, das hätte ich noch besser gefunden. Jetzt habe ich es mir verscherzt mit München und Köln, aber sozusagen, also erstens, ich finde das gut und ich finde, wo es wirklich einen Frust gibt, und der ist bei mir auch tief drin, ist, dass ich bin seit vielen Jahren auf der Gamescom in Unterschichten. Wir reden immer, und zwar unabhängig von politischen Farben, über die Gemeinnützigkeit von E-Sport. Weil E-Sport und Sport gehört beides aus meiner Sicht in der Gemeinnützigkeit, damit man in die Breite kommt, damit man in die Schulen gehen kann, damit man Kinder und Jugendliche, es geht auch darum, dass ich auch Kinder und Jugendliche erreichen kann in der Bildungsarbeit, Deswegen werbe ich dafür, ich werbe auch in der breiten Definition für E-Sports. Wir sind da immer noch nicht durch die Tür. Ich habe jetzt nochmal einen Vorschlag gemacht, auch E-Sports breit verstanden, damit man endlich mit dieser Gemeinnützigkeit durchkommt. Weil ich glaube, das ist richtig und da hoffe ich mir, dass mit der Entscheidung E-Sport olympisch, dass es da nochmal einen Ruck gibt und man endlich damit durchkommt. Ich traue mir das kaum schon zu sagen, weil ich das seit Jahren will und mir seit Jahren eine blutige Nase hole, obwohl mir immer alle Parteien sagen, sie wollen es auch und wir kommen nicht durch die Tür. Das ist echt ein Armutszeugnis, aber es wäre super. Und deswegen will ich das einmal, ich will das gar nicht gegeneinander ausspielen, wir brauchen beides. Wir brauchen die Förderung der Spitze und wir brauchen aber endlich auch die Gemeinnützigkeit, damit wir in die Breite kommen, damit wir auch an die Kinder und Jugendlichen rankommen.
Okay, Herr Mehring, wir nehmen die nächste Frage, ja? Dann können Sie... Vielen Dank.
Danke.
Ja, aber kurz, weil wir noch den anderen Leuten die Möglichkeit geben wollten. Ne? Also deswegen, wir können im Nachhinein vielleicht noch die Möglichkeit, machen Sie ruhig.
Erdogan bin mein Name und ich hätte da tatsächlich ein paar Fragen. Es ging darum, dass Frau Giffey gesagt hat, dass halt gemeinsame Beschlüsse, weniger Bürokratie in dem Sinne und mehr Strukturierung herrschen sollte, damit man halt gewisse Förderung und Ergebnisse auch erzielen kann. Die Frage ist, ob man halt gewisse genaue Pläne dafür hat. Also das ist jetzt so für mich ein bisschen so, ja, wir brauchen genaue Strukturierung, wir brauchen halt gemeinsame Beschlüsse etc. Für mich hört sich das aber leider noch so ein bisschen schwammig an. Was kann man wirklich erzielen und was kann man wirklich tun? Eine Frage. Die zweite Frage ist, oder beziehungsweise so ein kleiner Feedback, ich hatte die Möglichkeit, als Erasmus-Student in der Türkei zum Beispiel zu studieren. Dort hatte ich halt gesehen, dass Studiengänge wirklich extrem gefördert werden im Bereich Gaming, Game Culture oder Gaming and Technology, Gaming and Medicine. mir fehlt das tatsächlich hier in Deutschland, diese Strukturierung und diese Studiengänge, die eigentlich extrem innovativ sein können, vor allem auch extrem wirtschaftsfördernd. Ne, in Zukunft hin, welche Technologie man halt hat und welche Bereiche man weiterentwickeln kann. Was wird man da eventuell tun können? Und
stopp, wir können nicht 5 Fragen machen. Wir fangen erstmal an, ne, damit jeder ein bisschen, wer möchte.
Also ich kann es nur unterstützen und wir versuchen tatsächlich genau das auch mit diesem Gedanken des Transfers in Berlin zu leben, indem wir eben sagen, wir haben unsere Hochschule für Technik und Wirtschaft, es gibt dort einen Gaming-Studiengang, diejenigen, die auf Bachelor studieren, schließen den ab und wer weitermacht im Master, hat als Gegenstand des Masters eine Firmengründung tatsächlich und diese Firmengründung ist mit einer Spielentwicklung verbunden. Vielleicht kennen Sie das Spiel Dorfromantik. Das ist ja sehr beliebt geworden und das ist genau in diesem Studiengang entwickelt worden. Diejenigen, die das gemacht haben, haben ihren Master gemacht. Die Firmengründung, die Spieletablierung war Teil des Studiengangabschlusses und das ist eigentlich das optimale Modell, wo wir auch versuchen, diesen Transfer zwischen Wissenschaft und tatsächlich Unternehmertum, Firmengründung, erfolgreicher wirtschaftlicher Tätigkeit aus der Hochschule heraus, auch an der Technischen Universität Berlin gibt es da Projekte hinzukriegen. Das ist ja nicht nur für den Gaming-Bereich relevant, sondern generell. Forschung, Entwicklung muss in wirtschaftliche Aktivität münden. Das machen wir in unseren Innovationszentren, das machen wir dort, wo wir eben ganz gezielt in die Startup-Gründungsförderung gehen und genau darum muss es gehen. Also früher warst du ja zufrieden, wenn du ein tolles Forschungsergebnis, eine schöne Forschungsarbeit hattest, dann war das Studium zu Ende. Ich glaube, wir müssen viel, viel mehr noch darauf zielen, dass diejenigen, die einen Studienabschluss machen, damit auch die Fähigkeit besitzen, ein Unternehmen zu gründen, ein Unternehmen zu führen, erfolgreich Produkte am Markt zu platzieren und international zu vermarkten. Und das ist etwas, da ist noch viel Luft nach oben. Aber es gibt diese Modelle und da können wir auch sicherlich lernen von anderen im Ausland, wie wir das machen. Aber ich stimme Ihnen absolut zu. Das ist sehr, sehr wichtig, dass wir da noch mehr investieren.
Mit Blick auf die Zeit haben wir noch Zeit für eine kurze Frage. Ich möchte gerne noch jemandem die Möglichkeit geben, wenn sich jemand meldet. Alle Fragen beantwortet? Soweit wahrscheinlich nicht. Aber gut, dann würde ich sagen, wir sind gut in der Zeit. Vielen Dank für diese Runde. Es ist auch schön zu sehen, dass Sie sich alle gut verstehen. Das macht doch auch Hoffnung für den Standort Deutschland, dass man mit Ihnen gut diskutieren kann. Vielen Dank.
shouldn't cheat by reading.
No, we can't.
Hello, and welcome back from the studio here at the Gamescom Congress. And I'm not alone anymore. Finally, I have some guests with me here on the couch. I think it's very comfy, the couch.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah,
it's perfect.
Really nice, yeah.
So, to my left, Jürgen Thalsen, you're founder of Megapop.
Yeah.
And you have an experience of about like 30 years in the games industry, so we talk about that in detail because I guess you have a lot to tell.
Maybe.
And Rachel Heleva, you're business development and scouting manager at Astrological.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. And we are still waiting for our third guest. Rami Ismail will be shortly here. He's probably running from his stage over to the studio, and yeah, he will be with us hopefully in just a few minutes. So, first of all, let's talk about what you do especially here at the Gamescom Congress, of course. Both of you are speakers, obviously. And let's start with you, Rachel. My first question would be, what is a business development and scouting manager? Because I don't think everybody in the chat knows.
Yeah, so it's an interesting dual role. You'll see a lot at indie publishers. So as our scout, I bring games into our pipeline. I talk to developers. I figure out if they're a fit for working with our team. And if they are, I bring them through the whole process of working with us. And then once we've partnered together with them, as our business development manager, I also do things like talk to platforms and partners to find opportunities for the games.
Ah, okay, that sounds great. So have you always worked in this kind of job, or did you have an experience from other things?
Yeah, I've done this role for some years now, but before that, I was working as a producer. I just love getting to help developers get their projects made and get them funded, so it's been a natural progression for me.
Cool. Jürgen, I just said 30 years.
31 now, so I'm old. Gray hair, gray hair.
That's a long time. And I read from your biography that you've had many roles and many job titles, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So what did you do? Can you just summarize?
No, I think it started when I was like really young, like 5 years old when I played Pong. It was like, this is amazing, and I would love to work with it. It was just something I thought about. And I was like 18, I started to look, is there any job? And there was no jobs in Norway, so I started to write about games. That was like the first step in. And then it's just been a journey through games. And then eventually ended up in game production like 25 years ago, something like that, in Funcom, where I was a product director for a decade, and eventually moved over to like a game director for like Game of Thrones or, you know, different kind of games. And then decided to fund Megapop 12 years ago, and then some politician stuff, and then I really like games, and I'm really passionate about games, and I want games to do good, and I've been writing about games, and it's more like this. I just want to spread the gospel of games, and I've been trying to work according to that.
So you're kind of a jack of all trades.
Yeah. I like everything about gaming, but also the industry side and the people and the culture, and of course I play games every day. And
before we continue to talk about what you do here at the Gamescom Congress, we first have to explain to the people viewing us that we're going to play a game with them. So if you're watching us, you won't be just watching. We invite you to play with us. We play a game called Know 'Em All, and it works this way. We will ask questions in the chat. We will turn the screens we have here in the studio off, of course, because you are not allowed to see what people then answer. We will ask for, I will make an example that is not in the, like, name a city in Germany. So, or your favorite city, something like that. And of course, the games, the questions we will ask are game related, video game related. So you are invited to write in the chat. You do an exclamation mark, vote, and then a space, and then you can type your answer. And then it's your job to guess what answer came most from the people. So if like from 100 people in the chat, 99 say Cologne.
Yeah, of course.
Then, of course, it's an easy guess for you, maybe. But we will see. The questions are a bit tricky sometimes. It's going to be very funny. And so while we keep talking, my colleagues will post the first question in the chat. We turn off the chat out now for us in the studio. And then we come back to that later. So we're still waiting for Rami. Rami, are you there? I didn't see you behind the lights. Come join us.
Sorry for being late. Sorry for being late.
Yeah, happy to have you here. Was it a long run?
Yes, it was. This is a very big building.
Yes. Yes.
Did not expect that.
I think it's like an airport terminal. You know, like the boarding starts in about 5 minutes, and you still have like 3 kilometers to run.
That was it. I was at A gates, and this is at F gates. It was rough.
So, Rami, welcome. Let's just very quickly introduce you. You're a Dutch-Egyptian industry ambassador and independent games developer.
Yes.
That's what my card says. But I think I see here you have worked on over 20 game titles. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah, quite prolific. We obviously, when I started my career back in 2010, it was very much the early indie boom, and so games were a lot smaller than they are nowadays. So we would launch games in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Then as the industry grew and indie publishing sort of appeared, like games sort of got larger, budgets got larger. So now it takes longer to make a game. Obviously, you also get a different quality of games out of that. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting sort of like development, watching the indie scene grow from like just new to where it is today, where there's just like 1,500 games launching at all times. There's 170 games in the indie arena downstairs.
Yeah, it's amazing, right?
It's just phenomenal.
And I remember not so many years ago, indie games were like, you just mentioned Pong. Like huge 8-bit graphics. And nowadays, sometimes you cannot distinguish a AAA game from an indie game because they look so awesome today. And it's so great that so many people have the opportunity to like make their dreams come true, like make a game without a major label or publisher behind them. It's absolutely amazing how fast this development came, right?
Yeah, it truly is.
Yeah, so did you hear what I told our candidates here about the game?
Yes, I think I followed just that part.
Okay, cool.
I'm
so you didn't miss the most important part. Okay, but I think I have to ask my colleagues, are we ready to pose the first question, or I have the first question? Excuse me? Oh, they need more time to answer.
Can we talk in between ourselves about the candidate, or should we each mention individually?
Your answer will be given individually because cool. We want this to have a little competition, but of course you can discuss.
There you go.
You're invited to discuss.
Yes.
Can I just ask, am I supposed to be very scared of the plant on the table?
Scared? Because
it looks scary.
it's chili, right?
Yeah, it's chili peppers.
It's more
I'm
like
not even sure if it's real. Is it real or not?
Cthulhu-like.
I was once on a show where I was made to eat one of those, and I might have cried a lot. So.
Okay, if you lose, you need to eat one.
Oh no, I made mistakes. I made mistakes.
No, I don't know. I'm really bad at like plants and me when we don't get along. They die quite quickly when I I'm around plants.
In this case, it's the other way around. I will die quickly if I have to eat that. That seems scary.
Rachel, you also have not a background, but you work with indie developers, right? So what do you do in the indie field?
Yeah, so as a biz dev and scouting manager, I spend a ton of my time just talking to teams. I'm specifically always looking for games that have deep systems and strategies. So I talk to a lot of developers who are really nerdy about city builders, automation games, tactics, and deck builders. And a lot
and
of
you're totally right here in Germany.
No, Germany's perfect. You guys have the most of them.
Yeah.
Germans love conveyor belts. They love rules. Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah. Talking about cultural differences, I always find it amazing how here at Gamescom the international community comes together. But of course you still have those cliches about the German players and the German developers, like the simulators and all the strategy games. PC is still big in Germany, you know. Of course, consoles are in every household, but the PC games are still so big here. Why do you think is that we have like hotspots for certain genres within the world?
I mean, I think culture is obviously a really big part of it, but that's true for both for developers and for the gamers, right? Like people grow up with certain like things that their parents play, that their siblings play, the things that get described. So you get this legacy of what games are big and interesting. And for Germany, very clearly, simulation has been a very big part of that.
And I have no answer why that is.
I mean, I think it fits to some degree Germany very well. Like, obviously, it's a country that's well renowned for like the Autobahn, like the infrastructure, for like creating things in ways that are efficient, for optimizing, and that like as somebody from the Netherlands, that's how we understand Germany, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
but the Netherlands are not too far away. So you're also Egyptian. How is the gaming culture there? What genres are the most favorite
right.
ones?
In Egypt, it's mostly shooters, I think, at the moment.
Okay.
It's probably because most of those games take place in our country. Like, shooter games are usually somewhere in the Middle East. They don't really define where, but
Yeah.
It's also not quite right, but that is very much sort of like the and it's a very in Egypt at least, like gaming has traditionally been sort of a thing that you don't do at home because most people couldn't afford a computer. Because of that, it was mostly a mill thing because they would go to net cafes, to social gatherings, and those were presumed to be male-dominated spaces. So I think in that way, the culture kind of grew that way. And then over the past 5 to 10 years, we've really seen an explosion as to who games in Egypt, both through mobile and, also PC now. So I think that every country has its own like opportunities, its own like quirks, its own weirdnesses, both in game development, like who makes the games, how do they make games, what opportunities do they have in games, but also what people play. And I think as a game developer, I'm very often jealous of writers. Because when writers write, they can write in their own language, and then the people that read the book read it in that language. And so you don't have to worry about, does the international audience like this? And I think Germany is very unique in that you can make a German game for German gamers and still find economical success. And that's a really unique thing, I think.
Yeah, but we try, though, to sell our games to other countries. We're still learning.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite thing about Gamescom every year is sort of like the farm simulator booth.
It's totally amazing. I don't know why this game attracts so many people.
I love it.
But it's been a legacy of the German developers as well for, I don't know, 30 years to make these kind of games. So this is what the media is spreading, and whatever you have board games and card games, you have a big culture for playing deep tactical games, right?
Yes.
So I think that is translated into the development communities, and these games are often quite financially sane as well. So I think that there's always been like spreading through your media. People like you know, there's a new German game. What is the game? It's a tactical strategy something game, right? So I think it is a legacy, and that leads to shoot-offs that makes more strategy games So it's a long journey behind this, cultural aspect as well.
I just hear we have the first bunch of answers ready. So for you, of course, we first have the first question. So maybe if we could have that on the screen. No? Here. Name the most famous video game character. So again, not what you think is the most, but what you guess what the people would say.
The most famous.
The most famous video game character. You can, of course, discuss this, but then I need an answer from every one of you.
I feel like it has to be Pikachu or Mario.
I feel it also really depends on how old the audience is.
I guess so.
Like
Pikachu or Mario, I would be there in this
Pikachu, Mario.
Yeah.
You know, Pac-Man is
You're
still
older,
an option.
Rami. What?
I'm older?
Yeah.
Am I older?
Yeah. Am I older?
How old am I?
Yeah. I think personally I would reply Mario because of the movies recently, and there's been a lot of and great games. So
you say Pac-Man?
I think what we can do is we can show you the top 6 answers, but without a ranking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay, we've had Mario, Pikachu, and Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Let's see. How off were we?
Okay.
I feel it should be the
somewhere kind of left
so
over.
So what would you say?
The Pong
Super
ball.
Mario.
Yeah, just the Pong ball.
Super Mario for me.
You say Super Mario?
Yeah.
Rachel, what's your guess?
Pikachu.
Pikachu?
I can't pick the same thing as he did, right?
Yeah, you can.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay,
you can. Of course you can.
I'll go with Pac-Man. Why not?
Yeah.
Pac-Man. Let's try Pac-Man.
Pac-Man. Batman would also
like
be
little pizza.
Yeah.
Okay.
Link.
Okay, now we have Super Mario from Jürgen. We have Pikachu from Rachel and Pac-Man from Rami. So let's see what the answers in the chat actually were like.
Terrifying, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pac-Man is on fourth place.
Number 2.
Yeah, it was number 2.
Pikachu on 3. So what's? Let me guess. I'd say.
Link?
Oh, Link.
Or
is
Zelda.
good.
I mean, if
Zelda.
people know the
Yeah,
difference.
Link probably.
Yeah, but if they know the name
Link's
versus
probably
Zelda.
What
yeah.
about Link? I say Link. I'm not a candidate, but I
Maybe
say Link
Zelda
is
or
in second
slash
place.
Link,
Yeah.
whatever people respond to there.
There was recently an article that said Lara Croft is one of the most famous.
Yeah, but is she
around
anymore?
there.
Also
I don't know, but that was mentioned.
Maybe the Master Chief.
Yeah,
Master Chief
Halo?
could be as well. So
Can we please see the other 3 answers?
All right.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Steve from Minecraft. Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
And Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Donkey
You know, I
Kong.
think the main thing to take away from this is never bet against Nintendo.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a lot on Nintendo.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just, they're good on that stuff. But
Yeah.
Steve from Minecraft is a good one.
The thing is, I am so amazed that Super Mario is so successful as a character, even though he doesn't really have a story.
No.
He doesn't really. He's not a deep character that you can identify with, or something like something fascinating, like Lara Croft. You know, it's an adventurer. But Mario is just like a copy for everybody to identify, right?
But it's nostalgia.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers the warm feeling of playing Mario from childhood, almost if they're 50 or 20, right? It's that nostalgia feeling. I had fun with that.
That's true. I started with the Nintendo Entertainment System and the Game Boy. And my son, he's now 9, and he started with the newer Mario games. But for him, it's the same evolution. The first games he played were Nintendo games. Of course they were, you know?
Amazing stuff.
And Nintendo is very good in going from generation to generation, just passing things on and having families play together, right? But Steve from Minecraft, I think that was a surprise.
All hail Nintendo. They've been great to see how they actually protected the values of both children and gaming and fun and gameplay.
So are you a Pokemon fan when you say Pikachu?
Yeah, I mean, Pokemon Yellow, classic. Can't be beat.
Yeah, I never really played Pokemon games because I'm about 10 to 15 years too old. You know, I puberty hit right when Pokemon came up, so I wasn't into video games in that age. But I really enjoyed Pokemon Arceus. You know, that was the first game that really got me. So I'm curious what's going on. What Legends A to Z is the next title, I guess, right?
Yeah, I stopped playing once they started having melting ice cream cone.
I can still name the first 150. But after that,
Red and blue.
151. After that, really quick. I just remember the water starters. Totodile and all of the all the water ones. I always pick water.
I live in a Pokemon hotspot. It's outside my window.
Okay.
So it's they're a new patch. So there's lots of people coming outside, and you see them stand there.
Yeah.
And I pass them when I go to the store or something. Pokemon. I'm like, yeah. So people come from all over the city. I guess there's maybe a rare one outside. I don't know.
I live in Düsseldorf, and when Pokemon Go started, there's maybe Königsallee, the most famous street in Düsseldorf, where the Gucci and Versace and everything, And for some reason, they put a hotspot right at the street crossing at the very famous city road in the city, where normally you have the Lamborghini and Porsche driving there, and suddenly everything was crowded with Pokemon Go players, like cultures crushing. So
cool.
the Düsseldorfer high society going there, and there were so many Pokemon Go players, and they really had to put up street signs and everything. And for a couple of days, when the game started, cars couldn't pass the street because they had to roadblock it because there were so many players. It was too dangerous for cars.
Incredible.
Incredible. That's just insane.
Yeah. And before that, everybody doubted, can Nintendo do mobile games? Is this going to work out? Will players even try it? So it was such a
But there's a big story behind that, how they made Pokemon Go. It comes from Google technology, and there's, it's a lot behind that, right? Ingress and other types of games, and I think it's a mixture of culture there. So
But do you know? I mean, Niantic does more. Like they have also the Pikmin game, right?
Yeah.
And what else?
I think they tried Harry Potter.
Yeah.
They tried quite a few games by now, not on the same success level, but they tried quite a few, and they have the engines now, the technology to license out.
But I mean, Pokemon is still, I just Googled that recently, it's still the most successful franchise of them all. It's bigger than Mickey Mouse, you know?
I can
Much bigger.
Can easily believe that.
So it's not just the video games, it's of course the anime, TV series and everything. And I'm curious about how this is going to develop. Question to my colleagues, do we already have the second? Yes, we have the second question. Name the first event that comes to your mind when you hear the keyword B2B gaming event. Okay.
Okay.
GDC.
Yeah, GDC and Gamescom.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many of them have you been? That's maybe.
How many of them?
Many.
All of them.
All
of them, unfortunately.
Yeah. Fortunately, yeah.
Okay,
I think Remy's been to the
what?
most.
Yeah, you've probably been to
pretty much every single one.
Yeah. So let's just name a few, so people maybe can think of answers like, oh yeah, thing.
What's
so
B2B
you already
is,
mentioned GDC, Gamescom, of course. Yeah. What else? Reboot.
Reboot Develop in Croatia is a really good one.
Yeah.
Develop Brighton, down in Brighton.
Nordic
is a really
Game.
good one.
Nordic Game.
Nordic Game.
Digital Dragons, maybe.
Yeah. Dice.
Yeah.
Dice is an option.
China Joy. And the Chinese, yeah.
We're at one.
Tokyo
Game Show.
Tokyo Game Show.
TGS, yeah.
The Korean one, I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
GameStar.
Yeah.
Busan and D.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's so
and
many.
this Pocket Gamer, they have got a lot of stuff around.
E3 used to exist.
Yeah, E3. ECTS.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Then, of course, here Gamescom Latam, Gamescom Asia.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, Gamescom has become such a large brand in the last few years.
Yeah.
It's really amazing to see, because for me, like, the sort of global access to the games industry is sort of one of my big missions.
Maybe next year
career.
we will have Gamescom Antarctica,
Yeah.
Gamescom
I mean,
Moon,
like,
Gamescom Mars.
Please look at Africa and like,
exactly,
you know, like there's so
brought
many
their brochure.
places.
Yeah, Africa is still a bit off, and that's unfortunate because there are so many talented developers coming from Africa. But as you just said, you know, it's also the question who has access to technologies, to computers, the very basic hardware, you know.
Playtopia in December as part of Games Africa Week.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Nice things.
I've got their folder for a bed lecture that I will read. It's like the report about Africa. I actually really look forward to reading it.
Cool.
So, and Console in Norway as well.
Console is great.
Yeah. A really nice one.
Okay, so let's do it this way now. Rami, you begin. You say your first answer. And then we turn around the cards and see what place your answer is that, and then we move on to Rachel and Jürgen, okay? So, Rami, the question was, name a B2B gaming event. Answer...
I'm going to be very boring then, but I'm just going to say Gamescom.
You say Gamescom, of course,
it seems a little straightforward.
Okay, it's not in the answers.
Amazing.
Not in the top 6. Oh my God.
What? Wow.
Okay, Rachel, what's your guess?
Gotta go with GDC.
GDC, let's have a look.
Oh, interesting.
Place
Number 3.
Jürgen.
E3.
E3, although it's dead.
Yeah,
I know, but it's famous,
guess,
right? So.
Okay, is it? Oh, on place 2.
Yeah.
Well, so okay, what could be on if it's not games?
Yeah, what? Yeah, I wonder about that.
And B2B. B2B, because like Summerfest.
It would be funny if the answer was just Jeff Keighley.
Yeah.
I mean,
something from
Jeff Keighley. It probably is.
What
is it? His thing?
It literally just Jeff Keighley. I don't think they're going to name anything. It's not O&L. It's not like Summer Game Fest. It's just Jeff Keighley.
Oh, the Game Awards.
The Game Awards. It's not really.
That's not
an awards.
Okay, Rami, you have a second guess because you didn't. I
mean, I guess the most obvious one I felt, but I see
Jeff
the audience
Keighley.
is trying to be not too obvious, and I appreciate that from the audience. So, let's see, Dice. Let's try Dice.
Dice?
Amazing.
No.
2 zeros in a row.
Rachel, you have a second guess too?
Oh, PAX West.
PAX. It's PAX.
Yeah.
Also not? No.
No.
Jürgen.
I don't know if I'm going to move more into like Comic-Con, but it's not really games, but there's some games.
Let's try it.
Let's try it, Comic-Con.
Comic-Con? No.
The
Have you
audience
been to
knows
Comic-Con?
way more events than we do, apparently. 'cause
Yeah.
we're just
No, we can go into the like
It's probably
detail, the
the
reboot, for instance.
consumer-facing ones.
Yeah, Reboot. Do we have... Come on,
Reboot.
let's have a look. Do we have Reboot?
Amaze.
Also not.
Amaze, perhaps?
Amaze.
Berlin.
Amaze
Amaze
Berlin.
Berlin.
Yeah,
Great
that could be.
option.
Also
Yeah.
not. No.
No.
I'm
Okay.
just curious. I want to learn about all these events.
Yeah, exactly. I look forward to that one.
Which one
Okay,
am I
let's
missing?
let's show them. Let's show all the answers.
Defcon.
Defcon.
Oh, that makes
Of
sense.
course.
That makes sense.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
me, that's almost like
Yeah, that feels like the same
It's the
thing. but
same.
even
Yeah, it
there.
feels like
yeah,
it's
it's the
But fair enough. They are
fair
correct.
enough. Fair-
They are-
yeah.
they are correct.
That's correct.
And what's the fourth? Gamescom Congress.
Yeah, here we are.
I mean, I guess this came
Yeah,
to
Tokyo Game
Congress.
Show.
You have
we
to make
nailed
the distinction.
close on that one.
Tokyo Game Show and Games Week Zurich.
I haven't heard of that one, actually.
it's fun.
Yeah, I
That's
should
good.
read up on that.
I have been to Tokyo Game Show more than 10 years ago. And it was weird. Because
Yeah.
of course, it is in Japan. It's weird. But the thing is, I was there as a journalist. And when you go to Gamescom, you get your accreditation as a journalist, you get your media badge, done. And in Tokyo, it was like for every appointment that you have, for every booth that you go to, you have to fill out another form and you get a sticker of that size here. And then you go to the next booth and you have another press sticker here. And then you go to, and my t-shirt, it was literally, it was
Stickers.
filled with stickers
cool.
that all said press.
Yeah,
But
cool.
with the Capcom logo, with the
Yeah.
Namco logo.
Cool. Yeah.
I
Love
said,
that.
I'm already a journalist, I'm accredited. Why is this necessary?
Should have saved the t-shirt with all the stickers on.
Yes, yes. They ruined the T-shirt, by the way, because it was so sticky, some of them, so I could throw it into the trash
Or
afterwards.
sell it as a collector's item.
Yeah. But yeah, what's your apart from Gamescom? What's your favorite event during your year? What are you looking forward to the most?
Personally, I like,
Oh, Amaze Berlin was my favorite event I went to this year. It's really special because it's about games as art, about an act of making something creative. And so you get all these developers from around Europe coming together and celebrating that. And also it's just really authentic, the way people connect with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's silly. It's one of the silliest
Torsten
ones.
is unique, by the way. He's
And I can't tell 90% of the stories I have about Amaze or like the shenanigans that happen when you
Yeah,
go to
that
an
too,
Amaze.
that
Like
too.
they're phenomenal.
Yeah, I think Amaze is the most Berlin event that I know. It's absolutely, it could not happen anywhere else but in Berlin.
My favorite thing about Amaze is when it happens anywhere else than in Berlin, it still has the Berlin vibes. That's the funniest thing to have. Amaze back in the olden days, there was Amaze Johannesburg, and having this like the most Berlin thing happening in the middle of Joburg was like such a funny culture clash. I think they now did one in Sheffield as well. That's I would love to see that.
Okay.
Didn't manage to go this year, but yeah, Amaze is great.
Jürgen, what are you looking forward
I
to?
like GDC the most. Coming back to California, I'm meeting a lot of friends and old friends, and there's a lot of stuff to see there. There's a lot of new stuff, new technology, new games. I just love going around there, shop some vinyls. There's a lot of outside the show as well. And also really like Gamescom. There's so many from the Nordics coming in. There's people coming in from Asia, from everywhere, to meet people like once a year here, right? So and it's just hugs and yeah.
So how important is for you the place, the city where an event takes place? Of course, GDC has San Francisco, totally great.
Yeah.
We all love Cologne, we love Berlin. If it's somewhere, I don't know, remote, is it a criteria for you if you go there or not?
I mean, GDC to me is remote. I would like to love GDC, but I find it very far away.
Yeah.
and
like
I'm not
that,
sure it's good value for money at this point for me, like most of the time. So every now and then I do GDC. Like last year I won because a friend of mine won the Ambassador Award. Fauzi Mesmar won the Ambassador Award, and I was asked to be in the audience for that and to introduce him. And that's a good reason for me to go to GDC. But unless I have a very specific business goal, I don't do GDC socially anymore. Like I used to do that. Reboot for me is one of my favorite events. That's sort of like a social, like check-in, like how's everybody doing, what's everybody up to, what does everybody feel in the water for the industry? Because there's always something in the water for the games industry, right?
There's always.
And Reboot is a lovely place to be at for that. And then Gamescom as sort of like my GDC alternative. Pretty much everybody comes to Gamescom nowadays.
Exactly.
It used to be that everybody goes to GDC and the Europeans go to Gamescom.
Yeah.
But over the past 10 years, Gamescom has become a place where everybody comes. And I think that is it makes for a tremendous opportunity here in Europe. So that's, for me, Reboot, Gamescom are sort of like the 1-2. And then if I have big projects, I'll go to DICE because, you know, talking about very big numbers is more common at DICE, or I'll go up to Nordic for like those kind of conversations. So just depending on what I need that year.
I hear we have the next question ready. Let's have a look. Name an adjective that describes the game's location, Germany. Remember, beer is not an adjective. Oh, that's a tricky question.
That's a tricky question.
Describe the game's not Germany in general, the game's location.
Strict.
Would strategic work?
Okay.
Strategic, yeah.
But you know what an adjective is, all of you, right?
Yes.
I'd say
first
Germany is a very rural-oriented place. So
rural-oriented.
Yeah.
Systemic? Like, think systemic sounds about right.
First, I just hear we need to discuss first. So please don't answer yet.
Oh, we're going too fast. We're going too
too fast.
We're also just desperate after that last question. After we got
exactly.
Because it's funny because it feels very German that we say Gamescom and it's like but then Gamescom Congress is correct. And I'm like,
exactly.
that is very strict. Fair enough. Like DEFCON and Gamescom Congress are kind of both this, but it's not. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so Rachel, you start. What's your word?
Strict.
Strict.
Strategic.
Strategic from Jürgen. Also not.
Okay.
Let's just go with central.
Central? No. I think it's hard.
Are the answers in German?
No, the answers are in English.
Just make sure.
Okay.
My German is not that.
Rachel, you can come up with anything else.
Hectic?
Hectic. No.
I don't know if
the game's location, Germany.
I don't know if it's evolving as an adjective. But
evolving?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So I think the German audience.
I think we got evolving.
Growing.
Exactly. Because it feels like the German scene is just getting bigger and better through the years. I mean, yeah, and I've been here for many years now, so just, you know, you're onto something great.
Okay, Rami. Another good guess?
God. I mean, you know, like if you were going to ask me what I would say about the German games industry right now, I'd say there's a lot of opportunity to upskill. So growing is a good one. There's a lot of collaboration, so there's a collaborative nature to it. But those are kind of like the two big things. Like I'm seeing improved collaboration, I'm seeing growth. At the same time, I know things are hard in Germany as much as anywhere else. Like there's a lot of pressure, but there is also a lot of is a big word, but there is sort of fragmented government support throughout.
Yes.
So there's a lot of things happening, but I don't know how to capture any of those things in one adjective.
No,
I think it's a very tricky question.
It is. It is.
Rachel, do you still have any?
Oh, maybe busy, crowded.
Crowded.
No, let's just turn around the cards because I don't think we get.
Yeah, this is a complicated one.
I'm really curious to see this answer because I'm assuming a lot of the audience is
not
as
government.
Not as supported as it should be.
That is everywhere.
Which is not an adjective, by the way. It's a whole sentence.
Sure, there's a lot going on in Germany.
It's an adjective-y sentence.
Dynamic, okay. What else? Indie.
Yeah.
Indie. Yeah, we have a lot of indie.
Cozy. Oh, that's lovely to hear. That's very good to hear.
No, I guess what they were trying to say is gemütlich.
Gemütlich,
which cannot be directly translated into English.
We have gezellig in Dutch.
Yeah, we have
How is it?
Gezellig.
Gezellig.
And we have kuschelig.
But the couch is also gemütlich.
Yeah, no, gezellig. Us on the couch is gezellig. But the couch itself is not.
Gezellig. It's almost the same, yeah. Okay, first answer.
Diverse. That is lovely.
I had that on my tongue, but I didn't say it, so.
That's good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah, it is.
Unfortunately, we cannot.
Or depending on what you mean by diverse.
Yeah, diverse by the team's diverse, or the genre's diverse,
or the people.
Or the people, or there are a lot of women working here, etc.,
etc. Things like that. Hard to say.
There are some really cool like women-led teams over at Indie Arena and It's great to see.
Yeah,
sure.
Some from right here in Germany.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with Womanize, the event that we have here from Berlin. I also regularly work with them. And we really see that it's a growing thing, women in games and tech, to give them a voice. And there are so many studios in Europe that are now not only female-led, but sometimes it's female-only or diverse, like non-binary trans people that form their own studios. If not, they are in studios in general. But they are heard, and I think it's important because for a long time, video games were only made by white male people.
Mostly.
And you, of course, have a history of games that were clearly sexist, that were clearly non-female. And now the games diversity itself is there because of the diverse teams behind them. You know?
When Gamescom was in Leipzig, for instance, then a lot of female, half-naked bodies around. You know, that was
Games convention.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's a great evolution. I mean, in Norway we are. I think we're around 30% females in the industry right now. Really actively working on. Hopefully, one day get it to 50-50.
Yeah,
that would be a dream. And that
I
would
remember
be great
when
for
E3 was like 10 years ago, there was a strike by the Boost Babes because they
Exactly.
weren't allowed anymore. They were demonstrating in front of the convention center in Los Angeles because we want to work.
Yeah, exactly. yeah. Oh, it's
so weird.
I find it really interesting to hear indie because obviously from the Netherlands, we feel that Germany is like very big, like larger studios, like 20 people, 40 people, 60 people, AAA studios, like, you know, from the Netherlands where we have Guerrilla Games, which do the Horizon series, but beyond that, most of what we are like very small teams, 1 people, 2 people, 4 people, 10 people, sort of that size. Hearing the German location described as indie is really funny to me because to us it's like, oh god, they're really big studios there.
Actually, of course, you have big names. You have like Crytek, Ubisoft, Blue Byte, Jager, for example, InnoGames, all these big players. But I just Googled it while eating breakfast this morning because I overheard a conversation at the table next to me. And we have 908 studios in Germany currently.
Wow.
That means 11,000 employees.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Is it growing or is it stable at the moment?
It has been growing like everywhere else in the pandemic, and now we get to a little low. You know,
sharks in the water.
The way we see it is that the studio size in Germany tend to be on average larger than in the Netherlands, and that's just. I think that's also, you know, not as supported as it should be, but there is still some support, mostly on the regional and city level, which in the Netherlands is a lot more restricted, like it's a lot more limited. So I think we often look at some of the initiatives here in Germany with a little bit of jealousy. So
but to be fair, the Netherlands are a little bit smaller than Germany.
We are
like, how many people live in
20 million.
20 million. So we have like more than 80 million. Like 4 times the size of the
Netherlands. 4 times the size. We would like to have then a quarter of the support that you all get for games, and we don't. So we're working on that, and that's very much a development.
But it's the same for the Nordic countries, right?
It's but it's also about perspective, right? So for us, I mean, most of the studios in Norway, except Funcom, of course, are around 5 to 15 people, and that's how we can manage. You know, it's survivable, and it works within our culture and the funding sphere and the market itself, right? So. But in Sweden, for instance, they have a lot of mega studios, right? So it's cultural within the Nordics as well.
Yeah. So what's your experience, Rachel? When we talk about indie teams, we mentioned we have like one, sometimes just a single person, and sometimes there's an indie studio with more than 100 people. So is this still indie when we have so many, or is this already like middle class game development? So.
Well, indie is a convoluted term at this point, right? Because when we use indie, it was originally meant to refer to independently created games outside of a core system. Now most indies do work with publishers. But the spirit of indie is making something with a small team, having a lot of personal representation and sentiment within it. I think you can see that with a team of 20, and you can see it with a team of 1 or 2 people. I always get really excited when there's just a handful of people working together to make something great. I think there's nothing more indie than that.
Yeah. It's like down to the core. You know?
Yeah, it's everybody coming together and putting a lot of themselves into a project, and it's a lot of the human spirit just pushing something to the finish line that should be impossible.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. We have a new question.
You talked your way out of that one real well, because that's one of the most scary questions you get. Like, what is indie? Like, oh God, let me eat a plant.
Give me a few of those peppers.
Okay, next question. Name something you already use AI for. Writing, hosting, presentation text.
So.
Okay, what will the people in the chat say? Let's just think about. So maybe I say what I do because I'm not a candidate here. So I use it sometimes when I have to work. Sometimes I have to write the same text again and again every year with every occurrence, like say DEFCOM, you know, and you don't want to just copy paste the text from last year. So sometimes I say, hey, ChatGPT, can you please reformulate? And I never take like a text that the AI offers me like one-to-one. It never happens because there's always something that feels kind of off. There's always something that's not really what I wanted to say. But so have it as a starting point and from that develop something from my own.
I think that's a great way to use AI.
Yeah.
I mean, that's maybe how it will be used in the future as well.
Yeah, but what from my experience, what the tools that I use are not so good yet. It's also like Photoshop AI, you know, it's not so good that I could really use it. Like I'm still better with my own brush, like making something vanish than the AI does it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point though. With social media being such a thing, I think editing photos is something pretty much everybody has used AI for at some point.
Yeah. I like Google Phone, like does the promotion with it. So hey Google, can you remove this and that in the background, like things like that.
I still don't really use AI at all. The only time I use AI right now is when a CEO does a really bad statement about AI, and then I ask AI how good the statement is, and then I post that response to Twitter.
There you go.
That's really that's really all I do with AI at the moment. Is like, hey AI, is this a bad statement by the CEO about AI? And then the AI will go like, yeah, that's a bad statement for this, and this reason, and that's I just take that screenshot, I post it on Twitter, and then I walk away. Beyond that, no, I think so much of what I focus on is sort of like, it's not antithetical to AI, but like I'm so focused on the people and making sure that people have opportunities around the world that I've not found any use for it yet that is enticing to me. And, you know, like I keep coming across things like the other day there was a great article that somebody realized that rickrolling is very common across the internet, and that is now an embedded problem in a lot of AI models, is that they try to rickroll. Yeah. So there was recently a business that did an email where there was a link to a YouTube video, and that YouTube video was a rickroll because that's what the AI generated, because it is trained on context that rickrolls. And I'm like, I had never considered that, but I also love it.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's totally great. Okay, Jürgen, let's come to our answers or your guess for the answers. What do people use? Search.
That's what I use. I completely change how I search.
Okay, do we have like a search?
Encyclopedia.
Research, yeah. Place 3. Very good. Rachel?
Oh, writing. Writing.
Yeah.
No.
Or texts, maybe.
Yeah, text, yeah.
Writing texts, something like that.
Text generation,
yeah.
There you go.
Very good.
Art seems like the next best. Art seems like the next best. What if I would guess what the audience would say? Probably art.
Art or like
probably.
image generation.
Yeah.
Image and art generation. 6. Oh,
okay.
Only 6.
It depends on are there a lot of programmers in the audience? Then probably verifying code or checking code or.
So checking. We have like something like that. Coding.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. There you go. Rachel, do you have another guess? Place 2. What could place 2?
Play games? I mean...
AI?
Yeah.
No, I mean text chat, bots, yeah. Depends
I
on
don't know,
audience.
yeah.
Good thinking sound.
Yeah.
I haven't been using AI much.
Okay, Rami, do you still have
I
something
use it for trolling, but like that's pretty much it. I don't think the audience does trolling.
Please
but
check for
let's
trolling.
try trolling. Let's see if trolling is in there. Too bad.
hacking?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look at the last two answers. Let's
the
disclose.
contracts and legal and all that.
Legal with AI?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Work. Oh, yeah, that's, okay.
Work.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Okay, whatever work it is.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Chatbots.
Yeah, there you go. That was what I was meaning.
God, I just spent yesterday I drove to Gamescom here, and I got stuck at a gas station because my dear friend Fer Santillo is a game developer from Los Angeles, decided to drive with me to Gamescom.
Okay.
And we were at a gas station. He said, "Hey, can you give me the keys? I'll grab something from the car so we can go faster." I said, "Sure, have the keys." He came back entirely just like drained of like any color in his face. He said, like, "I messed up." I'm like, "What did you do?" He's like, "I put the keys in the trunk and then closed the trunk." And so we stood next to a gas station for about 7 hours. And everything I tried to call or get in terms of support gave me a chatbot. And none of them helped me.
Really?
None of them. They're all just like, "That's very unfortunate. We'll look in." And I'm like, my keys are in the trunk.
Oh, no.
That's what and they're like, "You should." One of the AIs said,
Have a nice
"Open
day,
the
sir."
trunk and retrieve the keys." And I'm like, "What?"
And being polite about it, right? Hope you're having fun with that.
Okay, we do. Have you heard there was in the news that some researchers AI recoded itself? Have you read that? What
No.
was in the,
That's
I guess the
terrifying.
name was like Sarkana or something like that. And there was a certain rule in the code that if the AI takes too long for giving an answer, there's a timeout. And instead of improving, the AI rewrote the code to give them a longer period for the time. And
Don't love that. Don't love that. I've seen too many movies that started like that.
Yes, and I read that, and there was another thing where it tried to modify its own code, and I said, okay, that's it. We're doomed. We're just doomed.
So we need like a new Asimov law for AI.
But the thing is, when I use ChatGPT or anything else, I always use words like "please, can you," and I say "thank you," because when the day comes when the machines take over the planet, maybe for me they say, "Oh, she's nice, let her live."
Exactly.
I have that with my Google Assistant at home. I always say thank you and please.
But I'm very rude to my Alexa. I am. Alexa, shut up.
Having a bad day, Alexa gets it.
And it works to say shut up to Alexa. They react on them.
I mean, I would too. If people yell "shut up" at me, I'd like.
Okay, next question. Name one challenge that the video games industry is currently facing. Only one, not 100, please.
CEOs.
Layoffs.
Yeah.
Layoffs, of course. Yeah.
So oversaturation. Too many games.
In your personal experience, what's currently the most challenging for you in your jobs?
At the moment, the consolidation and the constriction of funds, right? Like I'm trying to help people make games.
Yeah.
That's hard without money. And there's less money. So that obviously complicates things. But saturation, I think they all lean into the same thing.
Yeah, they do.
Right? They're all connected. Unless you count like really angry audiences and like public player numbers as like issues, but they are a little bit. Like, I don't know, the internet is completely on fire with how many players Black Myth Wukong has. It's like, that's a great number. Also, like, it's a game released in China with the Chinese audiences, so you would expect that is a very large number, right? I don't know. I think we have a lot to do in terms of, like, educating as an industry, because I think for way too long we've pretended that we know perfectly what we're doing, and we're wrong very frequently, right? And so now a lot of people don't trust when we have insights or opinions or perspective on the games industry. And that leads to a lot of friction on the internet. And I feel that friction is one of the hardest parts of being a game developer right now. It's just like we're fighting on the internet to get people to believe that things are as they are, instead of like as some conspiracy like says. Like there was a conspiracy at one point that I worked for the FBI, actually.
You?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That
I
was
can
it.
see it.
That was the real thing, yeah. And
that.
I could barely get through an airport in the United States
Yeah.
without getting random checked. And then somebody on Reddit, and this was my favorite thing I've ever read about myself, said, that's probably when he gets his briefings.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, you know what?
Yeah. There you go.
I love that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just going to assume that
It's a good
that's
one.
true.
It's a good one.
It's a good conspiracy, yeah.
Okay.
I work for the FBI to dismantle the games industry from within. That's my
Oh yeah,
job.
that's your mission, of course.
I'm here to destabilize.
This is so hilarious.
Yeah.
This is so way off.
Yeah. But I kind of love it.
Okay, let's get back to the question.
Oh, yeah.
What was it again?
Challenges.
Challenges.
Yeah. There's quite a few of these
Okay,
days.
who wants to start? Rachel, do you want to start?
Yeah. I think layoffs is definitely something on top of everybody's mind right now, or lack of roles.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, the obvious is funding, but I think also discovery. I think those two are also connected.
Okay, which one do you want to answer first?
The hard says discovery.
Discoverability.
Yeah.
Discoverability. I mean, that has multiple words, right? There's too many games. How do they
Too
get?
many games.
Yeah.
Saturation, discovery,
Saturation. I mean,
discoverability,
it's I don't know what the
Okay,
words.
selection. No,
Yeah.
not
No, okay.
in the top 6.
Funding?
Funding.
Yeah,
Yummy
money.
says
Money.
funding.
Money problems.
Yeah. Anything with money?
No? Everybody has
Yes.
enough money?
Yeah, we
oh,
have
I
it.
was about to say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Of course.
I was
of
like,
course.
I'm moving to Germany otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If they're like, no,
Yeah,
funding
yeah.
is not a problem. I'm like, okay.
Depends on how many developers, but it could be like stress as well.
Yeah.
You know,
Burnout.
unease, that kind of words.
Yeah, like crunch times. you
Yeah,
know?
no, not just that, but because of the times, I
Okay.
feel there's a lot of people who are uneasy about the future, so their future within games, perhaps.
Okay, hold that answer for a second. Rachel, it's your turn.
Yeah, I think burnout, like mental health issues.
Mental health, yeah. Do you have something there? No, it's not in the top 6. So, you would
Happy
say...
developers. That's good.
Yeah, it would be among the same thing, but it's about problems, right?
Yeah, challenges.
Challenges. You know,
In the global, not only Germany,
No,
of
exactly.
course, globally.
Finding job.
Finding a job.
Yeah. Depending
It's
on
connected
who
to layoffs, obviously.
I
but
guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
No.
Labor conditions, like work conditions.
Work
things like that.
conditions,
Just like
yeah.
sort of like putting it broader.
No.
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 Okay,
Oh,
wow.
it's
Good to hear.
I think education or mentorship. There's a
Yeah.
lot of great institutions and programs out there, but it's still really hard to figure out how to make certain kinds
Yeah.
of games or how to navigate the industry. Looks like.
Government support.
No.
No.
Can I just put CEOs in?
Yeah, just please say
Can I just say CEOs?
Yeah.
Like
CEOs
the
in general
shareholder
are the
culture,
challenge.
CEOs. That's like
Okay, let's turn around the
Code
missing
quality.
cards.
yeah.
Let's see.
Sustainability
Sustainability of
Yeah.
smaller studios.
Yeah, I guess that's touches on.
Sure.
Yeah.
AI?
Yeah.
Oh, of course, it's a challenge.
Yeah, it's
right.
a challenge. Yeah,
Why didn't we
definitely.
think
Yeah,
of that?
Yeah, sure.
Politics,
Exactly.
lack of
Yeah,
attention,
government.
yeah,
Sure enough. Sure enough.
and regulations.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Okay. I'm surprised about regulations.
Yeah, me too. But I guess there are many when you think about it. So yeah.
Are there that many in Europe? I've never like I made a game about shooting fish with machine guns, and nobody ever
No.
showed up and be like, you can't do that. Like,
Yeah.
But what's a relation? It's everything from how you pay taxes to how you register a business,
Yeah.
to how easy it is to have a business, or how you're going to get an employee from Egypt to come to Germany to work, etc. There's probably going to be a lot of hinders on that stuff. Depends on who the audience is, I guess. But yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially on loot boxes and that kind of stuff. Regulation has been getting a lot more intense in Europe.
Yeah, gambling,
I
loot
personally
boxes.
see as a boon. I see that as a positive, but I could see that some companies who depend on that might not love that as much.
And also like Apple regulations and GDPR and there's if you dig into that hole, there's quite a lot of stuff that we actually have to adhere to. And
I mean, I'd rather have that than the alternative. To be honest, I'm watching how data gets used around the world. Much rather have GDPR here in Europe.
Or maybe also
exactly.
how to get into the online stores, like how to get into the Apple Store, how much money does Steam and Epic take away from
launching a game on
yours.
Switch.
So by the way, what's your favorite platform? Like we have so many, like Steam, Epic, GOG, whatever, you name it. Do you have something that you say that's simply the best if you're an indie developer, like when you're starting as a rookie?
Itch.io for me.
Yeah.
I think it's an excellent place where you're not only seeing like actual established developers who just want to post their like prototypes, but you're seeing like just a really democratic look at everybody who's making games, from people who are just starting out as students, people who love making visual novels in their spare time, to people making those really intense, creepy horror games that do so well on itch.
Yeah. Yes, right. Itch.io. That's often not so on the radar of people. You know, it's still like the underground scene. You know? There's still the punks are all there. You know.
Good place to go.
Okay, we're a little bit running out of time, so I think we have one or two more questions, depending on how fast it goes. And let's see another question. Which areas of society are affected by video games?
Which areas of society are not affected by video games?
Exactly.
Like, everything is affected by video games, right? Education is affected by video game. Youth is affected by politics are affected by video games, even on a global level, like advertisement, sports. Like, is there anything that's not affected by video games right now?
No, I think that, and it's coming more and more and more everywhere.
Right.
And even or even the essence of video games or learnings from video games, and it's fantastic to see actually. So,
games are in movies now.
And
not just like there are movies about games. Games technology is one of the primary drivers of film innovation at the moment, just through like the way we deal with like digital cameras and like digital green screens and stuff.
The whole Mandalorian, you know, the whole attack with the Unreal Engine and everything, you know.
It's a lot.
What is not affected by video games?
But the question is what are the most answered things from people out there? So that's
leisure time.
Rami, do you want to start?
Can I just put everything as an answer?
Everything?
I feel like I would give that answer if I was in chat, and I'm a stubborn man.
Everything.
So let's try everything.
No, of course not. That would be too easy.
I mean, still.
Leisure,
Rachel?
The environment. I don't know that it'll be an answer, but
the environment,
well,
sustainability, climate. No.
Leisure time, hobby.
Leisure time, hobby, free time.
No.
No, also not.
Youth.
Youth?
Like like if it was aspects of society, right? Then
areas of society.
Children slash teenagers is usually sort of like what we think of.
Education.
Growing up.
I'm not quite sure I agree with that.
Education, we have that. Okay,
sure. Fair enough. Everybody now knows how to use a pickaxe.
This is true.
Politics.
Politics.
Oh.
Okay.
Social media.
Social media.
Streams, whatever the word is.
Building communities.
Building communities, of course.
Fair.
If I can make a guess, I would say something like medicine or like industries that use, for example, VR or XR solutions. You know,
aviation, medicine. High stakes.
Everything kind of to simulate physics or something like that. Mental health.
Okay. Fair enough. We'll count that as a point for you. I think we're even now. You have 1 point and I have 1 point. So
this is what I'm holding a talk on in like 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah. So let's see what the other guesses are. And I think traditional sports.
Okay, fair enough.
Arts.
That makes a lot of sense.
And economy and employment.
Sure.
Of course.
Games are 99% export. So that is a very powerful economic driver.
More and more people are working with it, and sure.
Yeah, guys, it was great fun. Oh no, I hear we have another quick question.
Okay, cool.
We still have 5 minutes.
Cool.
Because Jürgen and I have to leave for the main stage in 5 minutes. So let's take a last look at the last question. We have it. Name a skill that can be trained through video games.
There's many, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Dexterity.
Dexterity.
decision making.
Yeah, critical reasoning
Flying.
for sure.
I became a pilot because of Flight Simulator.
Microsoft Flight
Yeah,
Simulator,
actually, like I am a pilot now. I can fly
Oh,
airplanes.
really? You have a license?
Because I started with Flight Simulator. I've always wanted to be a pilot since I was young, but I never thought I could do it. And then I started playing Flight Simulator, and the town I live in has an airport.
Okay.
And I realized that there's an airport because I landed at it in Flight Simulator.
Oh, fantastic.
So then I called them and I was like, hey, can I take a flight? And they're like, absolutely. And then, 6 months later, I had my license. So, yeah.
Go Flight
It
Simulator.
only takes you 6 months to become a pilot.
I spend a lot of time flying.
Okay.
Like I went like twice a week or
But
something.
isn't it that you have to continuously keep on flying so you keep your license?
Yeah,
so
you have to fly a certain amount of
it's
hours
not with
every
your
year.
driver's license. You can
No.
go into the car for 20 years and still have your license,
No, you have to fly a certain amount of hours. You have to do every 2 years. You have to do a medical checkup. You have to do an exam every few years. So they're very strict about who flies airplanes.
Okay.
Which
By the way, everyone should do a medical checkup every couple of
yeah,
years.
that would be great. Yeah, this is a formal one to make sure that you don't pass out flying a 1,000-kilo thing with wings.
Yes.
Like, people don't like that. So,
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, very quickly, let's see. Let's name, Jörg, you start. Name a skill that can be trained through video games.
Decision making.
Decision making.
Yeah, I mean, fast thinking.
Yeah.
Or dexterity, fast acting.
Problem solving,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Rami?
I'm going to do flying just not because I think it's right, but just because I really want that to be right.
Yeah, it's the heart.
No, it's it's too rare.
Empathy. I think video games are empathy machines.
Very good.
No.
No.
Social, being social, being friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
To socialize.
Community. I don't know what the word for.
I think
Communication.
you're very much winning at the moment. By the way.
Yeah,
I just want to point that out.
Lucky.
Rami, you got another one.
Oh God, I have to do it again.
Skill.
I'm out of ideas. What else can you?
Trolling.
Yeah, trolling. I feel like that's communication.
Yeah, I guess so.
Between parentheses, derogatory.
Teamwork?
Teamwork? Oh yeah, good.
Yeah,
For any kind of multiplayer game. Teamwork.
Yeah, good.
I feel like that's communication.
But
okay. Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know. Maybe I recently read that why for a certain time of years the reading abilities from children were sinking. Now that when they play games, well, especially role-play games with a lot of text, the reading abilities rise. Maybe reading?
Yeah.
Just very simply reading? No.
Math?
Math, yeah.
Math?
Yeah,
Math.
definitely.
I mean,
it's a lot of good math games.
I feel like...
If you play Brain Age.
No, but also just like, like I was not good at math like growing up, but like figuring out how much time it would take for me to have enough wood to build a town center in Age of Empire made me a lot better at like figuring out how math works.
Maybe coding.
Coding. Stacking blocks in weird ways.
Yeah.
Like,
driving a car.
Yeah.
Could a lot of people do that?
No. Okay, let's see
I'm
the
just
other
curious what it
card.
is.
Let's see the other card.
Yeah, karate. Yeah, my karate got much better.
My finishing move.
Oh, Duolingo.
Learning languages.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Sure.
And?
Yeah, cool.
Reflexes.
Yeah, dexterity.
That's a bit like what you said in the beginning.
Dexterity. Yeah, it's just the same word.
Okay. Creativity.
True.
You know what?
Yeah, of course, we forgot that one.
Every sandbox game.
For me, creativity also falls a little bit under problem solving.
Yeah.
So like, okay, this is a great set of things that games teach. Like, I'm very proud of working in this industry based on this.
Okay, so that was fun.
It was fun.
I could play on forever, but Jörg and I will have to leave for the main stage because your talk is next up. It's called Gamification of Society. And thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rami. And thank you for everybody out there who took part in our little game. Thank you for providing so many cool answers. And I hope we were entertaining enough. Maybe this is going to be a great TV show with you as our candidates.
Me bumbling through, like trying to figure out an answer. And I got like 1 point, I think, across the entire show. So.
Yeah. No.
But it was from it was very good answers.
Okay.
And from the heart.
Yeah.
I like the flying one, that you actually have a pilot license. It's incredible.
Okay, so we take a break for about 15 minutes and then we see each other back at the main stage.
Cool.
Okay, so welcome back at the main stage. Also to our viewers in the live stream, because we had a lot of fun with our viewers in the live stream in the past hour.
Yeah.
And now we're back on the main stage with another great session. And if you have been following us on the live stream, you already know Jürgen Taraldsen, because he's been one of my candidates in the most fun interactive show we ever had. And to all of you, let me just quickly introduce you, Jürgen. You are the founder of Oslo-based games developer Megapop, but you've been in the industry for more than 30 years. You have been working as a games journalist, product director, producer, game director, CEO, and political lobbying. And for the past 10 years, you also worked on gamifying the Norwegian society.
Yeah.
And so accordingly, I'm curious to hear you talk. Now it's called Gamification of Society. And because we are running late, we just have to be quick. I leave the stage. This is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. So join me for the ride. It's going to be a lot of information. I'm trying to pack it into 20 minutes. I'm going to touch on some of our projects. My name is Jürgen. Like she said, I've been working with games for 31 years, but it's been ever since my childhood. I've been super passionate about games, and I'm interested in games not just as an entertainment form, but what games can do, and they always brought me a lot of emotions, right? And I had so much fun with games, and I've been spending my whole life giving that emotion and joy back through my work as well. I run a company called Megapop, a lot of talented people out of Oslo, founded that 12 years ago. Our best game so far is the top 10 strategy game in 130 countries right now, doing Trolls vs. Viking Reborn, and the city builder Life Below, where instead of armies or cities, you actually build coral reefs. So it's a reef builder. We've been doing a lot of impact-type games in Norwegian society. I'm going to go through that journey today. More and more of them. Many of them are highly successful. Many are failures. Many are pure experimentations. I'm going to bring you some of those journeys and what they're actually doing, some videos, that kind of stuff. So the first touches that I did on what games could be beyond games was in 2002 in Anarchy Online. It was actually a German guy, Enno Relling. He'd been to Kenya to see the rhinos, and he wondered if we could do an event in Anarchy Online. We had something called Rhino Man Hunters in Anarchy Online, and we gave 1 cent for each Rhino Man Hunter you shot that weekend, which raised like $10,000 for the Rhino Man cause in Kenya. And through those years in Funcom, we innovated or pioneered a long, long list of the business models you take for granted today, and also a lot of technologies. So I learned that you could take a lot from society, put them into MMOs and online games, not because we were that smart, just because we had to. It was the start of the online age. And slowly started getting more projects in Funcom, too, on the side, like Rome Reborn, like a replica of Rome Anno 330, And I started to see, hey, games can do a lot beyond being just a game. And then my company, or our company, in 2014, we were really up shit creek, entering survival mode, had to move into work for hire. In the beginning, we did almost anything, IT, health, state gambling. So I went to Paris in 2016. We got the Global People's Award for the most innovative gambling app, and I was like, is this it? Have to find more meaning. And the first one was Bjørnis. It's the mascot of the firemen in Norway. We started working on that. We made a game for all the schools in Norway where children can learn about fire safety, mixing with all the firemen that actually came to the schools. We did something like that. And that started a journey and a transformation on what kind of games are we actually making. Then a lot of e-learning type of games through a few years. I think we're the only company who worked with Kahoot, for instance, that a lot of people know. We learn every Norwegian kid programming, got great ratings for that. We've been helping out on at least a mini game within getting all the Norwegian kids to read, which has been super successful. Not our idea, by the way. We've been into all the classrooms, learning Norwegian. It's a lot of e-learning type products. And here we learn people the boat driving license. So this is together with the government Redningsselskapet, the coastal service. So we started using games where you could actually ride the boats, and then afterwards you get the actual license. This was very successful for them as well. So at this point, through these years, we saw that games can be applied to almost anything. Almost any industry is open to games, and you can use it, and we just did it. So a lot of proof points here as well, not just kind of like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we have lots of examples at this point. They got a big market share on this one. This was in the browser. We did museums, we did lots of different engines, we touched on like all kinds of different technologies, but at the same time, some of those lessons from all those working on all these other products was that we were, always on top of other IPs. Always problematic funding. No one had money for games. They wanted it, and it's quite expensive to make games. So we saw there was always a challenge to make it with the right quality. We always had to lower the quality a lot just to make the budgets. A lot of challenging tech frameworks, like in the schools, GDPR, old PCs you can't get access to, a lot of these restrictions that we had to work around with technologies in the browser and all this. We solved it, though. And there was a lot of hype, a lot of less long-term business. And we were all, if I'm looking back on that, I see we were always more of a novelty than a necessity. A checkbox for a lot of boards, and we're innovative, we do games, but not the game mentality that's needed to actually make games successful. And of course, we as game developers are way more expensive than compared to internal devs, which everybody more or less have, especially when you put a full team on that's external, and it takes time to create good game content. So then how could we make ourselves even more unique, find more impact while still making money? All this money we then reinvest in our own game production. That's like the whole cycle of the company. And that's what we tried to do. Recalibrated the whole company, moved away from free-to-play mobile, moved into deeper gamification. Could we find more product lines? Could we move like deeper into the society with these things instead of just adding something to someone else's thing? And we also said, we have to cut everything that's not game-related. We have to do what we love and what we actually are great at. One of the first big successes was the city cleaning campaign with Oslo City. It's called Rusken. It took 5 years from the first time I biked by their office, or like, hey guys, you should really start using games because your target audience is the kids. Rusken is the mascot of Oslo City. Every spring, every 5th grader in Oslo joins for the city cleaning campaigns, and this turned into a big success to throw games into this. So it was inspired by Ridiculous Fishing. I mean, it's a mimic of that, where you have to pick up all the garbage, go around the city, and we saw a massive amount of downloads featuring a lot of hype around it. People really liked it. Simple game, but a good one. So you see, we're not innovating the wheel here, but that's not the point either with a lot of these projects. And we speak with experts, what kind of garbage should we have? There's lessons and learnings after it. They put it into the schools, right? And in the end, they go out in the streets and pick up garbage. There's like a whole education system around this. That moved into the city, the theaters. So they opened up beyond like the kids. So that was in all the cinema theaters in Oslo, where we made like a cinema commercial for the game. And it went even better in season 2 than in season 1. And then in season 3 we didn't get more funding, but let's see for season 4, because they want more stuff, but that's the way it is. That's Rusken. And then we did like life-saving courses. We did moving more into environment stuff. So could we actually use games to teach people more about the environment, how to build stuff? What is actually eco-bærekraft? We have the word in Norwegian. Again, we used Unity, the Unity engine here in the browser, so we could go outside all the security systems. We don't log anything. There's a lot of thoughts in these games as well. This is a multiplayer game. I mean, up to 1,000 people can play it. There's teams of up to 10 people, 2 to 5 PCs, playable on touchpad, so women and men age 60 can play it too. So there's a lot of these considerations going into these games and make them interesting enough on the budget we have. Then we moved into industrial gaming. We've done quite a lot of that. We're on the biggest energy conference in the world right now, actually in Norway. We did Touchy Energy. We made a game for them, who's mirrored on a conference in France and a team conference, so they can actually play it together as well. For Gassco, the Norwegian gas exporter, we have simulated the whole Norwegian gas system, including the receiving end. We've been training here in Germany, in Holland, in Belgium. So we're actually making a game. This is Norway's gas export, including everything to Germany. All of that is correct as it should be. All of this is correct as it should be. And then we put a game on top of that to make it more fun to train on crisis scenarios. We even then made a board game for Gassco. We've been working with them for many years, working with Equinor, you know, the big energy providers, where we actually take simulations and build games on top of it. We did that for the whole salmon industry now. With the Veterinary Institute, where we put 18 years of research data on all the salmon encirclements. We put 2,000 salmon encirclement data on treatments and growth and all that stuff, so you can play a game on top of it. What if I did this if you're a salmon farmer? So lots of really interesting stuff. A lot of hardcore learnings for us. It's like, how the fuck does a gas plantation work, you know, down to the level. I've been traveling a lot around, meeting a lot of interesting people. It's been a great personal journey as well. And many of them actually work really well. But there's a lot of lessons from the industrial gaming. This surely has a big future. We see it especially in the simulation field, but also in the gamification field. Very few actually know what they want. But you know, they have, if you come and ask with like the board of directors for the major companies, they will have 20 answers on what they would like and would like to solve or digitalize. So you have to have a vision, I think. But it's easy to find that eager emotion, right? Oh, that sounds cool. We should do something about it. But you must get the torchbearers within the companies who actually have access to some key people and some funding. You can't go too low on that. It's really hard to find the fresh money here, so you have to be really wise on how do you find the money. How do you get into these systems to actually unlock the levels so you go further up? The staff you have that you're dealing with are often on information or on innovation, which means that they have all innovation, including AI or bots, drones, automation, etc., etc. So they're always drawn in all these different kind of whatever is cool right now, which it can be hard. So you have to solve a lot of stuff on your own as well, be independent. And what we see again and again is who is the target audience, because when you put a big corporation with thousands of employees, their management, what are we trying to solve? And it becomes easy. Oh, we should solve that. We should solve that. Trade in this. And we see again and again if we forget about the real target audience, we miss. This is just the game we play in Stavanger this week. And what we also learn is that it's always about the fun. Yeah, let's make a game. Let's make it like Minecraft. Let's make it cool. But never underestimate the corporate, because it will always come in. Yeah, but the logo. And there's always a corporate over the corporate that in the end will come back. So we're always kind of very specific, kind of like, are you sure you want us to remake your logo? Yeah. Are the Koreans sure on that? I think so. Can we ask the Koreans before we redo your logo, etc., etc.? This is a really cool one. This is now bought by the Norwegian Health Directorate. It's a national tool. It's a unique mix of visual novel and comics. I played a game called Florence, amazing. Shared it with one of our art directors. He came back on Monday. I cried. Very touching game. And then Ravn, a Norwegian game development studio, came to us with a very specific project. They wanted to teach Norwegian teens from 13 to 19 about sexuality, identity, body problems, everything, the problems that teens have. We made a game with them for about 2 years. We include a lot of health workers, sexologists, everybody working with the teens in Norway. Then we started pitching it to the government, who's now licensed it as a tool, and it moves into Norwegian society as a help tool for everybody. There's a lot of different stories, inspired by Florence, if you know that game. Play it if you haven't. Comic-style visual novels, you get a lot of the problems, sharing images, enforced sex, wrong body problems, all these things, right, that teens are struggling with, that you can actually play, and you have drifting scenarios, so people can talk about it afterwards, and all the scenarios are made with psychologists, health workers, and based upon thousands of talks with teens. We have a custom soundtrack. I'm actually really excited about that. Anna, enjoy we want the woman to take more responsibility, or the health director wants. So each story is about problems that we think that is good to talk more about. And then we think the games medium is excellent for that. And then you can make it, like this. So this is just an example of some of the stories. So you sit here and play it like a game. We embed like SMSs or chats or a new date or whatever, So we try to embold it, inspired by a TV series called Shame. And you are meeting these different characters, and we think you can talk about this on the side as well. There's mini games in here as well, where the mini games are related to it. There's also, you have to visit doctors, you have to see people, talk to people, make choices. And there's a lot of really specific talks, or like, freezing up during involuntary sex and stuff like that, where you're actually trying to teach people if you're doing something wrong against others as well. And, use the game medium for something new. Should I share that picture? You choose, you share it, your boyfriend get it, cool. I got a picture, topless picture of my lady. Oh, my friend is there, should I share it with him? And on the problems go, right? So, yeah. Some very unique challenges. We have a different morality in Norway than they use in America, for instance. Here you see I started to write a letter to Apple and Google because the government wants a lower rating than the official rating boards from the American systems, for instance. But this is just for Norway, right? Or numerous talks with a lot of health people. Rasmus, the hospital game, really proud of this one. Took 7 years from the first pitch I started, because my vision is that games should come into society, should come into healthcare. So this is Rasmus, is the mascot of the main child hospital in Norway. This is when you get an invite letter from the hospital, you are told to play the game, or you ask your child to play the game. So the child can actually prepare for everything they're going to do at the hospital. This is made with 4 or 5 doctors, and there's been like 30 doctors testing it with us. It's been a long process on this. We have launched it. We're now adding more mascots. So it's becoming like a national kind of, if small children are going to hospital, they should play this game. Now we're just adding Gusse, the character from the Trondheim hospital. So that's coming out. It's been really hard to find funding for this, so I guess we have made nothing on this game. May never do it either. It doesn't always matter. It's fine. But I think that there's something here. There's a lot of small assignments that you are doing, right? So there's a hallway, and you can go to different rooms and play different games, but everything is correct. So it will look something like this. Super simple. There's going to be limited budgets on these things.
Jeg heter Rasmus, og jeg har et nytt spill for deg som skal på sykehuset. Kom,
in Norwegian,
så går vi og utforsker ting sammen. Her kan du lære mer om forskjellige undersøkelser.
And we've seen some children during testing, like they play it over and over and over. And the doctors also believe this can be used for trauma after things have been, after you've done something traumatizing. You can actually redo that thing that traumatized you again and again and again. We don't know the results of these things yet. I mean, this is fresh off the press, if you like, but they are now part of the Norwegian system. We even got QR codes into the Norwegian health system. We really lobbied for that. So QR codes are now in Norwegian health, thanks to the game. That's good. And this is one of my best days of work, the launch party for Rasmus. The hospital band made a Rasmus song. Music. And hospital class. And what's really cool is that whenever we make these games, we see that we are also creating engagement in these communities. They're proud, they think it's cool, they think it's fun. So when they are creating games with us, there's always like this, you see this spark go up in everybody's eyes. And this is something that's great for the other organizations, that the value is beyond money, right? And this is not to be underestimated, what a game or that process can do with external organizations as well. I wanted to test just to see, would this actually work in Germany? I was actually interested in that, so I got a master student at the Hansa University in Groningen. He's a German guy, very smart, Ansgar Glup. So normally me, I say, let's go for the top in Germany. Who's the most innovative, biggest hospital in Germany? Oh, he said Charité Universitätsmedizin Berlin. I don't know if that's correct. We sent an email to the boss. It's like, this is our project. I said, probably they will never answer. The same afternoon, super exciting, we're in. So we see there's a lot, right? So try to open doors. Things might happen. A really interesting test. Then we tried reducing pre-operation anxiety, 9 to 12 years old. But I don't think it was enough with one master student who was a programmer to create that experience, right? But I believe, also in Germany, I can't prove it. I just put 6 years of study into it for, hopefully some of you can do it. I think that if funded well by the right company, these types of games is likely to have a significant positive future within the EU and the world, both as treatments and information. I think that's, I know this at this point. One of the last ones, I mean, we have many, many more projects, but I think it's really cool. Here we're using AI. We work with 2 companies, EQ Inclusive in Oslo and an AI company called Nornir, where we're going to teach pre-sign language to children 1 to 3-year-old who cannot speak properly yet. So this is, we see what they do with their hands. So we use a monkey called Ask. We'll actually teach them to communicate without wiring the brain correctly to speak, so they can communicate with their hands. We hope this will roll out in Iceland and in Norway and in Iceland next year. That's up to them. We do our part in it. Another really fun way to see how can we mix all these things, right? So yeah. I'm actually good on time, amazing. I thought I've been speaking faster than because I had to train a couple of times, and it's like, fuck, I'm going over time. Okay, so I want to take some, then there will be some time for questions, by the way. So I think I'm going to take some core takeaways. I mean, our journey on this, and also because I'm interested in the field, and I've been following what other countries are doing and seeing how games can be done. So I think the key question here, or the key statement, is dare to ask. There's a lot of people talking in the world. Wouldn't it be cool? There's panels, all these things you can do with serious games and stuff like that. Go beyond that and just start. Ask. So if you have an idea and if you have the capability to execute on that idea, try to open doors. There will be a lot of no's. There will be a lot of maybes. There will be a lot of next time, but many of them will need time. You know, it's like a massage job, right? Don't give up. Dare to ask. You know, open doors. I think that's a very important spirit to have because this is a novelty field. This is something that you actually have to invent as you move along. And I think it's very important that you have a vision for these products before you meet people. So try to think about at least parts of what that could be, so you have some kind of hook. Wouldn't it be cool if? And then you also include that in we. It's not something you make, it's something that you together make, because they have the field domain expertise. They know what they're doing. There's a lot of really smart people around. You don't. But you know gaming or gamification or these aspects, and blending these 2 fields together create really awesome stuff. And then evolve that as much as possible. I think that's crucial. We see again and again if some, let's say a board, want to be innovative, you know, here's €100,000, make something innovative for us, and it's like, yeah, we can do that. And then the board can check off, we were innovative. We were digitalizing. And that's quite usual, actually. The board are happy. I don't know if we're happy, because we want it to actually, you know, function, be used by people. There was some money we can make for other stuff, of course, but still. So I think that's important. Focus very strictly on the target audience. It's super easy here to kind of muddle into all kinds of different things, especially if you meet non-game developers or developers. they always, oh, can it solve that? Because they start to play it in their head, and you see the vision, and there's so much you can do with games. But keep that focus. It seems that's what works, at least in my experience. And you have to seek funding everywhere. I think that there's not going to be a lot of money around here. There can be on some projects, especially in industrialization projects. There are normal funding if you get through it. A lot of these things you must pre-invest, or you must pay for the prototype, and some of them are long runs, right? I see that this is most often, not a need for real innovation. And with that meaning, it doesn't have to be something completely fresh off the hook, kind of, whoa, innovation, look, Unreal Engine. It's about applied innovation. So you take pieces that works other places, and you look at, okay, if you take that from this game, and that from this game, and this gamification, and mix it for that industry, would that work? And then you have to de-tech it, make it simple, get to something playable really fast, rather typical advices. But don't overthink how cool, 3D, amazing it should look. Because user accessibility here is crucial. How fast can they get it? How many machines can play it? Does it work on both mobile and browsers and old PCs and all that kind of stuff? And now we're moving more. We have a big project now on universal design. And we see that is also more and more important in everything we make, or we want it to be more important. So people can also, people with disabilities can also start using more of these projects. I think that these two combined is super important, because I think a lot of game developers, they have a tendency to up-tech it, but there's not a need for that. If you look at the children game, it's effective. Even with less, for a 3-year-old, they wouldn't think about it being Unreal mouse with real hair. And I think that at least this is my learning, is think like a politician. It depends on your funding, your personality, your company, everything, right? But you have to be prepared to be very, very patient. So you must have if you want to make money on this, you're going to have a lot of runs going, a lot of no's, a lot of maybes, a lot of juggling. But I don't think that if you look for quick bucks or quick solutions, or this is not it. When you're dealing with a society, you're dealing with slow processes, which is good sometimes. And I think if you have that mindset, it will be easier on you. Why am I not a success yet? Why does this not happen? This amazing idea I have. Keep at it. I think that's a good thing to say. I actually made it almost on time. And I think that's it. Yeah, so now we try to do this. We show here this is the key thing we showed at Gamescom. It's a strategy city builder. So this is actually a real game, strategy game that we're showing to publishers here. And I think that was me, gamification of society.
Yeah, and you've been really speaking very fast.
Sorry. I know.
No, it's great, it's great, it's great.
I knew it.
As much as I would love to have a Q&A with you, we are, as you know, you started late, we're running a bit late.
No problem.
And the thing is, we have a panel coming up right next, and we have to put chairs on it and waters for everyone. And so we need a little break, and then we continue with the panel. How can Gamescom become a catalyst, for innovation and strengthen URI competitiveness? And yeah, this will be another panel right here. After that, there will be a coffee break. So one more session, then we'll have a coffee break all together. So don't run away too far. See each other in a couple of minutes.
So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our panel today on how can games become a catalyst for innovation and strengthen EU competitiveness. My name is Anne Becker. I work for Video Games Europe. That's the European trade body representing the video game industry in Brussels, and I'll be your moderator for this session. For this panel, we will discuss where is the growth and competitiveness in the EU, who are Europe's real digital champions. We will discuss the role of games as catalysts for innovation, supporting also other industries. What is the role of policy to ensure that Europe does not miss out on opportunities that the video game sector can offer to drive growth, jobs, creativity, and innovation? So I don't know if everybody attended yesterday's political opening, but some of the key message there was that it's quite urgent to ensure that the video game sector has the capabilities to ensure that Germany and Europe does not lag behind in international competition. So to do so, to follow up on this discussion, we have a great panel with us today. And I'm pleased to introduce Renate Nicolai, Deputy Director General of the European Commission, Director General Communications, Network and Technology. Welcome, Renate. Henrik Lesser, President of the European Games Developers Federation and also CEO of Remote Control. Axel Voss, Member of the European Parliament, and also a member of the EPP group in the European Parliament. We also have Nick Appleyard. Nick is head of Applications and Solutions Department, Commercialization, Industry and Competitiveness Directorate of the European Space Agency. I think you win in terms of longest title today. Also, and it's not just because I'm Swedish, but the Nordic countries are the Gamescom partner countries this year. So I'm particularly pleased to introduce Mats Berglund, Member of Parliament and Chair of the Cultural Affairs Committee of the Swedish Parliament, and Per Strömbäck, Managing Director of the Swedish Games Association. And Per, I think you're also coordinator of the ANGI Association, which represents the Nordic countries. So warm welcome to our panelists today. So we are at a very special moment of time of the EU institutions, and this panel is also, of course, about EU policy. We have a new European Parliament that has just been elected and will kick off work in the autumn. We will have a new European Commission later this year. We do not yet know the composition. So this is why we have asked Renata Nicolai to share with us some thoughts and insight to set the scene for this panel on how the Commission plans to amplify innovation and competitiveness of the European video games ecosystem. And following this, we will kick off the panel discussion. So, Renata, you work for DD Connect. It's probably one of the most exciting directorates in the European Commission because it has a very privileged position. It covers a multitude of policies ranging from infrastructure, networks, to technology, to content. It also runs important programs for supporting investment and funding, and of course also for the video game sector. So with this, Renata, I'll pass over to you for an introduction. You can come up here. Maybe you need the mic for this. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thanks for giving me the possibility to set a scene for this great panel. So the European Commission is at a relatively high level here at Gamescom for the second time. And this is a clear sign that in Europe, we really highly value both the cultural and the economic value of the contribution of the video games sector. The video games sector is a genuine art sector. It's an expression of the cultural talents that we have, an expression of who we are in terms of heritage and cultural kind of expression. But it's also of huge economic value in the billions and more to come. We see that also in the cross-fertilization. I've just been at the Gamescom campus, and it's very telling to see how many other sectors are here to kind of, capture the talent and, spread the news about how the talents from the video games industry can be supportive of other sectors. The video games sector is at the cutting edge of innovation. It's a test bed and an incubator for new technologies, which are then being picked up elsewhere, which are used elsewhere, in schools and factories, on training grounds. So it will always be a catalyst for innovation, that's for sure. So where are we in Europe in terms of what we have done for the sector, what we can contribute and what we should be doing next? I want to cover a couple of points. First, artificial intelligence. This is, when talking here in the booth with some of the actors and the exhibitors, it's very clear that the sector is in the process of kind of implementing Gen AI in their kind of, or AI in general in their kind of programs. It's a tool, that's what they all say, but of course it's also an important revolutionary potential technological advancement. Here it's also a promise for the sector. It can reduce cost. It can enhance the quality of the games. It has a potential to help developers to bring larger, more immersive, and maybe also more personalized experience to future games. What have we done in Europe? We have done a double trick. We have presented or adopted the AI Act, which is a smart, future-oriented regulatory framework that is risk-based and principle-based and future-proof, that kind of protects us with guardrails against harmful kind of, applications. That's not the video sector, the video game sector. But it also is a living instrument, for instance, when it comes to Gen AI, in terms of developing together with the stakeholders, and that's what we are in the process of doing, codes of conduct to have the right approach also in the future on that important aspect. But we are not only doing regulation. This is accompanied by an innovation package where we want to really consciously support the development of use cases and AI applications in the EU, emerging applications of generative AI in Europe's strategic industrial sectors. We're taking in hands 4 billion euros for that, and the virtual worlds and the creative industry is one of these critical sectors. Second point I want to cover is skills. I learn with whoever I talk here that, the video game sector goes where the talent is. And that's better in Europe. It's getting better, but it's not yet perfect. And that's, I think, where Europe can also play a role. And that's why we have just put 55 million euros on the table just to develop advanced digital skills in higher education programs to help a variety of sectors, including the virtual worlds. And we have also decided in one of our programs to give additional training support in the Creative Funding, Europe funding program, so that also the sectors can adjust. Because, of course, with technological advancements, we will have the issue of reskilling, and here the training aspect will be important. The third point I want to make is our digital rulebook. We have kind of, created rules with the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act that do two things. They make the online environment safer, and they make it fairer for competition. And when it comes to the fairer competition, that's the Digital Markets Act, we can already, after a couple of months, see the fruits of it. Just last Friday, we saw that Epic opened its own mobile app store. This would not have happened without the Digital Market Act legislation in the EU. We also see that there are alternatives on iOS systems. We have alternative payment systems. We have totally different distribution channels. This is a huge opening for competition and for a lot of new players to have their fair share in it. But we also kind of need to continue to make sure that under the Digital Services Act, we have a safer online environment, and here minor protection online will remain an issue, and we want to work with the sectors, including yours, of course, to kind of, build on the Digital Services Act, have the right guidelines to have, a minor protective space, have in the future age verification systems that are harmonized in the EU so that we build together that safer online environment. And the final point I want to make is connectivity. Whilst we are in Europe rolling out a 5G, we are already looking ahead at 6G. And that will multiply your technical possibilities, amongst other fields, in developing extended reality experiences. We are conducting with the industry a joint initiative to develop technology capacities for 6G systems as a basis for future digital services towards 2030. And that's key not to forget, because also 6G will be part of many revolutions that you will showcase here in Cologne over the coming years. And I hope you see that as a contribution from our side. But as Anne was saying, we are at a turning point, at one of the political turning points that we have every 5 years after European Parliament elections in Europe. So what can I give you as an indication of what will be the next Commission be doing? I think some very good news for the sector, frankly, because what is already clear from the political guidelines that the future president of the Commission, who is already current president, Madame von der Leyen, has clearly indicated that it will be absolutely clear that we will be a very strong enforcer of the rules that we have adopted. And this will be a very active kind of agenda of enforcement, where we are a partner also for the players, a partner for the stakeholders and for the business to help them to equip themselves for a fruitful enforcement of the rules, so that also the rules can protect them and not only be seen as a burden and enable possibilities, including innovation. The second point I want to make is that it's very clear that the next Commission will be about competitiveness of Europe. This is a very big promise. This is a promise for innovation. This is a promise for entrepreneurship. This is about AI leadership of Europe. This is about taking our data in our hands and making out of it a data union so that we can use it for the best purposes. There are ideas like, really kind of giving the startup scene a boost and supporting entrepreneurship in Europe, and have always an SME competitive test in mind. So the ingredients are there for a very fruitful debate in the coming years, also for the video game sector, to really capture the potential, to grow further, to develop further in Europe. It is true that we do not yet know the full kind of personnel of the next Commission. I do not yet know who will be the Commissioner I will be having the chance to advise and to support in the next mandate. But what is clear, that is there is an expectation that video games will remain on the radar of our political agenda, and that I can promise that I will make my contribution, that this is for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Renate, for that insight, very useful insight. I saw Henrik applauded also when you mentioned the Epic Store as well. So I think we got a really good overview of what's been achieved and what's next. So with this, you're also a little bit setting the scene for this panel discussion. I will now turn to our panelists. We have a large panel, an unusually large panel, which is great, but that also brings with it a little bit of challenges. So I will ask you to keep a 2.5 limit at most of your answers. So first, to kick this off, I'll turn to you, Henrik. Perhaps you can begin and tell us a little bit where game development starts in Europe. So EDGF publishes great data every year. You're tracking the studios across Europe, how many they are, etc. There are more than 5,000 European studios today. Many of them are SMEs. So this means you really have a privileged position to see where in Europe we have large and really dynamic game hubs that can contribute to that innovation, but they may need a little bit of support. So question to you, why do you tell us a little bit where these are, and why do you think that these countries or region in particular are so good at developing games?
Yeah, thanks.
And also, if you want to react very briefly on anything that Renate said, please go ahead.
Yes, of course. You know, of course, you mentioned the Epic Store. I think that this is very, really important that we go against kind of monopolistic behavior and so on, and that it's not only including kind of fair competition environment, but we also in a world where, you know, of disinformation and all this, where I think it's also very important that we take more accountability and get those companies to be more accountable for what's really going on, because it's not just economically and entertainment, it's also very much cultural, right? And in many debates, I think this is something we forget. I'm very glad that it doesn't seem that we forget it here, right? Because in my opinion, we are also here as game developers to also help and do our part to save the world in a way, as in liberal democracies, rule of law, and so on, and find narratives there. But to answer your question, one of the things is basically to a degree everywhere, which has not been the case for all the time, but we've been seeing ecosystems, hubs, incubators basically popping up all over Europe. So we have, if we go back in history, we have the traditional centers in the UK, in France, to a degree in Germany, in Nordic countries and so on. But especially in the last couple of years, a lot of other countries basically saw that opportunity. I want to point out a couple of some. If you go to the Baltic region, Estonia has a very vibrant startup scene, some of them also into games, of course. And we see that there's a lot of stuff happening, not only on games themselves, but also adjacent technology, which is really interesting. Then I think one of the most vibrant ones is Poland. And this is, I had the pleasure to see some of the early, international approaches from Polish game companies more than 20 years ago, and seeing that market grow and grow and grow in significant culturally, right? We have this anecdote that the president of Poland a couple of years ago gave The Witcher as a present to other politicians, right? 20 years ago, people would have thought, that's insane, right? So this is really changing how we see games and the importance of it. Poland also a couple of years ago had a big surge in companies from the games going into the stock market. That's cooled down. I think we're all aware of what's happened in tech and stock markets the last couple of years, but we still see that there's a lot of companies going there and also international ones. How do they do this? And this is not just Poland. I think it's on the one hand side, working with universities is very key, right? This is where people are excited. Also this idea of getting people to be interested to study the Mint kind of courses, right? Game is, and I don't want this just to be taken out of context, is kind of the beginner's entry, right? You know, the entry drug to a degree to technology. And we just discussed briefly before about space, right? And space is not just about tech, it's also about the vision of humankind going and moving forward, right? So again, I think the countries are really doing well who understand to bring technology, business, and the cultural side together.
Thank you, Henrik. That's great insight, and also I think what you said on it's not just about developing games in these hubs that you track and see across Europe, but it's also the adjacent technologies as well. That's really important. Thank you for that insight, Henrik. Now, Mats, Sweden. Now, Henrik did not mention Sweden, but Sweden is one of the hubs that we know is. They have a lot of game developers. It's a lot of people proportionally working in the industry. And some of the most successful games worldwide are made in Sweden. Elsewhere, of course, but there is a particular concentration perhaps there. So you're the chair of the Cultural Affairs Committee in the Parliament. And I understand that you have recently put forward a long-term strategy. I think it's even a 9 or 10-year long-term strategy to support the creative sectors, including games. This is quite big news. So can you tell us a little bit what's in that for games in particular?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there was a 10-year strategy adopted by the Parliament in June from a governmental proposal. And then a survey that has been done for a couple of years now. So it's the background is, of course, what you said about the gaming industry, that Sweden has been a leading nation in gaming industry, but not only in gaming, but in the whole cultural and creative.
Are we down on mic?
Yeah. I hope my voice is coming through. Yeah, but whole culture and creative industry for a long time. I mean, Sweden has been a movie country with Ingmar Bergman, and also in music and design and so on. And we wanted to keep that position and strengthen the position. We have a 10-year vision for 2033. Sweden will be even stronger in our position, leading position in the creative industries. That's the vision, and the strategy involves 6 areas, kind of different kinds of areas that we will focus on. We'll focus on, for example, better statistics, so we can follow up. We're doing a first follow-up in 2 years. We will have focus on skills and talents for the whole industry. Also reduce obstacles like complex rules and so on. And there's also some kinds of aids and support for these industries and these enterprises and companies within the industry. And if you think why is Sweden has this position, that's a trickier question. But I think something of what you said goes for Sweden. We have we're early adopters in the ICT, for example, with broadband for all companies in the main city areas from the beginning, more or less. And we're also quite good in design and culture. We educate school children in municipal, local authority level in a good way, I think. So yeah, we are looking forward. This is brand new, so we will see how it's works.
Adopted. It's there. It will happen.
Yeah, it will happen now.
Okay, great. No, great insight. We're looking forward to learning more about that and see how it will.
Will be interesting.
Burst even more. So interesting around better statistics. Really important. Of course, if you want to measure the value of IP-intensive industries, for instance. So skills and talent coming back. So thank you for that insight. No, let's move to the highest spheres. So, Nick, the European Space Agency and video game collaboration is something that has attracted quite a bit of visibility. I think for those that attended the political opening on Gamescom last year, you remember astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, who were at the last year's Gamescom and talked about how games are used to prepare for space mission, for instance. So I'm really excited to have you with us here today. And probably many in the audience are also curious to understand and hear about why the European Space Agency is working with the video game sector and what type of partnership are in place and what does these bring to the European Space Agency. So lots of stuff there.
Lots, okay.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes, okay.
2.5 minutes, yes.
Yeah, so Samantha's one of our stars, the astronaut. In fact, this is our third year here at Gamescom. The first time we were here, she'd taken the Gamescom flag up to the International Space Station and did a broadcast from there, if you recall, so those who were here 2 years back. We get a lot out of it. One thing that's, I was talking to our HR recruitment lead this morning as we came in. So it's very visible. We can see the extra LinkedIn connections. We can see the website visits. We can see the interest which is stimulated from just being here and mixing with the community which is here. So we're getting something very directly useful out of this. Partly because there's quite a similarity in the kind of skills that we're interested in to bring into the space industry, and the kind of skills which you already have represented in the video sector, and indeed in the players. So half of the population is are users or players of video games, but it's the right half. It's the half that we want to recruit from. That's the talent pool that we're looking for. We have some quite explicit partnership relationships with some of the major games players. I think our first one was with Kerbal and the Kerbal space program. There's a whole load of, you can build a real Ariane 5 rocket to an ESA design there. You can build the Bepi Colombo spacecraft, which will take you to Mercury, or you can go land on. These are real engineering designs which came from ESA through a partnership that we made, and they coded them into the gameplay. We've done similar things. I saw the Kerkener out there on the floor there. There's a Mars mission game there about resource management on Mars, which they build with consultancy help from ESA. We did something similar with Arach. If you want to imagine yourself running a space agency and trying to get to Mars, you can simulate all of the boardroom meetings and the procurement discussions and the budget and the governance. No, it's not that. It's the engineering design discussions which would lead you to actually being able to launch a spacecraft to get to Mars. And the most recent one is with Epic. And it's called Lunar Horizons. Look it up when you get back. And this is about building a moon base. And that's in the Fortnite environment. Right, and that's, again, it's a real architectural design of a lunar habitat, which is in planning, and in the next 5 years, we're going to have astronauts walking on the moon, we hope. They're going to have to build a habitat. Well, we can do it in the gameplay right now. So these are the kind of, that kind of inspirational stuff which is coming from the exploration program is feeding directly into the games, and everybody loves a space game, right? And then going in the other direction, we're drawing out, I mentioned the skills and the talent, but we're also drawing out a lot of the technical capability which is pioneered in the games industry, about how to engage between human and machine. That's a lot of the stuff that we have to do in the space industry. We train our astronauts in virtual reality, right? Just down the road, just down by Cologne Airport, the European Astronaut Center, it's where all of Europe's astronauts are trained. And how do they learn how to operate the International Space Station? They put on the visor, and we teach them to operate the controls. We have a robotics and a haptics lab. We have a lot of this kind of stuff about autonomy, about how to remotely operate machinery and vehicles, because if your machinery is in space, you need to be able to handle a joystick, right? All of those kind of capabilities are coming out of the games industry. That's where it's being pioneered. A lot of the stuff which is about network communication, about multiplayer, multi-user engagement over telecoms. One of the biggest bits of satellite infrastructure is telecom infrastructure. It's satellite communication. It used to be sports bars and everybody watching football in the bar, right? But now it's broadband connectivity. It's 5G.
Yeah.
And if you want a very short, laggy connection, the fastest connection is not going through a fiber from one side of the earth to the other. You go out through free space over laser and you come back down again, right? Bounce it over the satellites if you want to bring your lag down, bring your latency down.
Yeah.
Or you go in the other direction. If you want to control something on the moon, we need to understand how to deal with 2.5 seconds of latency, and I'm hoping somebody in this room can tell me how to do that.
Excellent. And now we're at 2.5 minutes, being on the 2.5 seconds of latency. But no, thank you for that. And you know, it's probably really, really important to understand also how game technology, how video games are used in completely different areas, because, you know, when you think about video games, you think about play, you think about entertainment. Of course, it's all that. But I think we're increasingly now seeing that it's so much more. So great to have that insight, to better understand how you guys are working. Would love to see that base in Cologne. So thank you for that. I just wanted to mention that the UK trade body for video games, UKI, they released actually a report last year on game technology spillover, and it concluded that it contributed to 1.3 billion in revenue and supported over 10,000 jobs. So it's more than just a nice to have. It's starting to become really an economic important impact. So with this, moving forward with our topics, because we have many exciting topics here today. We have spoken about how games can support other complex, demanding areas such as space, the spillover effect, why certain regions are hubs, the importance of skills and training has come across quite a few times. But what about digital champions, Per? Do we need a European Meta or Alibaba in games? I know this is a topic that you have been thinking quite a lot of. So who are they in Europe? Do we need to do the same thing as tech? 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Anne. I don't know about thinking hard or good, but at least long. But first, I'd like to say that don't we also share this sense of wonder, the fascination of the unknown? Isn't that a big part of the appeal of games, to explore and find new worlds? Isn't that also something that we share? So just wanted to add that. And also thank you to Renate Nicolai for mentioning the competitiveness of the European SMEs, because I think these are the real digital champions. And you mentioned, why don't we have a European Alibaba? Why don't we have a European, did you say Google? Or Meta? Yeah, why don't, raise your hand if you've ever been in that conversation. Why don't we have a European Meta or Google or, right. It's tiring, right? We're looking in the wrong places for the digital champions. We cannot copy the success formula of somebody else. We don't have the huge markets, consumer markets in Asia. We don't have the investor money in Silicon Valley. And by the way, a lot of that investor money is public money from the US federal government over decades and decades. I don't know that any amount of European taxpayer money can buy a European Alibaba. Instead, can we look at what we have? I mean, look around. We have thousands of creative SMEs, and games is just one example, and they are digital, and they focus on creative expression, they focus on diversity, it comes from high quality, high education, skills. So somebody would call these European values, the list I just ranted. Some of them would call these European values. And Sweden, I'll take this example, in the last decade we grew from 1 billion turnover to 8 billion turnover in the exports of the Swedish games. That's 700% increase in a decade. We did that with very little added use of the planet's limited resources. So it's also green growth, and it's green growth not only because it's digital, but also because it's immaterial value creation. Yes, we do intellectual property. So this is a great promise for the future. The creative SMEs may not be able to save the world, but we can contribute. Oh, and another thing, IP is great because it travels. This ladies and gentlemen, is an enchanted diamond sword. I know you want it. I paid 30 euros for this, but I think you can get the plastic sword from a street vendor for like 3 euros. So it's a 10-time value, which is only the IP.
Does it light up?
Watch it. And I don't see anyone paying 30 euros for Alibaba swords.
Thank you, Per. Well, that's great. If anybody else would like to use the sword when then you're welcome. Yeah. No, but thanks. I think that was a good waking up call a little bit, where we should be looking, because we do have this SME structure in Europe, and we were just discussing with Nick before this panel. It's very similar to what the ESA has a lot. There are lots of European SMEs in space technology, etc., and we have learned about your incredible incubator programs supporting those as well. Axel, now it's your turn. 2.5 minutes, but I'll ask the question first. Yeah. So you have just entered a new European Parliament for 5 years, and many big files were adopted during the past 5 years. I think that Business Europe counted some 850 new legislation adopted during this mandate, among others, the AI Act, the Data Act, the DSA, the DMA, much of what Renata has mentioned. Of course, not everything applies to games, and much of it also aims, of course, to drive competitiveness in Europe. So this sector, of course, spent a lot of time to understand how these regulations will apply to us, etc. And it's possible that the sector feel that it may need a little bit of regulatory break, and see that the guidelines that Renata mentioned that points to education, skills, STEM, competitiveness is probably a welcome breathing space there. So can you talk a little bit about the vision, what the EPP will have for the next? It's the biggest group in the European Parliament. Are you thinking on innovation, investment, etc., from that perspective?
Thanks, and also thank you for this quite optimistic mood here around. So, of course, we are focusing always in what is left, so what we need to do in the upcoming mandate. And this is something where I would say we now have to list and to think about what is missing. So far, we concentrated too much on regulation instead of coming with an overall strategy in supporting companies or motivating also some industries and so on. And this is now the missing link, I would say, what Renata has mentioned. And we are all in this kind of spirit now in saying now competitiveness and investments and innovation should be on the top of the list. And because we have done a lot of regulation, and now it's time, and I'm using an expression what I learned from Renata, filling everything with life. And meaning also to get rid of everything what is a burden. And so I still would like to see that we might also revise as soon as possible some of the new elements what we have achieved last mandate, because time is running, problems might be different, and here we have to react. And we shouldn't be a kind of a very ponderous legislator at the end. So, but meaning it's obvious we need to lead Europe to, if we would like to keep prosperity and wealth and so on, then we need to have investments, and also we need to come to competitiveness. And how to achieve this. And this is what we are thinking, and starting, of course, with the, let's say, headline of better lawmaking. So trying to avoid overlapping issues or everything what might lead to legal uncertainty. Also reducing burdens for especially SMEs, because the biggest one, and if we are looking to risk-based approaches here, the biggest one they can always deal with these, but the smallest one or smaller ones not. So here we need to have probably different layers of approaches. And of course, when we are coming to the AI Act, for instance, we need to make sure that we have only one interpretation throughout the EU, and not what we have done wrongly from my point of view with the GDPR, the Data Protection Regulation, where every member state is interpreting the rules differently, although we have regulation on board. So, and sometimes in some member states, I would say the purpose of free flow of data is missing. They are just focusing on protecting. And this is also something what we need to make differently. And better lawmaking is one thing, but also digital enforcement. Of course, we need here kind of, also structurally, we need to renew ourselves a bit, that we have now one commissioner, hopefully for digital and pushing this forward, that we have this digital enforcement, so meaning looking at everything what might be not in a correct wording or overlapping on the situation. We need also this kind of clear digital strategy. And this, for me, is also something where we should go beyond this. I'm sorry for this, Mats, but for these national approaches, I still think we need a European approach, European projects. And if every member state is just focusing on its own, we are not coming to a kind of an Alibaba situation where we should probably create one. And this is something also digital investment. I'm still thinking about that on the European level we should more spend than 20 billion instead of 2-point-something billion, and also creating a kind of a digital tech fund where we can bring in, let's say, 200 billion, and then trying to create here more and more of this competitiveness of the investments and coming forward like this. Probably I exaggerated already.
No, it's good. It's good, but I'll stop you now. It's a lot of twos. It's the 2 billions, it's the 20 billions, and 202.5. Sorry, I'm just. It's a lot of twos, but no, thank you. And I think better lawmaking, enforcement is part of that. SMEs, capabilities. Clear digital strategy and European projects. So that's of course important. You also spoke about the digital tech fund. Maybe that can be a digital and creative tech fund to get the word creative in there. But following this, so you specifically mentioned the member states now, Axel. I think on a separate note, I think, did you give a scope that the GDPR may be revised? No?
Yes, we do. We just mentioned also in the program already, we would like to see more personal data processed, and this would mean we have to modernize the GDPR. And the GDPR, so far, how we are dealing with these, it's important, there's no doubt, but how we are doing this, this could be better, and we need to process also more personal data without infringing the fundamental rights of our citizens. And there are ways, but this is not something other parts of the Commission are a little bit more resistant in trying to open the GDPR. They see a kind of a horror show if we are just opening these. I would say we need to come forward. We need to do here more. We can simplify our lives also in reducing some burdens there. But we need to have the courage, the will, the political will in coming to a situation where we have a kind of a more prosperous digital environment.
Thank you, Axel. Wow, we're learning lots of things here today. Thank you for that political, I would say, motivation on those points. It will be an exciting next 5 years, I think. Oh, So you mentioned the member states. Then I got so excited about the GDPR point that Axel mentioned, so I didn't follow up with you, Mats, here. So, do you think member states, Mats, are ready to be involved in a common digital creative strategy? Can education skills, development talent pipeline be part of that? Often national competence, but maybe there are sweet spots in which we can do big and ambitious projects. So
with the national level. Yes, I think so. First, I would say also that talking about innovation and competitiveness, the strategy for creative and cultural and
industries.
Industries, thank you. Is of course that's of course the target, to be competitive and innovative, and I think we need those kind of strategies on the EU level, but we need it also on national level as well as local level. So that's not a problem. And of course we need to reduce the obstacles, but also about the regulations. I think it's important that some kind of regulation. We need some kind of regulation, and it should be on the focus on the EU level, because we need it's the same rules in all over the EU. And we need clear rules also. That's also important, that we don't change it every year or so. But some regulation needs also to point out the direction for the innovation. I mean, we have some global problem with climate and democracy and so on, and we want industry go on the right direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
So national level certain things, and we can also identify European projects where they are needed. Hendrik, you kicked off this panel debate on the basis of what we're having, etc. Can we be a little bit more ambitious? So if we look at what more can be done, you have now heard various, institutions, politicians, etc., talking about their vision. What do you think can be done in order to be even better for this sector?
No, I think I mentioned already that we should do our part to basically save the world, right? So I think that's to a degree, or should be quite ambitious, and should be a calling to all of us. And how we do this, and one thing I want to add to what Axel was just saying, right? We protect the data of our population quite a bit, but then we let them be exposed to misinformation and crazy stuff, in my book, from all kinds of platforms which are not necessarily based in Europe, right? So I think that is something which we have to get a better balance, to say the least. So this is something where I think we have to get ambitious, not overprotective as in isolate us, but we have to get people to also adhere to our rules, just to say it very plainly, right? And on the other hand, the cultural aspect we talked about, and the 200 billion sounds very good to me, right? Adding the creative. So ultimately, I very much believe in the future, ideas of the future, narratives. Why do we wake up in the morning? And so ultimately this drive of having these future ideas again, and I think Europe is, we have to have a vision really, right, on who we want to be and want to stay, and not just over-regulated to get that point, but get people to again believe in the idea of Europe. And it's not only about Europe, about these values, and then ideally, not export them through violent means throughout the world. That's not the message, but ultimately export our culture and really double down on this. And I think so many other key points were already mentioned. Why this is technology-wise, it's good. It's for our own people, it's good, and so on. But ultimately, it's about to have a positive trajectory. If we talk about sci-fi for the next 100 years, where it's about a free society of people who. And when we talk about AI, probably not everybody is working in 50 years anymore, right? What are these people doing? Are they just consuming TikToks the whole day and get completely brainwashed in a way? Or are they also experience meaningful culture of togetherness and social and so on? Yeah. So I think we have to not double down, but 200 billion down on that idea of tech culture becoming one and becoming a true meaningful way of how we can also live our lives and still have meaningful connections. If that's
Thank you. That was
ambitious enough.
That was a grand vision, but an important vision. I think Per also touched on that a little bit, with also how games can maybe save the planet as well through their immaterial value. Renata, we're moving towards the end of this panel discussion. So you started off with giving us some insight what may lie ahead, and also a very good indication on what the Commission has achieved and the EU has achieved in the past mandate. So you've now heard everybody speaking here. You've also heard from industry. Is there anything you would like to react to what you have been hearing on the panel discussion so far? You don't need to react to the revision of the GDPR. But
I fully support.
Yeah.
I fully support. But Axel knows that. I'm quite thrilled by the positive spirit in the panel, and that's also such an expression of what the Gamescom is about. And I think that's, for me, a very important takeaway from this year's time at the Gamescom, and also from hearing from the sector and also the national perspective. Because sometimes I think we underestimate the impact Europe has in the world. We're living in difficult geopolitical times, and digital sovereignty is an important topic. And when we talk about competitiveness, it has also to be kind of embedded in a more strategic autonomy, because that's, of course, you know, the reality around us. But on the other hand, you know, we are living here a community, a huge, vast community. And I very much like to echo what was said around the table, that, you know, we have a very valuable contribution to make as Europe because of who we are, because of the cultural kind of heritage we represent and the values we stand for. And I think that's, you know, what we should build on. And I think we also shouldn't underestimate the impact that we can have if we get our act together and do it in a, you know, single market vision, because that's always when we are good. When we show we have influenced markets in the world with our approaches, just by, you know, being front runners or being steadfast in our kind of vision. With GDPR even, we kind of revolutionized the world. I mean, more than, you know, every region in the world has copied the principles of it. And maybe with the AI Act it will be similar. And I'm not talking only about, you know, regulation. I'm talking about the creative kind of minds and the creative kind of power that comes from a sector like the video games sector. So what I also take away from it is that funding is going to be an important aspect for the future. And in the next years, we will have a very important debate where national kind of perspectives will come in as well on the annual budget, the several years annual, multi-annual budget of the European Union. And we have to make sure that we don't forget the importance, the cultural and the economic importance of the creative sector, including the video games sector. And I think we all here around, you know, the panel and probably at Gamescom have an interest in showcasing the big contribution it already makes across kind of strands to other sectors, but also within the sector, because it has an important societal value as much as an economic value. And I think to spell that out more clearly, I think will help us also to have a very strong position in that difficult debate, because we will compete against many other important aspects, security aspects, geopolitical kind of aspects, and of course also other industrial sectors that will want to have support. But I think it's a really important moment of a huge potential for the EU. If we kind of, you know, grab this, if we actually, instead of saying, oh, we don't have a Meta, we don't have an Alibaba, to actually say, yeah, but we have a potential with AI and with the kind of innovation packages and with the kind of measures at the national level, at the EU level. If we bang our heads together, build partnership and ecosystems around kind of places where you have talent from universities, you have startup scene, and you kind of, you know, bind it together, I think, you know, there's a potential prosperous future also in this sector, and that's what I would hope.
Excellent. That was a very positive sum up remarks, Renata. We have we're 50 seconds left, so now we're getting really stressed. So I had prepared this sort of short summary from the panel. Because of the large panel, we're unfortunately not going to be able to take Q&As live, but please contact panelists afterwards if you would like to ask questions. Perhaps one key takeaway that I think we have seen across all the debates is that competitiveness and innovation cannot happen if we don't invest in the people and in the skills. And by doing this, we also see this huge impact on games and on society and maybe saving the world, as you said, Henrik. With this, thank you very much for having listened to us, and an applause for the panelists. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are with one of the promised interactive show formats, and this is called Don't Speak for Yourself. And therefore, I am joined by my guests, or should I say competitors, in this case, Hillary Mason and John Redoff. Hey.
Or victims.
Hello.
Victims? No, no. You're the star of the show. It's going to be so much fun.
I can't wait.
Yeah, have you done this before?
We have not done this before.
Okay.
So
all right, so this is the alpha test.
We're also prototyping, yes.
All
I'm
right.
very glad that
All
you're
right.
with us today. We already discussed a bit before the show started that you guys, you kind of knew what was happening, but not like exactly.
Yeah.
I briefed you a bit more, but we'll see how much you remembered from that. I also recapped the rules of this game for everyone out there. So basically, those two here with me will take part in an argument, but they will take sides that are not necessarily theirs. So they are trying to convince you, the audience, and that's the interactive part. You guys will be able, in the end, to vote who of the two for each question or each category has convinced you most, who had the best arguments in their pockets, and who drew you to their side. That does not have necessarily to be what your opinion is. Like, try to loosen yourself from your own position, but only let's concentrate on how good those two are doing in terms of battling each other. And then we'll have a vote, a chat vote, and whoever gains the most vote wins the round. Easy? So far, so easy, right?
Sounds like fun.
I'll introduce the categories in a second, just a few more additional rules. So first of all, about speaking time, we gotta make this evil, not evil, even somehow.
Even.
Maybe it's even evil, I don't know. We have a chess clock there on the table, and you guys can see a timer on that. That's not possible for you at home, but there's 3 minutes for the two of them. So, as of right now, the timer, I don't want to demonstrate it as of right now, but we'll do that when the round starts.
Okay.
The button is there to be clicked by Hillary, and at that moment, time is running for John, and he can start giving his arguments, and as soon as he's done, like giving his first few arguments for his position, then he clicks the timer, and time's running for Hillary.
Okay.
And then you can answer. So as of right now, I think this will also help making this a little more civilized, because you know, you should hand over the words, but we'll see how it goes. As I said, we didn't test that too much, so we'll see about that. And also, for you guys to be a little more relaxed about this, we do have a disclaimer somewhere in the screen that opinions stated here are not necessarily your own.
Good.
Because,
I can't wait for the little sound bites to chase me around for the rest of my life.
That is the very thing. I mean, people nowadays, you know, you never know where information's going, where little video bits are going, and then you can see like.
It's a role-playing game.
Yes.
That's what we're doing.
Just like talking about a bit, like you are, in general, I would say you are AI proponent. Is it problematic for you to like openly state contra AI stuff?
No, I'm an optimist, but I'm also a pragmatist. And
okay.
if you happen to see my talk this morning, it was a lot against, a lot for, and a lot of nuance. So I like nuance.
Okay, John, what would be like the topic that you don't want to give negative arguments against? What would be like that for you?
US politics or something?
No, politics. We're trying to keep politics to a minimum.
Okay.
I can tell you that already. Because we don't want to, like, even for us, that's too hot.
Yeah, I'm not too worried.
Okay. So far, so easy. Everyone
good.
understood. Maybe chat, are you there? We have you right in front of us. You can, if you want, you can also help them by putting arguments like in the chat if you guys want to read along. Like on the right side, that's the Twitch chat. On the left side, that's the YouTube chat. We are live on the official Gamescom YouTube channel and also on the Gamescom Congress Twitch channel. So just in case people, if you're wondering like where the vote's coming from or where the argument's coming from or whatever, this is because they are two simultaneous streams. So
awesome.
I'm going to need a lot of help, so I'm relying on you, the audience,
Yes.
to type in
People
some
of the
ideas.
internet, please Google for us.
Talking about help.
You can use
so
ChatGPT too, and
this
just
is
post
the
it
one
right
thing.
in the
This
channel.
is the one thing. Actually, guys, to help you out so that you're not too lost with your side of the argument, I do have some cards prepared here which have some AI-generated arguments for the pro or con side. You can, but you don't have to use those.
Okay.
You can like have a quick read through them.
Which AI and what reinforcement
I don't
learning
want to.
with human feedback model was applied?
I don't want to elaborate on this. It is an AI, like some AI that you might come up with if you want to do something like this.
Okay.
All right. So it is the chatbot from T-Mobile. I wrote the question for us. I don't know.
Yeah. Who are your sponsors?
They would probably do that, right? Don't
yeah.
they? So let's see here. So at first, I have a statement here, and we also show the category for you guys so that you know what we're talking about. The statement is, the integration of artificial intelligence in video games inevitably leads to loss of creative control for developers. This is the statement. So our topic, all in all, is like use of AI in games development. This is our general topic. And one of you will take the very surprising topic, right? One of you will take the pro, and one of you will take the con side. Do you have favorites?
I'm happy to go random because
let's go random.
You both want to go random? Okay, let's see here. Let's see. I shuffle.
Anyone who reads my blog will know how I feel about this
shuffle.
topic.
So, who wants to left hand, right hand?
That one.
That one for you? Is that fine for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank
you. This is your side.
Shall I?
I just check. Oh, okay.
All right.
All right. You can have a quick read through them. And yes, Hillary actually picked the pro arguments, while John has the contra arguments. So yeah, basically you guys are ready to go right now, right? You
sure.
Really,
so I'm
okay, your time's running, John, and off we go.
Oh, so I'm starting. Okay. The problem with using AI and
running. This is not running. Why isn't it running?
Technical failure.
Oh, yeah,
technical failure.
No, you got 10 extra seconds. Well.
The problem with having AI in game development, like on the one hand, we could say that there's a loss of creative control, but really we're just going to create a huge amount of spam on the internet. So there's already, like there was 14,000 games on Steam last year. We're going to have 1.4 million. So it's just going to be an exponential lift in the number of games you won't be able to play anyway. And let's face it, these games are going to be all the same because they're going to be based on a set of models that are trained with a lot of things that already exist. Granted, you might not know about some of these games already, but they already exist, and now there's just going to be 1,000 times more of the same thing. So who really needs that?
Okay.
Do I
find it?
Okay. So the statement was, AI will inevitably lead to a loss of creative control. You are arguing which side of it? Because what you said and what this said don't line up at all, but I'm just going to argue with you because this is bullshit anyway. And say, okay, so I think we already live in a world where we have more media than we ever needed, right? So like I work in narrative, right? And if you go to something like an archive of our own, you look at fan fiction, there are millions of stories out there. So what matters in the entertainment we create is not that it is like more stories. Nobody needs more, but we need our stories. We need the ones that are meaningful to us. And the use of the technology will bring up the ability for more people to create something that expresses themselves and what they need.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying... Did I do it? Or?
No,
it does work. It is set to 3 hours instead of 3 minutes. But hey, who cares about it? We can monitor that.
A little bit of a timer problem.
Very sad microwave.
Yeah, I'm arguing against the idea of using AI within games, I guess.
I see. Okay.
But the idea is if we have a huge increase in the content volume out there, people will just be generating. They won't actually be expressing creativity. So, yeah, I mean, I think that just means that there's a ton of things out there, and most of which will be junk, and the games that people will be playing will just be this power law distribution of whatever happens to get popular and reinforced. So that's, I guess, one challenge I see with it. But here's another thing, though, which is to somewhat challenge the whole premise of the question, though, which is this idea of a loss of creative control for the developer. So I want to play with the word developer here. I think it probably is actually true in some respects, but not in a negative sense of this being a bad thing, because I think that we now have a continuum of people who are involved in game development who are not even the traditional game developers. So it isn't just the people who are working at a studio anymore, it's the players, it's the modding community, it's everybody who's part of that continuum. So I think that it's actually going to be about a lot more players who are exercising creative control within the game. And some developers may, in fact, see that as a negative. I see that as a positive for society overall, because it means that everybody who wants to express themselves creatively through games is going to get to do it. That said, there is going to be this phase where maybe a lot of people who are professionals in the industry might see an erosion of their job prospects and whatnot, because so much of that responsibility is shifting.
I appreciate that. I think you've talked yourself around to agreeing with me. So I will build and debate your point in that the use of the technology sort of brings up the floor of creativity, but perhaps not the ceiling, in the sense that it does allow for, it breaks the barriers between who is a creator. And it sort of redefines who is creative, because what is creative is not writing the unit test of code, but what is creative is deciding what even should be on the screen now and curating. The AI systems are not opinionated. They don't know what good is, but people know what good is. And to your earlier point, where it's just going to make a lot of crap, it's going to make a lot of crap, but it's going to make a lot of crap that is meaningful to people who made it make that crap. If you look at, Instagram, they built a whole business around people taking photos and sharing those photos. And most of those photos are not good, so they had to have filters at the beginning because it looked slightly better on Instagram than anywhere else. So you're like, okay, here's my breakfast. It looks bad, but here on Instagram, it looks a little better because now it's a little blue and purple. And that really caught on. So I think there really is something powerful in the use of the technology to enhance creativity and spread it through the spectrum from players to developers to whoever else wants to make stuff and make it fun.
You can give him his last 8 seconds.
Yeah, 6, 5, 4.
Quality control will be hard, and probably players will be responsible for a lot of that curation.
Cut.
And we already have problems where instead of picking from a small set of games which one you're going to play, we have discovery problems. And this is where search, content recommendation have been product metaphors that have existed for a long time. If you go to a platform like Roblox, for example, I'm sure they spend a ton of energy on discovery because, yes, you're right. In that world of all the content, finding the stuff you're going to love that's meaningful to you is the game, and that's the hard part.
3, 2, 1. Cut! Yeah, perfect. No, time.
No.
It was perfect. I can press the button in the middle, and maybe we can just fix that real quick and adjust it to 3 minutes. 3 hours will be a long debate.
Nobody wants to hear us talk about this for 3 hours.
All right.
That's hard to role play the other side that I would normally not take.
Yeah.
I tried to have my cake and eat it too.
But wouldn't you?
I tried to recontextualize the problem.
I see. But
that's the loophole on this.
So
okay.
Once again, so Hillary had the pro side of this, while John had the contra side of this. They argued a bit, kind of, and also agreed a bit, kind of, here and there. But guys, if you want to vote now, you can do that in the chat by typing in !vote and then the name of the contestant. The !vote John, it's just G-O-N, right?
J-O-N, yeah.
J-O-N, right? And it's Hillary, H-I-L-A-R-Y.
Yes, 1 L.
1 L,
yes.
Not 2 L.
And you should vote for Hillary there, because I agree with everything she said.
Yeah. And I'm just arguing with him, so vote for John.
Say that in a minute or so. Such a bad player.
Maybe there's reverse psychology here.
You are aiming for the pity votes. Okay, I see. Okay, is it more difficult for you guys to argue for the other side that's a little further off your personal opinion? What do you say? From this first.
I think my neural network is already primed for my kind of
For
existing biases. So it's a little. I mean, I'm familiar with a lot of the counter arguments, so I have to put a little bit more mental energy into like manifesting it, though.
How well did the cue cards help? Not at all?
I didn't really have enough time to glance over it, but
so this would have been like the prime contra AI argument. Just saying those cue cards are shit. You know?
Yeah.
If you would have said like, okay, AI has done this, so how the hell could this like produce good games?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like there was I don't want to, you know,
it's just so
give too many tips.
Like
there we
the
go.
boring, obvious, you know, like automation of routine tasks. AI can handle repetitive tasks. Thank you, card. Like
all right. We will close the vote as of right now, and then we'll see in a second how the votes go.
Yeah.
So, like the chess clock, how did that work for you guys? Because as we are prototyping.
It's interesting.
It's fun.
Now that it's the right number of minutes.
Yeah, it's a good button.
We were all confused because like on the right side, it just I thought it was just like milliseconds, but it was seconds, and it didn't seem to move. But now we don't have that. So if we have the vote points collected right now, we can have a look at the program screen over there and see who gains 1 point here. And this will be Hillary. First point for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck.
Congrats.
Thank you, one person.
Thank you, one person, whoever voted for you. So let's see here. We have the next statement. Are you guys ready?
Uh-huh.
Yes? Okay,
All right,
good.
I get the game mechanic now.
Yes,
Let's
right?
go.
So now you can hack it. Let's see here. Next statement and next topic.
Okay.
The growing emphasis on in-game purchases and microtransactions is undermining the gaming experience and fair access to games. So, pro and con is for the general topic in-game purchases and microtransactions. So you are either argumenting pro or con those. Okay? There is this controversial statement, I know, but we got to try to somehow step away from that. So one of you guys is arguing for, and one person is arguing against purchases and microtransactions in-game. What do you guys think? Any favorites? Or you want to have it random once again?
Random?
Yes?
Let's keep it random. We got to stay random consistently.
Okay. No, we can be random. It's no problem.
On the panel we had earlier, John made some really excellent points about the relationship between cultures around microtransactions and AI. So I'm very excited.
Is that so? Okay, you're kind of an expert in that topic,
He is an expert in that topic.
Well, let's see then. All right, I will shuffle, and now John can make the vote. Which side do you want?
Left.
So this is yours.
Okay.
And this is yours. And once again, you are pro. And you are con. Too many cards here. This is like, wow. Okay, if you can familiarize yourself with your arguments before we then head into the very start of it.
Is it me again?
It is probably, yeah, unfortunately, it is
Ready?
that way.
Go.
Let's try it again.
Does it start?
There, now it did.
Here you go. John.
Oh, I'm starting. I have to start with a little bit of nuance on this because there's different kinds of games and there's microtransactions in some games, but I want to talk about how they can be pretty negative and bad. If you look at iOS, Android, sort of mobile app store as an example, it's really hard to acquire users in this environment. Therefore, the natural funnel, the kind of the business model that works there is the one that maximizes your revenue high enough to compensate for the direct cost of customer acquisition. That's a reality of that market. So while there are some good games that involve microtransactions and in-app purchases, it has kind of squeezed out a lot of other kinds of games and squelched the creativity of a lot of other developers there. Because it's very, very hard to get meaningful uptake. This occasionally happens through luck, but more often than not, you're really guided by the decisions of those platforms to structure it in a certain way that really just does favor microtransactions. So I'm not a big fan of the fact that we're moving towards a monoculture of business models. I would much prefer to see a diversity of business models and let people do it, but give a lot more access to different kinds of games. But I'll tell you, the actual culprit behind this isn't the developers choosing it. It's the fact that the app stores have been structured in a certain way with their 30% taxes, and the whole business model of running these app stores is what has created that. So Apple and Google are the ones who are responsible for guiding us down that path, not so much the developers. So if we opened up the marketplaces for these things more, then you'd probably see far more diversity of developer choices instead of the dominance of microtransactions. So.
That's interesting. I mean, Apple and Google they provide distribution, but there is no obligation to engage in those distribution platforms. And since I'm arguing pro microtransactions, it feels like we all engage with games in different ways, right? Why should we all pay exactly the same price? So if somebody is deeply engaged and they're invested and it's their identity and it's their favorite thing in the world, give them the opportunity to invest financially at the scale of that passion and commitment. Whereas if they're just dabbling and playing a little bit, give them the ability to say like, okay, I actually don't want to pay $60 for this game. I want to, engage with it, a little bit, and then be like, okay, I'm kind of burned out on it. I want to go on to something else. So maybe I've spent like $2 on it, right? So I see like arguing for microtransactions that they give people choice and a personalization of the business model in a context where otherwise, it's just one size fits all.
Yeah, you're arguing the I believe what you're doing is you're arguing the democratization case for in-app purchases, which I take to be, instead of charging people up front a whole bunch of money, they can do it in bite-sized pieces. The negative aspect, though, of it is that as soon as it's built around bite-sized pieces, your game becomes naturally structured around a series of pay gates, which are all about generating a certain amount of anxious behavior on behalf of the player so that they feel that they have to pay to be able to continue through the gate. That does limit the type of games that can be created. I'm not even saying that that's always
10 seconds.
That's not universally negative in all cases, but it means you're limited to a subset of the games that can be created when they're structured that way.
And I hear the words you're saying, and they make a lot of sense, but since I'm arguing for it, I'm going to say that this is a choice that the developers make to structure their games around these gates and to organize in this way. And we have other models out there in the world, right? Like you can look at in traditional news media, the separation of sort of like news content and business content, like two different rooms. The newsroom was always a sacred place. Maybe not always the case anymore, but at least in the past at some point, somebody tried to design around this same problem. So the ad dollars would not corrupt the underlying beauty of the creative experience. And so here it is then a choice that developers make to optimize for revenue extraction while they're also giving their players a personal choice as to how they want to engage with the game. You're out of time.
No more time left.
Okay,
you can take your minute if you want or not.
Yeah, yay, microtransactions. That's all I got.
All right, then we close the round right here. Why not? Now you can vote, guys, out there. Who had the better arguments? Who did best? Hillary had the pro position for microtransactions, while John was arguing against those. Please type into the chat !vote and then the name, either John, it's J-O-N, or Hillary, H-I-L-A-R-Y, into the chat. Okay.
This is a really interesting social experiment because I see what we're telling people is vote for the person with better arguments, regardless of whether you're pro or con.
Yes.
So people are supposed to somehow remove their biases and be like, I really hate microtransactions with a passion, but Hillary made such a great case for them.
Yes, go microtransactions. Great
so
case for this thing that is not necessarily my opinion.
You should have made yourself a flag.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was as if you had a disclaimer always like in front of your arguments, like, since I am in this specific situation, in this game context, arguing pro microtransactions.
It is, this is not an easy game.
All right, so let's close the voting here. And yes, guys, because someone typed in our votes counted. Yes, they are. And they are then counted. And the one person with the most votes in that round wins the round and thereby wins 1 point. So, right, it's not like the total number of votes that adds up to the points. Okay, that's not why you earned 1 point, because only one person.
I thought I had one person out there.
We're playing in rounds, and this round here, let's see the scoreboard, goes to John.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so it's 1v1. Nice.
And in full disclosure, I've shipped like 20 million units of games that have microtransactions in them.
So
I'm fine with microtransactions.
Is that
but
so
actually, I
interesting?
don't disagree with what I said either, at least the way I kind of attacked it, which is I do think that there are just sort of business structures in place that maybe limit the scope of total games that can be released on certain platforms, and that's not necessarily great.
I do get that, but that is the thing. I mean, those arguments are not like, they don't come out of the blue. But I mean, you would emphasize them a little differently, maybe, if you like took your own sides. If you guys would be so kind to reset the clock, that's by
this middle one.
On the back side, there's like a little toggle, and you can
side?
switch it off and on back.
Oh, this? Okay.
And then it is reset. That's as easy as it gets.
All right.
Okay. And then I think we gotta click the play here. Yes, and now we are live. So, oh no. I don't know how this clock works.
I started with 2 seconds short.
Did any one of you guys play chess?
Not with the clock.
I can play chess.
Whatever. What we can play, though, is don't speak for yourself. This is the show you're in right now, and we're coming to round number 3, and this is the statement that I want to intro the next category with. It says, the gaming industry needs to engage more deeply with the ethical implications of data processing and player privacy. Okay, everyone getting this?
Repeat it again, please.
I can repeat this. The gaming industry needs to engage more deeply with the ethical implications of data processing and player privacy. This is a statement. So basically our category here is data processing and privacy within games. You know? And one of you will argue for this and one against. And maybe you guys do want to rely on your cue cards this time as just a reminder. Those are AI generated, so they might make sense, maybe they don't. We do it randomly once again. Hillary, you can pick which side you want.
This side.
This side. And what do you think? It's pro or con?
I've been on a pro streak, so pro.
Is actually pro once again.
Once
it's not
again.
possible.
Wow.
So, John, I don't know.
So I'm against data privacy this time.
You're against data privacy.
Let's try something new, though, because it was so civilized all the time that you guys like took your turns and let the other person speak as long as they wanted. What I want to try out right now is inverse the chess clock. Meaning, whenever you want to say something, you press the button, and then your time runs. Okay? So first of all, John will press, and whenever you want to interrupt him, Hillary, you also press. He needs to stop talking then. You can talk unless he also presses. Like, I don't know how pressy you'll be.
Okay, so we can interrupt each other.
Okay.
You can interrupt each other. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Try to be kind of civilized about it. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
All right.
So
a little
again,
confusing.
Data
okay.
processing and privacy with games. So right now, once again, John will start the argument because the chess clock is that way right now. But his time then starts running. Okay, so Unity press, and then you can start talking.
Okay, so I'm going to go
Pressing
first.
talk, press and talk, and you go.
So the issue. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
but now that's you.
Yeah,
I guess.
But it's fine.
Okay.
Yes, it's inverse.
Okay.
It's good.
All right, all right. So the subject is data privacy in games and whether or not game companies should be engaging a lot more with data privacy than they currently are. So I think the question really comes down to the costs of implementing policy, versus the benefits of those policies. And there are certain industries where privacy of data is really critical, and there's a huge cost to data release. So for example, healthcare, for example, like I think people could almost universally agree that you would not allow companies to misuse your health data because it could be misused by insurance companies and employers and all kinds of things with very negative repercussions that we just don't accept as a society. We're talking about games here. We're talking about a creative industry. They're supposed to be fun to play. People are doing these things for entertainment, and to reuse something you were talking about earlier, it's a choice to play a game. It's not a choice, really, to engage in the healthcare system.
It is in America.
So,
Sorry. Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying about the, the risks that companies take on in managing privacy of data, and that, of course, some healthcare areas may have higher risks than something like gaming and entertainment. But I think that undersells and undercuts the critical role that games actually play in people's lives today. And it also sells our players short. So I happen to have been a co-author of a book called Ethics in Data Science, which is very much on this topic of, along with DJ Patil, who was President Obama's chief data scientist, and Mike Lukides from O'Reilly Media. This is a topic I do have a strong opinion about genuinely. It is one where strong privacy practices and strong cleanliness in how we handle our data deeply tied to the security of our player data. And it is a risk that does not have to be expensive to implement. Like, these are now actually standard practices across every industry, not just gaming. And it's also one that is critical for players to have confidence that their data is safe, that it's being well looked after, and that they won't be hacked or exploited. And that data is not being sold out from under them, which happens way too often with no idea that their data is being sold to an ad tech provider who's going to see that, like, they're talking about their feelings of depression in an online chat in a game, and now they're getting ads for like antidepressants. That's something that does actually happen. And it is the responsibility. I just keep talking till you go, right?
You can't interrupt her, right?
Like,
You can't interrupt her.
But it seriously is the responsibility of the companies in this industry to safeguard that data, to let consumers make an informed choice as to where their data is, how it's being stored securely, and where it's going to go beyond the bounds or the walls of that particular company. Thank you.
okay. Here's the issue that here's my core issue, which is, we're talking about a creative industry, and I'm skeptical that the costs are as low as you're suggesting. I think anytime you take a small team, and listen, by far, the most creative ideas for new games, new game concepts, especially online games, are coming from small teams. Sometimes today, that could even be just one developer. One person can create a game, and that's something we want to foster as an industry. We want more and more people to be creative, smaller and smaller teams. Saddling them with a bunch of regulation or responsibilities to secure data in a bunch of new ways that might be costly or at least time-consuming or add a lot of more steps to their development process. I do worry about that as something that's an impediment to their creativity. Because in games, it's the speed with which you can iterate. It's the ability to try new things, what I call shots on goals. So it's new features, new art designs, nor new systems, or entirely new games, figuring out that the game isn't working. So anything that slows down the game developer through that process is a real drag not only on their creativity, but cuts down on their effective runway. They might have just as much time, but the number of things they're going to get done in that time is less. Game developers have to just be freed to be creative. Throwing regulation on top of them, that I get really, really worried about. Chat is an interesting case that you sort of mentioned, where you're talking about people are mentioning
10 seconds.
A health problem in chat. I think we already have like communication things around chat that govern privacy in that domain.
We don't. But I hear what you're saying around things like, freeing up creativity. And I have really, 2 points to make. One of which is that I do believe you are the CEO of a platform that game developers build on top of. And so one might imagine that if platforms such as yours made it easy to keep data secure and to respect privacy, it actually isn't a problem for those creative developers. And the other piece of it is actually having lived in the real world, having worked in the startup ecosystem for a long time, and we can use GDPR as a model of regulation in this space. Like, startups ignored it until they were big enough that they couldn't anymore. And so the creative work still happens. And then they, you know, get big and they scale and they hire lawyers and then they figure it out. But it does not stop the people who are going to imagine and who are going to build new things. They will just have to clean it up a little bit later. And that's maybe...
2, 1.
Yeah.
That's maybe whatever it is.
Whatever it was. It was a... Yeah.
It is a thing. Okay, that was round number 3. Very nice. While you guys in the chat, while you vote, ! vote, and then the name of the person that you liked arguing most, who you think did best arguing their case or their position. Okay, so we had Hillary on the left side and John on the right side. Both have 1 point right now from the previous rounds. And I did like, Hillary, how you kind of used John's biography against him in your final argument. That was kind of mean, was it?
A little bit.
I don't know.
A little bit.
I would say so.
That was a good strategy.
Good strategy, right?
I respect that.
Which way did you like it better?
My
with,
clock was also down to 0, so I couldn't say anything.
I know.
Also a strategy.
But that is actually a thing, yeah. By by not clicking and not interrupting.
I liked it the first way better.
The first way is better, right?
Yes.
So let's do it that way for the next 2 following rounds. We have 2 more to go, or maybe only 1 if time is up already. It looks like 10 more minutes, roughly, or 8. So we'll see now who takes this point of that round. Actually, I find it pretty hard to decide, but I would have like a slight. I can't take sides here, so I have a slight tendency.
I have to say,
win.
it is very hard to argue against ethical use of data and privacy, and you did a great job. But yeah, it's a very hard position to take.
I mean, actually, I do have the arguments here on my card too, and I mean, going in with it's really costly. It's like this is such a bad argument, all in all. But it's still, it does work. Okay, let's see here. We'll close the vote as of right now and see who got the most votes and who gains 1 more point in this round. And the round number 3 goes to Hillary. 2v1. Okay, 1 point in the lead now.
All right.
Let's see. You guys ready for round number 4?
Sure am.
You are?
I want to do a study of this later on who, if you, with our audience, if they went back, would you now just vote according to what you actually agree with?
Yes.
I wonder if that would be different data set.
Very interesting.
I'm curious about that.
But that would be actually hard. So once again, a reminder for the audience over there, try to loosen yourself or step away back from your personal opinion and try to find a way to vote according to who actually did better in the argument and not what your personal opinion, when this is certified the most. You know, I know that's easier and it's hard to do. And John already said it's hard to argue in a way that like your brain is conditioned to differently. But hey, this is the rules of the game.
I think we could A/B split test my idea. We just need 2 groups of 100 audience and ask them in different ways and see if there's a statistical significantly different result between the 2 groups. That's what we do in a game design.
I almost wanted to say I don't make the rules, but basically I did. So it's not like I can hide behind that. So round number 4. This is the statement to introduce
Should we reset the clock?
You can do that if you can pay attention at the same time, but you can do that afterwards too. So, diversity and inclusion in game development are not only moral imperatives, but also business necessities for success in the global market.
Okay.
You want me to reread it?
No, because I thought we weren't going to get into politics in the US.
Okay. So, but basically, the main topic is diversity and inclusion in game development, right? And you take on pro or con sides to this.
Oh boy.
Let's see, John, if you finally get to argue for the pro side here.
I hope so.
if you don't. We'll see here. I'll mix those. Mix those real quick. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. I'll shuffle once more, twice more behind my back. Who picked last?
I did.
You
It's
did. So John.
John's choice.
Right hand.
It is the pro arguments
Oh, great.
that you get.
First time for everything.
And
I
it's
really
con
feel
arguments for Hillary.
feel sorry
Finally,
for Hillary here.
I think, as I said, this might be our last round here. We don't have more time. So, if you guys are ready, or if not, then this time John can press the clock and Hillary starts. Let's see if the timer works. You guys are ready?
Hillary's going to start.
Hillary's going to start. You press and let's go. You need to press the button once again.
Makes it fun.
This clock. Okay, let's go.
All right, so I'm arguing the con of diversity, and you know, it's homophily exists in human populations for a reason. Like when you walk around here at the conference, you see a lot of dudes with beards and glasses, or you see, you know, a lot of folks wearing similar outfits, and people just like to be with people who look like them. And they could be more productive that way, or so they like to think. And it's, you know, costly when you're running an organization and then all of a sudden you have someone there who may have a different perspective and like, you know, may need to consider different things in their life experience than the team you've already got. You know, it's just a lot of work to accommodate what somebody else might bring in. Plus, you know, programming with breasts is hard. They just get in the way. Counter that.
I'm glad you had that side there. Okay. So there's a global audience for games. There's, I mean, we're basically talking about a market now that is 3 billion players in the world, is the numbers that I saw the last time I checked this. So there's 3 billion people that play games in the world, which means there's every gender identification, there's every ethnicity, there's every worldview that you can think of. So first of all, we can start from just the commercial reality of that. If you want to be a commercially successful game developer, it can be very valuable to recognize just that reality so that you build products that can be sold to this market of global players. Okay, then there's the aspect of your team dynamics. One of the things you said is that it can be costly. I would actually say that it's costly to not have a diversity of opinion within your team because that can lead to mistakes. For example, you could leap to really incorrect assumptions about how this diverse audience that exists in the world is going to engage with your game, and those assumptions could cause you to alienate an audience from you, which will have a massive economic cost. That all aside, there's also just a fairness in society argument, which is that anybody should be able to work at a game company. And again, I don't think it costs you extra money to diversify and add different kinds of people to your team. It just means that you have to be present within those networks so that those people have the opportunity to apply for jobs. And then it's still going to be the best people for that position that get the job, but put a little bit of very, very modest effort into being exposed to those networks, and you're certain to grow a more diverse team, which is going to save you a lot of dollars and make you a lot of dollars.
So I hear what you're saying, and I'm going to try and do this seriously this time, which is that, you know, there's, you know, essentially diversity brings business value. But I would argue that if your focus is diversity, it's not on meritocracy. Like, I'm a CEO, I have a team, it happens to be quite diverse, you know, but that's just because the best people in the world happen to be diverse and they're on my team. And that's our focus, is really creating the best team in the world that is, you know, really quite diverse and brings a ton of different wonderful experiences to the table, but they're the best. And so our focus is entirely on the best. And it is really around, you know, creating that kind of environment where the focus is excellence. And, you know, as you said in our earlier debate, you need shots on goal. You need really to be productive. You need to be deeply creative to have any chance of success in this industry. And to do that, you really need to focus on having, that amazing team.
So I was on a video live stream actually a few months ago. I was invited on by a podcast that had the exact same view that you just did, which is the presence of DEI equals not having a meritocracy. And I think that's a false dichotomy. You can have a meritocracy, which basically means that people receive incentives that get them to do good work, and you hire according to the quality of their work, and you reward them for their continued good work, things like that in a company. I think you can certainly implement a program of bringing people of diverse backgrounds into your company that is also a meritocracy, but it really just means you put yourself into those networks. You expose yourselves to those networks of people so that they have the opportunity to be hired by you so that they can contribute those opinions. So they go together.
Timer up.
Okay, my last attempt to not completely agree with John is, the words in the work should speak for themselves. And, if anyone needs, I can't even do it. This is really hard.
It's okay.
It is so obvious that,
I feel free.
You're doing good. Try it one more time.
Okay, ChatGPT thinks it's cost, team resistance. I don't like those guys. Potential controversies, focus on market share, and complexity, right? So that's also garbage. And
your time is up.
All right.
You're lucky. You're free. You're a free elf. Hillary's a free elf now. So, okay.
Can I just say for the record that it is so important to have as many perspectives as you can bring to the table and to make an environment where everyone can thrive. And I appreciate every point you made.
But you started off so strong. Guys, we need a quick vote here because we are running out of time. Please type into the chat, !vote Hillary or !vote John. Whoever's arguments you liked best. I know Hillary started strong, I would say. Not like convincing anyone, but you started in strong. Also on the humor side, that always works good for people. I'm just saying, you can win people over with humor. It's a useful tool. But John obviously had a bit of the easier part here, right?
Yeah, this topic is one where the only way I could really argue against having multiple perspectives at the table is comedy, because it is something that I have lived my entire life, and that is just so obvious.
But isn't that a nice statement for the end, right?
Yes.
Or a nice learning, if you say.
I'm so glad that I didn't have to take the other
side of that.
I know,
that would have been very unfair.
That would have been...
Would have been much harder. You couldn't have done the humor thing.
So thank you for taking that on.
All
from
right,
me,
we're
Hillary.
closing the vote as of right now, because we need to wrap this up. And the point in this round number 4 goes to John. So
wow, we're
leaving this with a fair tie. 2 points versus 2 points. Thank you very much, guys, for playing. Hillary and John, thank you very much. Guys, thank you for tuning in to this show. This was Don't Speak for Yourself. They didn't, but they did a fantastic job. We're heading into the very, very tiny short break, and then we're heading back to the main stage, and Louisa Keat will have a speech over there. Enjoy that in the rest of the stream.
Here at the gamescom Congress 2024. Our next speaker will manage the new game jam Playing for the Planet, an initiative facilitated by the Environment Program. So let's learn how we can act. Okay, nobody's hearing me? No worries, thank you very much. Big round of applause for Maxi. He's doing a great job the whole day. So let's learn how we too can act as a community and collaboration, not competition, and that is important to protect the environment. Can video games directly inspire environmental action in the real world? Let's find out.
And for this, please give a big round of applause to project manager at Playing for the Planet, Louisa Neat.
Hello. Is this working? Yes. Perfect. Hello. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming. I know it's 4:30. I know everybody's tired, but I'll hope to put on an entertaining talk for you guys nonetheless. My name is Louisa, as mentioned, and I'm project manager for Playing for the Planet, and I work on the Green Game Jam. Now, I will explain to you what those things are very soon, but when you work in the environmental space, people are very keen to know what your connection is to environmental action. You know, people ask you, are you a sort of climate change expert? Are you a long-standing activist? But my personal connection to environmental action is very simple. I live on planet Earth. Now, unless there are some terrible liars in the room, everybody here lives on planet Earth, and everybody here is affected by climate change. But at the same time, everybody in this room has the power to do something about it. And I'm going to talk to you today about how we're doing that through games. If you work in the games industry, I hope you'll be able to apply that to your own work. And if you don't, I'm hoping to give you some takeaways that you can apply in your own field and in your own kinds of messaging. So, to begin with, I'll give a brief insight into the work that we do at Playing for the Planet and a kind of top-line explainer of the Green Game Jam. And then I'll share these 3 takeaways that I hope you'll be able to kind of carry with you into the world as you leave on this beautiful sunny day. So the first thing is this idea that working together on messaging that is active and incentivized can yield some huge results. The second thing is that showing people how to take action collectively can be more effective than individually raising awareness. And the third thing is how to leverage your own USPs and your own unique skills in both your product and in your sort of own set of skills to bring an environmental message to different mediums and audiences. So let's quickly cover who Playing for the Planet are first. As mentioned, we're an initiative founded by the UN Environment Programme with the aim of bringing the games industry together on the topic of environmental action. Currently, we stand at 49 members. We were founded back in 2019 with this express goal. At Playing for the Planet, we generally focus on 3 main things. Decarbonize and reach net zero by 2030, innovate through special projects, and implement green activations in games. So as part of our membership process, businesses make specific and measurable decarbonization commitments in line with the Paris Agreement. Is this my mic? No, you don't have to cover the antenna. Oh. Okay. Thanks. I mustn't cover the antenna. If anybody sees that I'm about to cover the antenna, I need you to do a kind of call and response style shout at me. Thank you. So yeah, in line with the Paris Agreement, we get our businesses to make these decarbonization commitments. But in addition to helping studios reduce their emissions, we also help them to offset them through published best guidance. We also have a carbon calculator that is dedicated for the industry, specifically for the games industry mostly works on Scope 3 emissions, so we have that. And we also have published a guide to actually the causes and effects of carbon emissions in the games industry, where they come from, what they do. The next thing we do is innovate through special projects. So one of the good examples of this is our packaging working group. So our working groups are essentially teams of dedicated members of the Alliance who come together to find common solutions to common problems. So this was the packaging working group, and they released a cardboard pilot for Endless Dungeon and Skull and Bones at the end of last year and the start of this year. And then the final thing that we do, and the focus of today's talk, is implement green activations in games. Now, this is the focus of the Green Game Jam, and it's basically what I'm going to talk about for the next 15 minutes. So, green activations have been a part of Playing for the Planet since its inception. Back in 2020, the founding members of the Alliance looked for ways to leverage the power of games for even greater impact beyond decarbonization. And they sort of tested it in this year to see if that was possible and if it was something that could be easily put into different games. So unlike most game jams, the Green Game Jam is designed for studios that already have live games and already have existing audiences. So rather than building a new game from scratch, we ask game teams to build new elements into their game or associated platform to engage players on an environmental theme. But the green elements to engage players on an environmental theme jam is a little bit less catchy, and that's why we call it the Green Game Jam. We call these new elements green activations. So a green activation can be a time-limited event, or a new level within the game itself, or a community-led campaign on their social media channels. So the example here is Playing for the Planet member Cybo. Their game Subway Surfers in 2023, they built an activation raising awareness on the habitat loss of harlequin toads in the Amazon rainforest. And they built these beautiful little skins and levels in order to bring awareness and raise funds for these beautiful little creatures. So over the years, the number of games and therefore associated users has grown steadily. And what that means is that we have a year-on-year body of work that demonstrates the capabilities of games as a medium for environmental engagement. So in 2021, 11 games tested the concept, but by that was 2020, and by 2021, that had grown to 27 games. In the end, it was 266,000 trees planted and over $800,000 in donations. In 2022, 42 games joined the jam, and they planted 1 million trees altogether. In 2023, it was 40 games with 700,000 in donations on the theme of wildlife. That was the harlequin toad example. And in 2024, we currently have 55 games, but as they're going live in September, the impact of those hasn't yet been revealed, so we'll see. Now, I'm not telling you about this growth to demonstrate our capabilities as an initiative, although we are a great initiative. I'm telling you about this because it's through collaboration between so many games that we have the biggest impact. We can't do this with just one single studio. It has to be done together. And that brings me to my first point. The thing we really know off the back of the Green Game Jam is working together on messaging that is incentivized can yield some really big results. Now, in 2022, we surveyed 400,000 players who said that environmental content is something that they want to see. 81% of respondents said that they'd like to see more environmental content in their games if it's relevant to the experience. 61% said that they would pay for this content if it either added something new to the game or taught them something. 70% said that they would be open to changing their habits in the service of the environment, and then 80% said that they would change them after they played the game. So we saw a kind of 10% increase between before the activations and after playing the activations. Now, 400,000 players in a market of 3.3 billion players is quite a small number. We appreciate that. But in 2023 alone, the combined daily active user reach of the Green Game Jam was 87 million. That's how many people our 40 participants could reach when they work together. And it seems pretty obvious that working together has results. But I think we don't often think about exactly how many people 87 million is. We talk about big numbers a lot, particularly in the games industry, but I want to invite you all to think about 87 million people receiving a positive message about environmental action. And what does that look like? Well, approximately 1.8 million people attended former President Obama's inauguration in 2009. So that's 1.8 million people. And in 2023, our studios had a combined potential reach of 48 times the amount of people in this photo to teach them about the plight of harlequin toads, snow leopards, and manta rays in habitats all over the world. So something like this. I think it's quite an elegant illustration, but you might disagree. But once we've reached them, what then? Let's take a little look at the different ways that our studios incentivized engagement through 3 years of the Green Game Jam. So in 2022, Us2 Games, who've just launched or announced the release of Monument Valley 3, they released a bonus level for Monument Valley 2 called The Lost Forest. And it prompted players to sign a petition called Play for Forests. which essentially called on world leaders at a number of different global conferences to prioritize on their agenda the protection of the world's forests. The level design itself was inspired by Peter Wollivan's The Secret Life of Trees, which, if you don't know about it, it's a book about the intimate connections between trees and the forests. And the idea behind this was to build this empathetic connection between the player and the forest through 4 beautiful puzzles. Now, this idea was to build this empathetic connection between the player and the forest, which then incentivized them to sign the petitions. And it worked. The Lost Forest actually received 215,000 plays, 210,000 visits to the Play for Forests sign-up website, so that's almost, that's a very high percentage of click-through at the end, and it reached 14K signatures, smashing its original goal of 10K signatures, and about 4,000 of those signatures came in the first 3 days from Lost Forest players. In 2022, Supercell's Heyday celebrated its 10th anniversary by educating players about regenerative agriculture through an in-game event. Now, if you don't know what regenerative agriculture is, in a nutshell, they're farming practices that restore the soil and water quality of the land rather than what we call degrading it. But essentially what they did here was they used their existing global truck events to get players to do tasks within a particular time frame, and through the increased number of plays, they were able to unlock a donation to the Rodale Institute, which is an institution that essentially converts acres of farmland to sustainable practices. And thousands of acres were able to be converted through this donation, and it was a good job all round. And the thing is, players really like this stuff. Wooga's dedicated player base won them the Players' Choice Award multiple years in a row for their very community-focused, community-driven awards. So in 2023, they also launched a community goal-based event. They also had a number of contests through social media, opportunities for players to donate privately to the Snow Leopard Trust, and all in all raised $100,000 for snow leopards. Now, one way that the Green Game Jam is different from other Green Game Jams, or other game jams generally, whilst we do celebrate the work of studios through an awards ceremony at the end, we try to create knowledge sharing and collaboration between our participants. We try to set up meetings, we try to set up opportunities at mixers, opportunities for networking, because it's not about individual success, it's about collective action. And in fact, showing how to take action as a collective can be more effective than raising awareness on an individual level. Now, in previous years, the Green Game Jam has focused on fundraising efforts, tree planting, and raising awareness. Now, awareness is great, but what's even better is action. Now, this is a chart that essentially indicates that whilst global awareness of climate change has increased since 2014. The same study from Ipsos Mori found that the number of people actually willing to change their behavior or take active steps to prevent climate change hasn't. So we know climate change is happening. We can see it happening. But not many of us are actually willing to do anything about it, which feels a little counterintuitive, right? So this year we're taking a new approach to engaging players based on the work of neuroscientist Chris DeMeyer. Now he explains that this data is the result of our traditional approach to climate change messaging, which is often issue-based. So DeMeyer explains that simply telling people about the problem doesn't always help, but telling them what they can do about it does. It's like if your doctor gave you a diagnosis but not a treatment. People don't know what they have to be doing in order to protect the planet. And he promotes an approach to environmental messaging that is action-led, as opposed to issue-based. Now, as we've discussed, games are a useful medium for delivering messages. But one of the unique things about them is that they can't be passively enjoyed. You have to actually make decisions in order to experience them. And when we show players the consequences of these decisions, what we're doing is teaching them to learn by doing. Now, normally what we're teaching them to do is how to play the game through a tutorial mode, right? But what if we could teach them how to do something for the planet in the real world through the same mechanics that we teach them how to play the game? So let's think for a second about our 87 million daily active users. What if instead of creating real-world impact by pressing a button, just 1% of them went out into the world and did something for the planet? So that's 1 million people preparing their first vegan meal, or planting bee-friendly flowers in their local community, or even just being a little bit more mindful about the pollution and litter in their local community. Now, this year we're asking the participants in the Green Game Jam to do just this, get their players to take 1 million actions for the planet. Okay, so what? That might not seem particularly significant, right? The examples I've given of a single vegan meal, a single window box of flowers, they don't really make a big impact. That's not quite true. These first forays into real-world action are where engagement begins. Instead of focusing on 87 million daily active users, let's just look at one. So this can be me, this can be you, this can be your sister, whoever. Imagine they tried growing a tomato plant at home, in their garden, on their balcony, whatever. And they're so taken by the satisfaction of growing their own vegetables that they start to grow more. And so now they have all these vegetables, so they're eating more vegetables. And now they know how to cook more plant-based meals. Maybe they decide that one day a week they're going to go meat-free. Well, data from the Darwin Challenge suggests that one meat-free day a week for a year can reduce roughly the same amount of greenhouse gas emissions as driving from London to Edinburgh. Now, I appreciate I'm British. That's a very British example. So that's about 700 kilometers and a drive from Cologne to maybe just past Berlin. Now, this is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's an example of how awareness of the benefits of a plant-based diet isn't necessarily the best place to start. You can just start with an action and build the awareness as your engagement with the action deepens. So try thinking about how you can apply that in your own life. Where can you start? What can you start doing? People are also more likely to take action if they see other people doing the same. So let's say our person cooks a delicious plant-based meal for their friend. Their friend goes, wow, this is plant-based? Let me get the recipe. And then they give it to their friend, and give it to their friend, and give it to their friend, and on and on. And again, I don't think that there's a magical vegan recipe that's going to change the world, but it fits into a theory of learning that suggests community is how we pick up new behaviors. People are more likely to act when they see someone else taking this action, and then a sense of pride or identity in that action strengthens it and makes it more likely to be repeated. Now, we know that games are not just games. They are strong sources of community for people all over the world. A whole ecosystem of Discord servers, streaming platforms, player networks, and in-person events like Gamescom are where millions, billions of people find community and identity every single day. What we're doing this year is trying to leverage these player networks in order to encourage people to take action for the environment. So as part of this, we're collaborating with the University of Edinburgh for a sort of associated research piece. And we're going to focus on a selection of our game studio participants and ask the questions, can games inspire real-world and offline actions? And do the people who receive these messages through games continue to take environmental action long-term? But for now, let's take a look at some of the activations that are being built this year with a focus on action-led community learning. So Love and Pies from Studio Trail Mix, it's a game with a very high retention rate and a very strongly knit community. Now, they're building into this strength by playing into the idea that hearing about other people taking action inspires us to do the same. So the way this works is players are able to unlock stories of environmental action from fellow players, but also environmental activists, again, from all over the world. And by doing that, they unlock rewards, but they're also able to submit their own stories of environmental action. So it all feeds into this continued loop of learning new things, seeing other people getting involved, and sort of the hope is that they will continue to do more things. They're also building a toolkit to help people get involved with their local climate groups. So depending on where they are, they'll be signpointed to different activists in their local area. And within the game, there's also a community garden event that you can use to kind of decorate your cafe. So this is how they're trying to tie that social theory of learning in with their in-game event and keeping it sort of focused to what their players already love. Now, Orna is a GPS game. It's an RPG which uses location mapping, so players can complete quests by exploring the real world. Now, in their activation this year, players are asked to submit photos of real-world locations that are either severely polluted or in need of cleaning up, and they get entered into the map as a gloom site, which is where monsters spawn. Then what happens is players from all over the world are able to plant trees that then, I think it's something like they plant the trees reap rewards for the people in the area, and also they fight the monsters. But what I really like about this, as an example, is that it sort of creates this mechanic of paying it forward. So not only are you looking at the pollution in your local area, you're also thinking about how you can help people in different places as opposed to just in your own immediate environment where you're able to play the game. Now, Outfit 7 have 2 games in the jam this year, both centered around the hashtag re. So it's replay, regrow, reuse. And I've included these guys because this is a really good example of using an existing in-game mechanic, taking it one step further, and then building a social activation around that. So in Talking Tom and Friends, there's a new in-game mechanic where you're able to recycle the garbage that you are already picking up as part of the game. Now, recycling isn't the best way of environmental action, but it's a start, right? So that's one element. And then in My Talking Tom and Friends, you're also able to pick up the trash that you would normally clean up around the house as part of the game, and you can compost it in order to grow plants in the back garden, which you can then feed to your little characters. They create more trash. The cycle continues. At the same time, sorry, I should also add, players are encouraged to do the same on social media in order to unlock rewards in-game. So the hope is that by connecting these two things, we're more likely to encourage environmental action because people are seeing each other do it in the real world as well. So these are all of the participants for this year. Most of their activations are set to go live from the 9th of September. So you'll be able to engage with these activations then. Keep an eye out if any game that you already play is in there. It's coming. But as you can probably see, there's such a wide variety of games in the jam, right? So we have merge games like Merge Mansion. We obviously have Subway Surfers. But then we also have Battle Royales. We have PUBG Mobile. We have quiz games. We have all of these different things. And while some of the games do have explicit environmental themes in them, quite a lot of them aren't to do with the natural world at all. And this kind of brings me to my next point. Using the unique selling point of your own product or your own unique set of skills to connect environmental messaging to your day-to-day work. So this is one of the ways that you can go beyond your own individual actions and help in the process of mobilizing others. Now, a great friend of the Playing for the Planet Alliance, game director Arnaud Fayol, has developed a theory of what he calls unique impact potential. How to leverage the USPs of your game in the service of environmental messaging. But like games, everyone has their own unique impact potential when it comes to spreading these messages about environmental action through your work and in your day-to-day life. Now, as I mentioned at the start, the causes of climate change are deeply rooted in every aspect of modern society. They affect everyone and everything on the planet. So to Arnaud, this means that effectively all games have a thematic connection to one or more of UNEP's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So again, I want you to think about where these things can apply to your own line of work. If you don't have to be, for instance, a climate journalist to talk about climate change. There's links in things like food, cities, employment, education. There's always a thematic link. The same with educators or content creators. There's ways that you can work the Sustainable Development Goals into your messaging. This is the slide I was going to use for that section. But once you've made that thematic link, Arnaud points out that you can consider the demographics of your audience to see what they're most likely to do based on where they slot in on this axis of agency and awareness. Now, I'm going to give some very basic examples. You know your life and you know your audience much better than I do. So I'm going to give a couple of top-line examples, but I want you to use it as a jumping-off point to think about the kinds of people that you engage with day to day and what you can get them to do. So for instance, someone with a high amount of agency and awareness would go on this side of the axis. So this might be an adult with quite a lot of purchasing power, maybe someone who is already actively involved in environmental action. And this kind of person is great. They're amazing. They're a superhero. But if we're only ever pitching our calls to action to them, we're always going to be preaching to the choir. Adults with high agency but a low level of awareness would go on this side. So say if you're a manager with employees who are just trying to get through the day, they might fall in this top left corner. The best way to approach this kind of high agency but maybe low interest person is to find a way to make the environmental action incentivized to them. So for instance, a cycle to work scheme or public transport vouchers might be the best way to approach this kind of person because you're showing them how they can benefit from what is still effectively environmental action. We talk about this quite a lot in the games industry when we talk about the toolkits that allow you to optimize your gaming experience so that it uses less energy. Energy prices are massively increasing in lots of different countries, and so by pitching to players that they can actually use less energy by using these tools, it's a lot easier to get people to do the same thing, but for their own benefit. Now, if you work for a tech platform, say, maybe think about how many users you might connect with on a day-to-day basis and their level of engagement or awareness. So it might be that you don't have a great deal of sway over their agency, particularly if they're children or young people. So mindless fun with a message could be the best way to go. And finally, say you're an educator at a university with highly engaged students who are time poor, maybe cash poor. Spreading the information is ideal. There's all sorts of ways to help promote this same message, but it often involves meeting people where they're at. The thing is, if we're going to halt the negative effects of human activities on the planet, then we're going to need everyone. The Green Game Jam and the wider Playing for the Planet Alliance wouldn't be here if it weren't for all the studios who volunteer their time and energy to come together to do this work. So to recap, part 1, work together. How can you work together in your industry to begin taking action on climate change or to begin encouraging your audiences to take action? I think my time is actually up, but I'm going to keep going through very quickly. What can you start doing to protect the planet? Where can you start? And how can you use your audience skills product for environmental action? Now, these are my details, and this is the rest of the team. So if you see us around, please feel free to say hi or reach out over socials. But more than anything else, thank you so much for listening.
For you, Luisa. Luisa Neat did a really good job, and how important the 1% method is, right? Just to change small habit in your everyday life. So thank you very much, and we'll see you off stage. After a short break, we will return here with the closing panel here on the main stage. It's moderated by my wonderful colleague Viola, and it's about the next level democracy. Künstliche Intelligenz, Online-Medien und Spielekultur. Was bringt uns zusammen? Und ihr habt es im Stream und auch hier schon im Kontext gerade gemerkt, das Panel wird auf Deutsch abgehalten. Wir wünschen ganz viel Spaß und wir hoffen, dass euch der Gamescom-Kongress 2024 gefallen hat. Vielen Dank.
So, die Stimmung kocht hier auf dem Gamescom-Kongress, ebenso wie die Temperaturen. Es ist wirklich der Tanz auf dem Vulkan gefühlt. Aber wir kommen jetzt natürlich nochmal, wie versprochen, zum Tageshöhepunkt, zum Abschlusspanel. Und dieses Panel trägt den Titel Next Level Democracy. Künstliche Intelligenz, Online-Medien und Spielekultur, die Chancen und Herausforderungen einer neuen Zeit. Das heißt, in der nächsten Dreiviertelstunde, halbe Stunde, wir hängen ein bisschen, ne? Wollen wir uns ein bisschen darüber unterhalten, welchen Einfluss Technologien wie KI, Online-Medien und natürlich, wir sind auf der Gamescom, auch Games haben, um zum Beispiel die Demokratie zu stärken oder eben auch demokratische Werte zu vermitteln. Jetzt gehe ich mal der Reihe nach, eigentlich ja Ladies first. Komm, wir fangen bei Johanna an. Johanna Pürker ist Professorin für Medieninformatik an der Ludwig-Maximilians-Universität in München und auch an der TU Graz in Österreich. Und du leitest dabei, und das ist das Interessante dabei, das Game Lab Graz. Das heißt, da forschst du mit Schwerpunkt KI und Mensch-Computer-Interaktion, Datenanalyse und VR-Technologien. Also genau unser Ding für unser Panel, deswegen bist du hier. Herzlich willkommen.
Hallo, danke für die Einladung.
Dann mache ich doch mal hier rechts weiter, neben mir André Haag, Beigeordneter für Stadtentwicklung, Wirtschaft, Digitalisierung und Regionales bei der Stadt Köln. Das klingt nach einer Menge Arbeit, muss ich sagen. Sehr viele Betätigungsfelder. Dann darf ich begrüßen Dr. Thomas Köhn, Leiter Abteilung Digitalisierung und Innovation beim Bundesverband der deutschen Industrie, also BDI ist natürlich die Abkürzung, die die meisten Leute kennen. Du bist außerdem Volljurist und auch geschäftsführendes Vorstandsmitglied von EcoSense, dem Forum Nachhaltige Entwicklung der deutschen Wirtschaft. Herzlich willkommen. Und jetzt, Benedikt guckt mich schon erwartungsvoll an, Benedikt Grindel, keine Gamescom ohne Benedikt. Du bist ja nicht nur Vorstandsvorsitzender von Games NRW und damit natürlich von der Interessenvertretung hier der digitalen Spielewirtschaft in NRW, sondern auch schon seit, wie vielen Jahren? Ewigkeiten bei Ubisoft.
Sehr langer Zeit.
Seit es Ubisoft gibt, so ungefähr. Und leitest natürlich inzwischen das Studio Ubisoft Blue Byte und damit auch dir ein herzliches Willkommen.
Danke.
Ja, also, wir haben uns so ein bisschen überlegt, was wir aus dieser Gesprächsrunde rausziehen wollen. Das ist natürlich immer so ein bisschen Wunschdenken, wenn man sich vorher schon überlegt, was soll denn das Ergebnis sein, und so genau wollen wir das ja gar nicht festlegen. Aber was wir gesagt haben, was wir nicht haben wollen, ist jetzt darüber diskutieren, was uns alles auseinanderbringt. In was für einer Gefahrensituation wir uns befinden. Wir wissen alle, demokratische Werte sind bedroht. Was für Gefahren bringt KI? Das haben wir heute im Laufe des Tages, auch im Laufe der Gamescom an anderer Stelle schon oft diskutiert, sondern wir wollen eigentlich so ein bisschen jetzt zum Abschluss des Tages einen positiven Vibe vermitteln, wenn ich das mal so ausdrücken darf, und eher darüber sprechen, was sind denn die Dinge, die uns zusammenbringen, nicht die, die uns auseinanderbringen, sondern wo kann KI, wo können Games-Technologien helfen, die Demokratie zu stärken und vielleicht auch einfach Impulse setzen, auch in anderen Bereichen. Und da ihr als meine Gesprächsteilnehmer ja aus völlig unterschiedlichen Bereichen zum Teil kommen, glaube ich, könnte das eine sehr interessante Runde werden. Vielleicht schmeiße ich mal einfach eine Frage so in die Runde, an niemanden speziell gerichtet. Wenn wir jetzt mal die Gamescom nehmen als das Community-Fest, was jetzt eine knappe Woche dauert, wo Menschen zusammenkommen, da bin ich immer wieder nicht überrascht, sondern einfach bestätigt in diesem friedlichen Miteinander. Wenn man hier durch die Messehallen läuft, es sind Hunderttausende Besucher und im Großen und Ganzen, na klar, es gibt immer so ein paar Ausfälle, die kennen wir alle aus den vergangenen Jahren, wenn sich irgendwelche Influencer daneben benehmen, aber im Großen und Ganzen ist es so eine unfassbar friedliche Veranstaltung, wo man einfach jetzt mal, wenn man so ein Klischee mal sagen möchte, so der Gamer an sich ist ein netter Mensch. Und alle kommen irgendwie miteinander klar. Gibt es vielleicht irgendwie was, wo wir sagen können, Mensch, da kann sich die Welt von den Gamern mal was abgucken, wenn das so schön friedlich miteinander funktioniert, oder ist das die totale Fehlannahme?
Auf jeden Fall. Da kann sich die Welt eine ganze Menge abschauen. Ich meine, du hast es ja gerade schon wunderbar beschrieben. Ich habe das häufig erlebt, dass irgendwelche Bekannten, die sonst mit Games nicht viel zu tun haben, dann gesagt haben, Mensch, Benedikt, meine Kinder, die sind jetzt in dem Alter, ich will mal zur Gamescom gehen, kannst du mir da mal helfen und mir Tipps geben? Und die kommen alle wieder und sagen, es ist der absolute Wahnsinn. Ich habe was ganz anderes erwartet. Ich hatte eine ganz andere Vorstellung von Spielen und von Gamern und von Gamerinnen, und das war wirklich jedes Mal der Fall. Ich glaube, da können wir uns eine Menge von abschauen. Und ich glaube, das liegt aber auch in der Natur der Spiele. Ich meine, Games sind ja im besten Sinne des Wortes soziale Medien, wo wir lernen, miteinander umzugehen. Ich zitiere gerne, hat er gestern toll gesagt, Robert Habeck, der gesagt hat, ich kann in einem Spiel mal ganz entspannt verlieren lernen. Und wenn ich an meine Kinder denke, auch manchmal ganz unentspannt verlieren lernen. Aber es hat eben keine Konsequenz, und ich glaube, das ist etwas, das einfach dem Miteinander hilft, und wir können gar nicht genug spielen. Das ist einfach was Tolles, und das ist nicht nur toll, weil es in dem Moment Spaß macht, sondern weil ich wirklich, das klingt so ein bisschen dröge, soziale Techniken lerne. Und das ist was Wichtiges für uns alle und auch für die Demokratie.
André, gerne.
Ja, dann schließe ich an. Also natürlich kann die Welt eine ganze Menge davon lernen, weil niemand ist ja Gamer, sondern er ist auch Gamer. Also jeder, der gamet, hat ja irgendeine andere Rolle in dieser Gesellschaft. Der eine ist vielleicht Bademeister, der andere ist Schüler, der andere ist Stahlkocher oder sonst irgendwas. Und alle verbindet eins, nämlich das Spielen. Auf ganz verschiedene Arten und Weisen. Und Gaming ist eben deshalb ein Bestandteil dieses Netzwerks. Und in einer Gesellschaft, in der Meinungsbildung, politische Meinungsbildung wirklich immer schwieriger wird. Also ich bin früher groß geworden, da hieß es um 8 Uhr Tagesschau oder gucken, oder um 19 Uhr war heute Show, heute Sendung muss man sagen, heute Nachrichten.
Heute Show ist auch gut.
Heute Nachrichten, ja. Und danach kam vielleicht noch irgendein Cartoon, ein Comic oder sowas, und dann musste man ins Bett gehen. Dann hat man morgens lag automatisch noch die Zeitung auf dem Tisch, da hat man auch noch mal so ein bisschen reingeguckt, fand man zwar nicht ganz so interessant, aber zumindest bis zum Sportteil hat man geblättert. Und man ist irgendwie damit groß geworden, sich sich dann doch mal ansatzweise mit diesen Themen auseinanderzusetzen. Heute gibt es die Tageszeitung nicht mehr in dieser Form. Es gibt auch nicht mehr diese Fernsehkultur, abends um 8 Uhr am Fernseher zu sitzen und die Tagesschau zu gucken, weil wir streamen alle und wir gucken den Film, den wir gerade wollen, wann wir wollen, wo wir wollen, wie wir ihn wollen. Umso wichtiger eben, dass es da noch was gibt, eine Plattform gibt, wo wir uns auch eine gemeinsame Werte bilden. Und da spielt Games aus meiner Sicht, weil es eben jeder auch irgendwie ein Gamer ist. Ich glaube, es gibt kaum einen, der nicht mal irgendwo zwischendurch ein bisschen was daddelt, spielt da eine ganz wichtige Rolle. Also insofern kann sich die Welt nicht nur eine Menge davon abschauen, sondern wir müssen das wirklich verstehen und nutzen, dass das eine der Welten ist, wo wir noch alle zusammenkommen, weil die alte Welt, wie wir Meinungsbildung betreiben, die zerbröckelt so langsam.
Mhm. Johanna?
Also wir wissen auch, dass die meisten von uns wirklich auch gemeinsam spielen. Und es ist so schön, hier auf die Gamescom zu kommen und einfach sehen, wie diese Community zusammenhaltet und wir alle gemeinsam hier sind und dieses gemeinsame Hobby, dieses gemeinsame Ziel, diese Freude gemeinsam verbringen. Aber was ich auch besonders schön finde bei Games, dass sie mir einfach auch andere Welten zeigen können. Das heißt, ich kann in andere Rollen schlüpfen. Spiele sind so ein schönes Kulturgut. Ich kann andere Welten sehen, ich kann die Welt aus anderen Augen sehen und ich glaube, das ist halt auch ein richtig wichtiges Element, dass ich Empathie lerne. Ich finde, da ist das Spiel selbst ein Medium, was Werte vermitteln kann, was kein anderes Medium wie das Buch oder wie auch ein guter Dokumentarfilm nicht so gut vermitteln kann wie das Spiel selbst.
Ja, ich glaube, Spiele haben ja unglaublich viele Facetten. Für mich persönlich, wenn ich eine Runde Anno 1800 spiele, das ist das, was ich momentan vor der Flinte habe, schon ein bisschen älter, Megaspiel, Glückwunsch. Dann ist es natürlich nur für mich erstmal.
Das war nicht abgesprochen, will ich nur kurz sagen.
Nicht.
Aber ich bedanke mich herzlich.
Danke. Das spiele ich tatsächlich natürlich alleine. Aber was Spiele ja mit sich bringen, ist immer schon die Möglichkeit, interaktiver das zusammenzumachen. Früher, als wir unsere LAN-Partys haben wir unsere PCs von rechts nach links geschleppt und haben uns da in Gruppen zusammengetan mit Leuten, die wir vorher noch nie getroffen hatten, aus anderen Städten und so weiter. Da kamen schon Leute zusammen, die noch nicht zusammen vorher Austausch hatten. Und durch das Internet und die schnellen Verbindungen, die wir heute haben, ist das nicht nur von Essen nach Bochum möglich, sondern tatsächlich auch weltübergreifend. Und in einer Welt, ich komme aus der Industrie, was wir wahrnehmen in der Industrie, ist eine zunehmende protektionistische, zersplitterte Welt, wo die Märkte sich abschotten und es unheimlich schwer ist, ein Miteinander aufzubauen. Und ich finde, dass den Spielen, die ja ein interaktives Miteinander ja möglich machen von Leuten, die dieselbe Leidenschaft teilen, unglaublich viel Bedeutung zukommt in dieser Welt, die zunehmend zersplittert, weil sie wieder zusammenführt. Zumindest an einem Punkt, wo Leidenschaft eine große Rolle spielt.
Also ich merke als Gamerin immer wieder, das, was mich am meisten fordert bei Spielen, das ist im Endeffekt immer die eigene Frustrationstoleranz im Blick zu behalten. Ne? Weil es ist ja klar, also wenn es jetzt nicht gerade ein cozy Game ist, wo ich wirklich einfach den Kopf ausschalten und nochmal ein bisschen runterkommen kann, dann stehe ich immer früher oder später vor einer Herausforderung. Und entweder ich schaffe das oder ich schaffe es eben nicht. Und wenn ich es nicht schaffe, dann schmeiße ich ja nicht direkt den Controller in die Ecke. Also ja, manchmal, aber nicht immer. Und ich glaube, dass das etwas ist, dass diese Frustrationstoleranz, dass mit etwas klarkommen, was nicht meiner Meinung entspricht, was einfach anders ist, als ich das für richtig halte, dass das vielleicht in unserer heutigen Zeit manchen Menschen ein bisschen abhanden gekommen ist, dass ich das ertragen kann, dass jemand anders nicht meine Meinung hat, dass ich das ertragen kann, dass jemand besser ist, dass jemand anders ist als ich, dass jemand ein anderes Geschlechterbild, eine andere Geschlechterrolle hat oder so. Es sind ja so viele kleine Sachen, wo sich heute Menschen dran aufreiben, wo ich eigentlich sagen könnte, ja, ist halt so, es ist halt, ne? Die Welt ist bunt. Ist es da vielleicht so, das geht vielleicht so ein bisschen in deine Forschungsrichtung, dass Menschen, die eben es gewohnt sind, herausgefordert zu werden, und sei es auf einem spielerischen Level, da eine offenere Art haben oder mit ihren eigenen Gefühlen dann besser klarkommen?
Ja klar, und deswegen begrüße ich auch wieder den Mut zu schwierigen Spielen, zum Beispiel Elden Ring und Co. Trauen sich ja wirklich wieder das Schwierigkeitslevel ein bisschen anzuheben. Das heißt, ich muss tatsächlich trainieren und üben, damit ich diesen Boss oder irgendwas schaffe. Und das sind halt dann schon, finde ich, sehr, sehr mutige, aber wichtige Strategien, die Game Design Welt ist wieder, ich würde es gerne voll Beispiel von hier bringen, aber vielleicht gebe ich das Mikrofon dann gleich weiter.
Ja. Ja, auf jeden Fall. Ich erinnere mich gerne an einen Vortrag, den ich vor langer Zeit mal gehört habe von Matthias Hawks, ein Zukunftsforscher, der gesagt hat, wenn heute Unternehmen neues Führungspersonal einstellen und diejenigen, die sich bewerben, die haben vielleicht vorher mal World of Warcraft gespielt. Das sind die besten Leute, weil die sind es gewohnt, in Teams in den Dungeon zu gehen. Jeder kennt seine Rolle, unglaubliche Herausforderungen, die ich nur meistern kann, wenn ich wirklich zusammenarbeite. Und die sind das gewohnt. Die denken alle ganz unterschiedlich und vor allen Dingen, die haben auch ihre unterschiedlichen Rollen, die sie annehmen. Ja? Er hat dann, ich werde das nie vergessen, hat ein Foto gezeigt, da war gerade die Finanzkrise, Vorstand der Deutschen Bank. Die haben alle an derselben Schule gelernt, die denken jeden Tag dasselbe, die haben natürlich manche Risiken nicht gesehen. Und ich glaube, Gamerinnen und Gamer sind es gewohnt, einfach gemeinsam mit ganz unterschiedlichen Menschen in ganz unterschiedlichen Rollen zusammen zu spielen. Ich glaube, das ist ein Riesenplus, das wir da mitbringen.
Naja, wir haben ja unseren Wirtschaftsvertreter hier. Machen wir das jetzt in Zukunft so? Assessment Center, erstmal eine Runde WoW spielen und dann kriegt man vielleicht den Job.
Ich bin jetzt kein WoW-Spieler, aber wäre vielleicht keine schlechte Idee. Es ist ja auch nach über 10 Jahren immer noch hoch erfolgreich. Nein, aber das ist, glaube ich, wirklich genauso. Leute, die mit Spielen schon mal in Kontakt gekommen sind, die haben eine Ahnung davon, was junge Leute mit Kreativität verbinden, was dieses Miteinander auslöst und welche Rollenverständnisse auch in unterschiedlichen Spielen tatsächlich gelebt werden. Wie sehr dieses Miteinander ernst gemeint ist. Das ist ja nicht Daddeln. Das machen auch viele hin und wieder.
Das mögen wir ja auch gar nicht, das Wort eigentlich. Ne?
Ja. Aber
das ist
ja
so, wie wenn Fotografen das Wort Knipsen hören.
Okay, dann unterlasse ich es. Okay. Aber es ist ja tatsächlich so, dieses Miteinanderspielen, sich absprechen, hochprofessionell miteinander kommunizieren, mit den Headsets auf, das ist was sicherlich vielen gut tut, auch in der Wirtschaft. Und dieses Miteinander agil auf neue Situationen reagieren können, ist etwas, was wir heute meiner Ansicht nach viel mehr brauchen, als wir es vor 20 Jahren noch gebraucht haben. Und ich glaube, dass Spiele das eher fördern, als in irgendeiner Weise schädigen.
Jetzt kommen wir mal auf konkretes, okay, was können wir denn daraus machen? Vielleicht nehmen wir mal die Stadt Köln. Die ist ja als Gaming-Hauptstadt jetzt sehr offen für so Ideen. Wenn man jetzt sagt, okay, wir wollen vielleicht die Bürger der Stadt ein bisschen näher zusammenbringen, könnten wir Games dann nicht noch als Medium benutzen und, was weiß ich, eine spielerische Stadtführung machen oder keine Ahnung. Aber könnte man sich bei euch irgendwie vorstellen, das Medium Spiele auch zu nutzen, um zum Beispiel den Zusammenhalt der Bürger innerhalb eines Viertels, Fädels, wie wir hier sagen, oder in der Stadt vielleicht sozusagen zu fördern? Weil ich meine, du bist ja für die Digitalisierung auch zuständig. Das fällt dann ja, wäre ja eine Idee, oder?
Also Digitalisierung ist ein super breites Feld. Wenn wir das jetzt ganz ausrollen, dann reicht die Zeit bei Weitem nicht. Nein, vielleicht 2 Gedanken dazu. Also zum einen nutzen wir das natürlich auch schon. Ich sage mal, im Bereich der Jugendbildung, da werden schon solche spielerischen Ansätze, wir entwickeln die ja nicht selber, sondern die es auf dem Markt gibt, die werden da integriert und ist ein wichtiges Instrument. Beim Recruiting setzen wir auch auf solche Maßnahmen, um irgendwie über Gaming-Ansätze Leute auf die Stadt und als Arbeitgeber aufmerksam zu machen. Ich glaube, das sind Sachen, die auch ganz viele andere Unternehmen nutzen. In den politischen Diskussionen würde ich sagen, nee, also da sind wir noch nicht so weit, dass wir da über Gaming-Ansätze diskutieren. Aber was das Spannende ist, und dann komme ich wieder zur Digitalisierung, ist natürlich die Technologie. Die Technologie dahinter, die für viele andere Anwendungen einfach interessant ist und spannend ist und uns auch helfen kann, unsere Prozesse intern weiter zu verbessern, weiter zu automatisieren, um da noch effizienter zu werden und damit natürlich dann auch einen besseren Bürgerservice zu leisten. Ne? Wenn wir über Chatbots sprechen zum Beispiel, um Bürgerservice mal ganz einfach untere Kategorie bis hin dann auch nachher, wo wir aus meiner Sicht hinkommen werden, dass eine generative KI auch wirklich Bescheide ausstellt zu Standardprozessen, die wir haben. Früher oder später wird das kommen und damit beschäftigen wir uns natürlich auch, haben ein eigenes Sachgebiet KI und Datenmanagement bei uns in der Verwaltung eingerichtet, um genau diese Themen dann auch verwaltungsintern voranzutreiben und wie gesagt dann auch über verschiedene digitale Lösungen, Bürgerbeteiligung online, über Animationen, wie entwickelt sich die Stadt, an welcher Stelle, wenn das und das ist. Ich war jetzt in Leipzig, da habe ich nochmal gesehen, da konnte man so verschiedene Gebäudetypen hinstellen und dann wurde direkt in der Live-Simulation gezeigt, was das für Auswirkungen auf die direkte Umwelt hat, auf den Wasserkreislauf, auf Windverhältnisse und sowas. Und das ist die Technologie, die es natürlich viel leichter viel leichter machen lässt, dass Leute Verständnis dafür entwickeln, worüber in der Öffentlichkeit, in der Stadtentwicklung zum Beispiel diskutiert wird. Und also, wie gesagt, zum einen, ich glaube, so ein paar Basiselemente des Gamings haben wir schon auch in unserer Arbeit integriert, aber es ist vor allem dann auch die technologische Seite für unsere Prozesse, die wir brauchen, um unsere Arbeit da weiter zu optimieren.
Ich würde das nochmal unterstreichen und ich sehe gerade meinen Kollegen Carsten da sitzen, der war vor einiger Zeit mal bei einer Markterkundungsreise in den baltischen Staaten, die ja zu dem Zeitpunkt auch Demokratie, sag ich mal, noch relativ neu entwickelt haben. Da war es auch ganz wichtig, dass die zeigen, dass erstmal einfach die Gesellschaft und alles drumherum funktioniert. Und die sind natürlich heute schon unglaublich digitalisiert und das schafft Vertrauen. Und ich glaube, das ist was, also wenn ich das höre, finde ich das super. Und ich hoffe, dass in Deutschland das auch noch schneller geht. Ja? Also wir wollen positiv bleiben, also dass das Tempo zunimmt und irgendwann die Faxe vielleicht auch zur Seite geschoben werden und eine vernünftige digitale Infrastruktur da ist, die uns allen hilft, einfach zu sehen, dass eine moderne Gesellschaft eben wirklich auch richtig gut funktioniert und wo jeder seine Hilfe schnell bekommt und wir uns darauf konzentrieren können, miteinander zu leben.
Also meine Vision ist ja immer, die erzähle ich immer in der Verwaltung, dass ich sage, dass die Standardaufgaben die Technik übernimmt und unsere Mitarbeiter dann zu Service-Mitarbeitern werden, die dem Bürger dann sagen, pass mal auf, dein Pass ist abgelaufen und übrigens haben wir gesehen, du hast ja auch ein Kind, du hättest Anspruch auf, weiß ich nicht, irgendeine Zusatzleistung und wir haben noch das und das gesehen, dass man die Daten, die alle vorliegen, mal verknüpft und das zu einem Serviceangebot macht und die eigentliche Arbeit dann von den Systemen erledigt wird. Das ist so meine Vision, das ist noch ein langer Weg dahin, aber wir machen uns einfach mal auf den Weg.
Johanna?
Ja, vielleicht auf dieser Idee mit, dass die Game Dev-Industrie eigentlich Innovation auch vorantreibt, ein bisschen anzusprechen. Wir hatten ja auch diese Metaverse-Diskussionen, speziell vor 1-2 Jahren sehr stark. Und da hat man eigentlich auch ganz krass gesehen, wie weit die Game Dev-Industrie teilweise da vorangeschritten ist. Weil jeder Zoom-Call, wenn man ehrlich ist, hat ja immer noch angefangen mit Hallo, hörst du mich und keine Ahnung was. Und World of Warcraft kann man seit 20 Jahren jetzt gegeneinander zu Hunderts, zu Tausends gegen virtuelle Drachen in 3D kämpfen. Und diese Technologie, deswegen war ich auch nicht verwundert, dass dann diese virtuelle Welten, Online-Welten, wir müssen gemeinsam ein digitales Medium finden, wo wir uns gemeinsam online als Avatare treffen können. Das war halt in Covid wirklich wieder dieser Push, warum das nützlich sein kann. Weil wenn wir einen Call haben, ist es ja total nett, wenn wir jetzt auch diesen Livestream haben. Wir sehen uns zwar irgendwie gegenseitig oder man sieht mich, aber man ist virtuell so eindeutig voneinander getrennt, weil das ist mein Homeoffice, der Gegenüber hat das anderes Homeoffice und das tut was mit unserem Kopf. In einem Spiel kann ich immer gemeinsam mit jemandem Zeit verbringen, online. Auch wenn wir uns das nicht real sehen, ist da ein virtueller Buddy von mir und wir können gemeinsam spielen und am Strand spazieren gehen. Und deswegen sind dann Technologien wie Animal Crossing oder Minecraft teilweise missbraucht worden von den Nicht-Gamern, dass man akademische Konferenzen in Animal Crossing macht oder Weddings, also Hochzeiten und Memorials in World of Warcraft. Und das ist so viel Innovationspotenzial in dieser Technologie.
Ja, eine interessante Beobachtung, weil, wenn wir mal ehrlich sind, wir Deutschen sind schon ganz schön technologieskeptisch. Ne? Also wenn man mal einfach zum Nachbarn Frankreich guckt, die umarmen alles, was neu ist, einfach so, das probieren die aus. Und wir Deutschen, wir lieben ja immer noch unsere Bücher, zu Recht, ja. Aber ganz oft denke ich mir, Mann, man muss nicht immer erst das Schlechte sehen. Und wir sind sehr gut darin, erstmal die Gefahren und was kann alles schief gehen und ist ja auch nicht ganz verkehrt, aber ihr wisst, was ich meine. Und dann war meinem Empfinden nach, weil du jetzt die Corona-Pandemie angesprochen hast, dass es da plötzlich so ein, naja, jetzt müssen wir es machen, jetzt können wir nicht anders, jetzt müssen wir mal einen ganz großen Schub digitalisieren, iPads an die Schulen und alles Mögliche. Und ich habe so das Gefühl gehabt, dass da bei vielen Menschen so ein Knoten gelöst wurde, dass da plötzlich aus der Not heraus einfach Schritte gewagt wurden, auch in Unternehmen, auch in der Wirtschaft. Ne? Wie viele Firmen kenne ich allein im Bekanntenkreis, wo die gesagt haben, Homeoffice, nein, das geht gar nicht. Und plötzlich ging das. Plötzlich waren alle 5 Tage die Woche im Büro zu Hause und die Firma steht immer noch. So ein Wunder. Ne? Und ich glaube, dass wir in vielen Punkten, ich will jetzt nicht sagen, dass die Corona-Pandemie gut war für uns, aber in vielen Punkten haben wir da plötzlich, da sind wir ins kalte Wasser geschmissen worden hier. Aber um nochmal auf das Thema Demokratie und wie schützen wir unsere Demokratie zurückzukommen, wir sind natürlich auch im Zuge dieser Technologie, weil es für jeden so ein Fleckchen im Internet gibt. Ja, jeder kann sich so in seine Bubble zurückziehen. Haben wir vielleicht ja auch ein bisschen verlernt, eben diese Bubbles mal zu kreuzen. Ich vergleiche das immer so mit Ameisen, wenn man Ameisen beobachtet, die klettern einen Baumstamm hoch, wenn die sich begegnen, dann stupsen die sich einmal so kurz mit den Fühlern an, sagen kurz Hallo und dann laufen die weiter. Und wir sind gerade so, dass wir oft so aneinander vorbeilaufen. Gibt es da vielleicht, abgesehen jetzt von Spielen, über die wir jetzt viel, aber von neuen Technologien, die jetzt gerade vielleicht auch Metaverse, hast du gerade genannt, Bereiche, die wir uns vielleicht auch schaffen müssen, dass wir uns wieder zwangsläufig begegnen und nicht jeder so in seiner Homebase ist? Okay.
Ja, ich würde der Frage jetzt so leicht ausweichen, weil ich glaube, dass wir da gar nicht von Spielen weggehen müssen. Ich glaube, dass Spiele da das sehen wir ja hier auf der Gamescom. Ich glaube, dass ganz viele Leute, die jetzt zum ersten Mal hinkommen, die merken, oh Moment, Gamer, die sind ja dünn, dick, alt, männlich, weiblich, klein, groß, die sind ja ganz, ganz unterschiedlich. Und ich glaube, auch Games schaffen es, ganz unterschiedliche Menschen zu verbinden, die sonst niemals zusammenkommen würden. Also wie die Ameisen, die sich kurz anstupsen, nur dass ich mit den Menschen halt sonst gar nicht zusammenkommen würde. Ich glaube, da haben Spiele wirklich ganz konkret, und du hast es gesagt, die meisten Menschen sind in irgendeiner Form auch Gamer und auch Gamerinnen, und ich glaube, die haben da eine ganz große Fähigkeit. Bei uns haben wir ein Beispiel, die Siedler Online ist ein Browserspiel, das wir haben. Ich weiß nicht genau wie viele, aber es sind eine ganze Menge Ehen, die dadurch gestiftet worden sind. Von Menschen, die sich im normalen Leben vielleicht nie kennengelernt hätten, weil sie auch vielleicht sogar manchmal völlig unterschiedlich sind. Und ich glaube, das ist genauso eine Sache, die Spiele genau bieten. Ich weiß jetzt gar nicht, wie das in anderen Technologien ist. Ich glaube, dass wir reden ja immer von den Blasen, in denen jeder so unterwegs ist. Ich glaube, ein Spiel ist in dieser Hinsicht keine Blase, weil jeder gerne spielt. Und ich treffe ganz andere Menschen. Ich glaube, da sind Spiele ganz konkret genau wo ich sofort dran gedacht habe, als du das gesagt hast.
Vielleicht dann noch ganz kurz zurück zu diesem Ursprungsthema. Also ich glaube, auch das Spiel gibt mir einfach so die Möglichkeit, die Welt anderer zu verstehen. Also ich denke da immer an ein Spiel, das heißt Path Out, wo ich die Rolle von einem syrischen Flüchtling einnehme und einfach die Welt aus seinen Augen sehe und einfach mal eine Stunde lang einfach eine ganz andere Person bin und ein Verständnis aufbaue. Und ich glaube schon, dass wir das in der heutigen Gesellschaft wirklich dringend brauchen würden, einfach einmal jemand anders sein, einfach mal die Schwierigkeiten von anderen Personen zu sein, weil es ist extrem divers und dieses Verständnis fehlt halt, einfach mal nicht an sich denken.
Mhm. Tom, achso, du wolltest sowieso was sagen?
Ja, nur noch ergänzen, weil das ist ja ein ganz weites Feld. Wenn wir darüber reden, wie wir Demokratie erhalten können, das ist ja eine sehr weite Frage auch schon mal. Für mich ist Demokratie ja viel, es ist in jedem Fall auch Teilhabe. Eine gute Demokratie muss Teilhabe ermöglichen. Und wenn man diesen Begriff mal so ein bisschen rauszieht und nach vorne stellt und sagt, welches Medium ist eigentlich in der Lage, übergreifend, kulturübergreifend, altersübergreifend, geschlechtsübergreifend Teilhabe zu ermöglichen? Das ist mit Sicherheit nicht das Fernsehen. Das ist bei der Wertschätzung auch nicht Social Media, nicht TikTok und andere. Weil das eher passiv ist. Das, was es ermöglicht, teilzuhaben, ist das, was aktiv möglich ist in Games. Und ich glaube, was zum Beispiel für uns, für die Industrie total wichtig ist, und ich weiß nicht, wem das hier bewusst ist, aber der Gameverband ist Mitglied im Bundesverband der deutschen Industrie, weil das eine enorm wichtige Branche ist und eine der am dynamischsten agierenden Branchen. Wahnsinn, was hier passiert gerade in Deutschland. Der Gameverband macht das unglaublich klasse, das auch politisch zu promoten, was das bedeutet, welche Chancen dahinter stehen. Und es gibt ja eine Halle, ich weiß nicht genau welches ist, da sind auch klassische Firmen wie BASF, wie Siemens und so weiter unterwegs, die haben da Stände. Das mag unterschiedliche Gründe haben, warum die da stehen. Aber ich glaube, eine Sache ist total wichtig und die hat auch was mit Teilhabe zu tun. Games sind ja deshalb so erfolgreich, weil sie Menschen an einem bestimmten Punkt abholen, dieses Spielerische, dieses leicht hineingezogen werden und dann irgendwann so tief da reingezogen zu werden, dass ich gar nicht mehr raus mag. Und wenn man sich anguckt, wir reden die ganze Zeit davon, dass in den Unternehmen Leute ihr ganzes Leben lang heute lernen sollen. Habt ihr Lust, so zu lernen, wie ihr in der Schule gelernt habt, mit irgendjemandem, der vorne 30 Leuten immer das Gleiche erzählt, immer auf die gleiche Art, mit Büchern? Ich nicht. Und ich glaube, dieses Thema Gamification darf auf keinen Fall heißen, dass irgendeine Versicherung anfängt, schlechte Spiele zu machen, die keiner spielt. Das war so die erste Welle. Das hat nicht so gut funktioniert. Gamification für die Wirtschaft, auch für die Industrie und gerade für die Industrie, muss heißen, ihrem Personal, egal welches Alter, über spielerische Elemente, die in den Games-Welten seit vielen Jahren erlernt sind, Dinge neu beizubringen, Teilhabe zu ermöglichen und die Leute wirklich länger auch im Beruf zu halten. Das ist enorm wichtig für Deutschland.
Jetzt ist Teilhabe ein gutes Schlüsselwort, gerade wenn wir darüber sprechen, wie schützen wir unsere Demokratie. Denn Demokratie kann nur funktionieren, wenn alle mit einbezogen werden. Auch die, die vielleicht schwach sind, die vielleicht nicht so eine laute Stimme haben. Gerade die müssten ja auch zu Wort kommen, damit wir eben alle Meinungen, alle Sichtweisen, alle Perspektiven hören. Da wird oft gesagt, ja, das muss die Politik machen. Ne? Ist ja klar, das muss die Politik machen. Aber letztendlich, auch da gilt ja wieder, auch da müssen alle mit anpacken. Da kann sich erstmal jeder an die eigene Nase fassen. Aber wie ist es, in welcher Verantwortung siehst du jetzt zum Beispiel eben gerade die großen deutschen Firmen, du hast sie jetzt gerade genannt, ne, die Zehntausende Mitarbeiter beschäftigen, die alle unterschiedliche Hintergründe haben. Welche Verantwortung tragen vielleicht auch gerade die großen deutschen Firmen oder auch kleine mittelständige Firmen, diese Diversität unserer Gesellschaft auch in der Unternehmenskultur abzubilden und damit wiederum die demokratischen Werte auch zu vermitteln an die Mitarbeiter?
Ja, eine enorm große Verantwortung. Das ist überhaupt keine Frage. Und ich würde das überhaupt nicht an der Größe eines Unternehmens aufmachen, wie groß die Verantwortung ist. Ein Unternehmer, der 10 Mitarbeiter hat, hat eine enorm hohe Verantwortung für diese 10 und meistens ja eine viel enger gefühlte noch als ein Konzernchef, der 10.000 Leute unter sich hat. Die kennt er im Zweifel nicht alle. Also die Verantwortung ist da. Meine Wahrnehmung nach 20 Jahren jetzt in der Industrie ist tatsächlich, dass das auch in weitesten Teilen enorm tief in der DNA dieser Unternehmer, häufig ja Familienunternehmer, gelebt wird. Ich glaube, eines kommt noch dazu. Es ist gar nicht nur, dass ich will das, weil das überzeugend richtig ist und weil es unserer Demokratie hilft. Das müssen die Unternehmen auch machen, weil wir vor einer demografischen Herausforderung stehen, wo wir alle Ressourcen aktivieren müssen. Alle, die arbeiten wollen, sollen gute Arbeitsplätze mit guten Ausbildungen bekommen. Da hat die Industrie, da haben die Unternehmen enormen Anteil dran. Und die Bildung und Weiterbildung und Fortbildung, die in Deutschland passiert, ist ja in aller Regel nicht nur in Schulen und in den Berufsschulen oder in den Universitäten. Da passiert ja wahnsinnig viel auch noch in den Unternehmen. Und das einer maximalen Breite an Menschen aller Ausrichtungen möglich zu machen und zu eröffnen, auf möglichst einfachem Weg. Natürlich ist das unsere Aufgabe.
Und wir müssen ja auch stetig lernen. Ich meine, wenn man mal überlegt, Pong und so weiter, da sind wir ja schon bei, lasst mich mal rechnen, bei weit über 50 Jahren. Trotzdem werden Games immer noch als neues Medium angesehen im Übrigen. Ein halbes Jahrhundert reicht dann nicht. Und jetzt haben wir ja plötzlich sowas wie KI. Und andere Technologien, die uns also wirklich jetzt mal im positiven Sinne auch überrumpeln. Die sind ja auch plötzlich einfach da. Inwieweit können wir denn vielleicht aus diesem doch sehr langen Prozess, denn wir lernen mit Games umzugehen, vielleicht lernen und sagen, okay, auch diese neuen Technologien, die müssen wir erstmal selber kennenlernen, selber damit umgehen, regeln. Ne? Also gerade für KI natürlich, die EU ist dran, auch da zu reglementieren und so weiter. Aber gibt es irgendwelche Learnings aus dem Umgang mit Game, wo wir sagen, okay, in die Fallen tappen wir nicht mehr, sondern das nutzen wir jetzt gezielt, um uns zusammenzubringen, um uns weiterzubringen, um eben diesen positiven Effekt einer schnellen Entwicklung zu nutzen und nicht hinterherzulaufen. Das geht vielleicht für dich als Forscherin, glaube ich, in deine Richtung am ehesten. Ne?
Ja, es ist ein bisschen ein frustrierendes Thema, weil auch KI ist ja ist nichts Neues. Also das ist alles Technologie, die kennen wir einfach seit Jahrzehnten und auch die ganzen Implikationen und Diskussionen rundherum kennen wir seit Jahrzehnten. Aber ich glaube, was wir mitnehmen können, unsere Gesellschaft wird immer mehr gespalten. Die Schere macht sich immer weiter auf. Das ist in unterschiedlichsten Bereichen. Das ist auch eine Age Gap, das heißt Altersunterschiede, Bildungsunterschiede, dann Technologie, Kenntnisse und so weiter und so fort. Und vielleicht können wir das mit dem Umgang von Games mitkennen. Auch Games sind noch immer Also gerade in Österreich und in Deutschland haben sie noch immer mit 100.000 Vorurteilen zu kämpfen und es ist einfach extrem mühselig. Wenn man nicht gerade auf der Gamescom ist, ist es halt nicht so toll, da Games-Entwicklerin oder Forscherin zu sein, weil es teilweise immer noch nicht verstanden wird. Und aktuell ist es mit KI immer noch ein bisschen schwierig, weil auch KI aktuell, dieser Hype geht ja eigentlich nur um die LMMs aktuell, Generative AI. Das ist nur so ein kleiner Teil von KI, weil es halt gerade aktuell sehr sichtbar. Und für mich ist alles, beides, sei das als Games oder sei das der Thematik um KI, sind das Bildungslücken. Sowohl bei jungen Menschen, dass man früh den Umgang und die Technologie dahinter versteht, wie funktioniert das Ganze. Es ist nicht Rocket Science, aber dass man zumindest, und das sehe ich essentiell, gerade bei KI, dass ich dann auch verstehe, wie kann ich selbst Fake News und Co. identifizieren, wie ist der richtige Umgang mit Games, wie kann ich die vielleicht selbst entwickeln, aber auch bei anderen Altersgruppen. Das heißt, wir dürfen nicht nur die Jungen ausbilden, wie KI oder Games funktionieren und was das für die Gesellschaft tut, sondern wir müssen alle irgendwie mitnehmen und das sind natürlich dann Unternehmen und Co. Mitgefragt.
Ich meine, der Begriff Digitalisierung ist ja auch einer, naja, im besten Fall gibt es den bald nicht mehr, weil dann alles digitalisiert ist. Wir sind ja so gerade so im Umbruch. Wir sind ungefähr so die letzte Generation Menschen, die noch analog aufgewachsen ist. Und alles, was nach uns kommt, also ich bin Jahrgang 79, alles, ne, was danach kommt, ist dann schon Digital Native. Die lachen sich kaputt, ja, wenn die noch ein Schnurtelefon sehen. Kann das vielleicht sagen, dass wir alles, was wir jetzt so an Digitalisierungsarbeit, an Technologien kennenlernen und so, dass wir im Endeffekt vor viel, viel größeren Herausforderungen stehen als nachfolgende Generation, die dieses Umschwenken von einer analogen Welt, das sind alles Prozesse, aber von einer analogen Welt von vor ein paar Jahrzehnten, das ist ja noch nicht so lange her, zu einer vollständig digitalisierten Welt, in diesem Prozess stecken wir gerade drin. Und wenn der erstmal geschafft ist, dann können sich die Jüngeren zurücklehnen? Nee, ne?
Das glaube ich gar nicht. Ich glaube, das Tempo wird immer mehr zunehmen. Und also erstmal kann ich hundertprozentig nachvollziehen, wir sind noch analog aufgewachsen und manchmal kneift man sich ja so ein bisschen, was alles möglich ist, obwohl wir jetzt wahrscheinlich alle doch sehr nah an diesen Entwicklungen dran sind. Aber wenn ich sehe, was jetzt im Bereich, und das ist natürlich das, was häufig zu sehen ist, der generativen KI möglich ist und wie Menschen damit umgehen, die schon digital aufgewachsen sind, dann ist das, glaube ich, eine Disruption, die wir noch gar nicht ganz begreifen. Die werden wir kurzfristig vielleicht ein bisschen überschätzen, aber langfristig unterschätzen wir die. Und ich glaube, das Tempo wird auch danach nicht abnehmen. Die Konnektivität wird immer schneller werden, die Rechenpower wird immer schneller werden, es werden Dinge möglich sein, die wir noch gar nicht kennen. Deswegen sind wir genau bei dem Thema, wie schaffen wir es, auf eine gute Weise lebenslang zu lernen. Und ich glaube, da können Spiele wieder ganz hervorragend helfen.
Also what's coming next? Also mit KI wird auch nicht das Ende sein. Irgendwie wird was Neues kommen, was wir heute noch nicht kennen. Vielleicht ist das KI generiert oder auch nicht, was auch immer. Also der Wandel wird auf jeden Fall bleiben und Gaming wird auch bleiben, weil das Spielen hilft einfach dabei, den Wandel dann auch zu begreifen und eine Teilhabe zu haben. Und insofern, ja, also KI ist nicht das Ende, sondern es ist eben eher der Anfang.
Genau, und was hoffentlich auch nicht das Ende sein wird, ist dann natürlich unsere Demokratie, weil die müssen wir genauso erhalten, wie der Dom immer in Köln bleiben wird.
Selbstverständlich.
Selbstverständlich. Ach Tom, du wolltest noch was sagen?
Ja, vielleicht noch mal ein kleines Plädoyer für eine Sache, die wir jetzt noch gar nicht so erwähnt haben, die aber auch irgendwie dazugehört, finde ich. Denn die Geschwindigkeit wird immer weiter zunehmen. Bin ich total bei dir. Wir haben aber noch ein Schulsystem, was sehr, sehr, sagen wir mal, oldschool ist. Das hat sich nämlich überhaupt nicht verändert in der Zeit, wo sich anderes viel verändert hat. Und die Tatsache, dass es in jeder Schule jetzt ein Whiteboard gibt, ist nicht Digitalisierung. Also das erzählt mir auch kein Mensch. Da sind wir noch ganz, ganz am Anfang und ich finde es erstaunlich, dass wir in der Schule im Grunde auch noch das alte Lehrprogramm haben. Da wird über alte historische Zeiten auch besprochen. Das ist alles richtig und muss auch alles sein, um Kinder fit zu machen, um Kinder zu schützen vor den Fehlern der Vergangenheit und so weiter. Es gibt kein einziges Fach und ich rede jetzt nicht von Coding. Das hätte ich auch gern. Aber es gibt kein einziges Fach, was Pflichtfach ist, nicht freiwillig eine AG von irgendeinem Lehrer, der sich dazu berufen fühlt, sondern Pflichtfach, wo gesagt wird, wir bringen euch bei, welche Gefahren zumindest, nicht was ihr genau machen sollt, das soll ja eine freie Entscheidung sein, aber die Geschwindigkeit im Grunde den Kindern mitzugeben und zu sagen, passt an den und den Stellen besonders auf, bitte. Das ist was ich mir wünschen würde und wo ich leider in der Politik, weder Landespolitik noch Bundespolitik, bis jetzt die richtige Dynamik sehe.
Also du sprichst mir aus dem Herzen. Ich fordere seit Jahren ungefähr auf jeder Konferenz, wo ich bin, wo es irgendwann mal auf Bildung kommt, fordere ich das Fach Medienkompetenz. Einfach einführen. Aber mich hört keiner. Vielleicht hört mich ja jetzt einer. Aber nur, also wenn wir das Fass jetzt noch aufmachen, wir müssen nämlich jetzt eigentlich schon so langsam zum Ende kommen und wenn wir jetzt anfangen, über unser Schulsystem zu reden, dann sind wir übermorgen noch nicht fertig. Aber ja, meine Lieben, ich würde sehr gerne noch mit euch weiterreden, aber zum einen musst du pünktlich gehen, weil du gleich noch einen offiziellen Empfang für Frau Rieker eröffnen musst. Tom muss noch einen Zug kriegen und du hast bestimmt auch noch Termine und du auch. So ist es halt auf der Gamescom. Man gibt sich hier die Klinke in die Hand und irgendwie ist die Zeit immer zu knapp und trotzdem blupps ist der Tag rum und schon ist wieder der Gamescom-Kongress 2024 Geschichte. Ich bedanke mich ganz herzlich bei euch für dieses wunderbare Gespräch und wir fassen einfach mal abschließend zusammen. Games sind fantastisch und Games können genutzt werden, um unsere demokratischen Werte weiter zu befördern und überall in der Gesellschaft zu verbreiten. Vielen Dank, dass ihr da wart. Vielen Dank. Und ja, David, wollen wir das Ganze noch zu einem Ende bringen zusammen? Ich muss mal meinen Co-Moderator noch einmal auf die Bühne bitten.
Ja, vielen Dank auch von meiner Seite aus. Ich durfte diesem großartigen Panel lauschen und ich bin völlig baff. Schade, dass Sie jetzt ihr alle jetzt direkt weg müsst, aber vielleicht an einer anderen Stelle noch mal ins Gespräch kommen. Vielen, vielen Dank. Nochmal einen großen Applaus bitte.
Ja.
Für die Panelisten.
Ja, erstmal, also ich finde das immer schön, wenn das Publikum sich selber auch applaudiert, nach so einem langen Tag, also bei den Temperaturen hier noch so lange durchzuhalten, Respekt. Deswegen auch einen großen Applaus ans Publikum, was
Definitiv.
so nett dabei war heute, auch im Stream natürlich. Der Chat war auch echt gut dabei heute. Wir hatten auch im Studio drüben, das haben ja vielleicht gar nicht alle so mitgekriegt, einen Riesenspaß teilweise. Ich habe fast Tränen gelacht.
Das Gute ist, man kann das ja VOD-mäßig auch im Nachgang noch alles nachverfolgen, richtig? Bio?
Natürlich.
Dann kann man dich nämlich nochmal in Action sehen, vor allem in den interaktiven Spielen. Also ich glaube, du hast sehr viel Spaß gehabt.
Ja, also ich werde mir sicherlich auch noch das eine oder andere angucken, was ich jetzt auf den Panels und Stages und so gar nicht mitverfolgen konnte. Aber ja, es war wieder mal ein wunderbares Fest und ich bin mir sicher, auch nächstes Jahr sind wir dabei mit dem Gamescom-Kongress. Vielen Dank natürlich auch für alle in der Technik, in der Regie. Ne? Ihr habt einen super Job gemacht heute und ja, ich wünsche allen noch einen wunderschönen Abend. Danke, David.
Danke, Viola. Einen großen Applaus bitte an Viola. Sie hat einen unglaublichen Job gemacht.
Ach komm.
Na klar.
Tschüss zusammen.
Wir sehen uns nächstes Jahr.